The Lavender Phantom. Written by Lainey Delaroque. Content note. This book is a dark romantic suspense and discusses topics some listeners might find difficult. It also has some steamy scenes and characters engaging in alternative lifestyles. If that's your cup of tea, feel free to proceed. If you need more information, you can find further content details about the story on my website, LaineyDelaroque.com. Some parts of the story are abridged so that the text complies with the policies here. If you would like to listen to the full, unabridged version, check the description. Don't forget to adjust the speed of this video to match your comfortable listening pace. With all that out of the way, happy listening! Chapter 1. It is bliss. The rope around my neck tightens, hitching my breath and making my eyelids slip down. I embrace the darkness and the throbbing pain under every single strand wrapped around my body. In this split second, there's a lot to process. A lot of rope, a lot of pain, a lot of slippery feelings, a lot of people's gazes, some I choose to ignore, some to embrace. I whimper as a shake starts somewhere deep within me and then spreads out to my limbs. My shin presses into my right thigh. It quivers with the effort to support my body in the shape compelled by the rope. My chest dips close to the ground, held in place by another piece of rope connected somewhere above me. A stray lock of my long blonde hair touches the floor as I sway gently with my efforts. I start to slip into a familiar darkness, my heartbeat audible in my skull. Short, staccato breaths escape my lips as the air around is barred proper entry into my lungs. The neck rope slackens and slides to the ground. I inhale, deep and soothing, and strain against the hold around my chest. The ropes dig into my ribs deliciously, embracing me with their intimate tightness, forcing me to look within myself and face the darkness there. Face the seedling of doubt that I've not quite got the adult thing together yet. That at 24, I'm still an orphan with too much responsibility to bear. A cane connects to the inside of my other thigh, biting into my naked skin, threatening to send me off balance. I hiss, then still. The pain takes me away from that dangerous place, and I zone my attention in on it, thankful. My left leg extends up, held in place by two ropes. I'm exposed, but I don't mind. In fact, I let my eyelids drift up a bit and steal a look at the crowd gathered to watch. I see bare feet and stilettos, brogues and Oxfords. No sneakers. Never sneakers. My previous aches and pains from the day have evaporated, allowing me to focus on this one moment, waiting for the next hit to mark my skin. My mind empties, and I reach toward my joyous place. My eyes close again because I want to feel everything. I'm afraid I will miss some sweet, complicated feeling if I focus on something else. A volley of cane flicks descends upon me. I bite my lip, trying to silence the small whining that has started at the back of my throat. Then I give up and let my voice out. I squeeze my hands into fists, enduring the pain from my binds and the assault on my leg. My wrists are tied behind my back, leaving me unable to do anything but accept whatever comes my way. As many times before, I submit to this familiar helplessness, embrace the structure it gives to my unquiet mind, accept the pain and blanket myself with it, preoccupied with the sensation. In a world where everything is loud and demanding, I put those stresses aside and concentrate on the here and now. I pant with exertion, the eyes on me long forgotten. There is just me and the cane in a conversation of pain-bringing harmony. It tells an erotic story with each sting on my skin, and I listen. I listen until it is too much, and I let my body go limp in the ropes, giving up on my side of the exchange. In that moment, I am no one. Not Sophie Taylor, not a respectable adult, not a woman. Just a body with tingling skin stretched, a heap of sweet surrender. There is silence now. Once I go limp, the blows stop. It seems the whole world has stopped when they start up again, a hand reaching down to catch a fistful of my hair. Behind the cane, there is a person. This time it's a man. I can't remember his name. I can barely remember my own. I groan as our eyes meet.
Enough?
His question is soft, for my ears only. His voice jumpstarts my memory. A new guy, Connor. Like the flip of a switch, I'm suddenly cold and overwhelmed and shake in response. Yes, I whisper. Connor plants a kiss on my forehead, its gentleness in stark contrast with every signal of pain my body is receiving. He gets up and starts untying me, one rope at a time, slowly, safely, letting me process the transition from partial suspension to being a soft body on the floor. I connect to my breathing, taking deep, comforting breaths, letting the oxygen caress my every cell. As the ropes come off, my skin burns with their marks. The cold leaves me, but the shakes remain. Connor drapes a blanket over my shoulders and presses a bottle of water to my lips. I take 2 brave gulps, then shake my head. He embraces me tightly. I whisper, "Thank you," and bury my head in his chest. We stay like that for a minute or two. Having enjoyed the rope scene, I'm taking the time to come down from that intensity, to re-establish myself as part of the world of walking, thinking humans. I don't need much aftercare, but a blanket and a bear hug are essential. As my senses return, I look around, my eyes curious to discover the state of the room. A small crowd is still gathered, quiet spectators sharing drinks and hugs. I see my friend Hanako with one of her occasional play partners. She waves at me. I wink at her and turn to Connor. "I enjoyed this. Thanks again," I say. It is the first time we have tied together. He listened well to my words before we'd started our session, my limits, my wishes for what I wanted to experience, and his as well. He's taken care to stay within the boundaries while still pushing my body to the brink of what it can take. He is beaming, sweating, his cheeks flushed with red, his hands shaky as he collects his ropes and starts coiling them. New to the Moon Garden, he wanted to do a session with me, a rope switch veteran, and establish himself as a trustworthy rigger. I hadn't expected much, but the scene was a pleasant surprise, and I run my fingers across my rope marks, enjoying the feel and shape of them, committing the whole event to memory.
It was great to work with you.
He gives me another squeeze. "Do you want help getting your ropes in order?" I ask, looking at the pool of rope we are sitting in. He shakes his head. I nod and get up. "I'll go freshen up." I pat his shoulder. I don't like to linger after scenes and make small talk. The ultimate goal of why we converged is over, and the desire to go somewhere else and continue with my night rises like a tide inside me.
All right.
He replies.
I didn't break skin as you requested, so you should be fine.
I nod. It will bruise beautifully, though. Thank you for your hard work. I'll have only good things to say when people ask me about you. He chuckles, shaking his head. I can see myself tying with him again if he wants to, but our meeting for today is done. I put on a satin dressing gown to cover myself and head for the locker room. On the way, I catch Hannah's wrist. "Come with me?" I say with a dip of my head to greet her partner for the night. He nods his approval. She skips behind me, her small dress lifting with each jump, flashing everyone. My relationship with Hanako is unlike the one I have with Connor. For one, I've known her since I joined the Moon Garden a few years ago. I don't mind small talk with her. Her contagious good mood recharges me and soothes my soul like cold milk on hot skin. Second, I'm not only her friend but her rope top. On the days I feel confident and dominant, I cover her in rope and make her suffer the way she craves. On all other days, we talk about food, pop stuff, and Moon Garden gossip. She is slightly shorter than me and thinner. A cute Asian girl who, at 27, looks anywhere between 20 and 40. Part of that is the excellent care she takes of her skin and hair. But another part is that nature has favored her with a pretty face and a small nose, full lips and soft jawline. Her eyes are a shade lighter than mine, brown but warm and streaked with yellow specks.
That looked nice,
She says as we enter the changing area. I need a quick shower to get rid of the sweat making my dressing gown stick to my body. I enjoyed it. He definitely pushed me. I was blissed out. I unlock my locker and pull out my phone. No messages from Melanie. She was supposed to drop me one when she got back home.
Watch out for subdrop. I hate it when all the brain chemicals start to equalize, and I go from being ecstatic to depressed.
I know, Hannah, don't worry. I don't usually have it very bad. Have you done anything interesting yet tonight? I close the messaging app and open up Instagram. I find Melanie's profile and tap on the latest picture. It's a stray dog, its fur a mix of dark yellow blonde and splotches of black, eating out of a discarded Frenzy Eats box. Probably enjoying some chicken bones.
Not yet. We've just been hanging around talking to people. We'll find a private room in a bit,
Hannah says, and heads toward her own locker.
I want to check my phone, though, to make sure I have no urgent appointments for tomorrow. Maybe I can have a late night and sleep in.
It is nice to chat about nothing. Comfortable. I pick up my phone and stare at the dog photo. Melanie loves dogs. The post was made 5 hours ago. She was supposed to have come home or been in touch by now, but when I left, our apartment was still empty. It is unusual for her not to be in contact, but teenagers can be volatile, right? Something doesn't sit well with me. A gut feeling that I want to ignore but can't. I switch back to messaging. Did you get home all right? Placing my phone back in my locker, I start peeling the gown off my damp skin.
Oh, shit.
Hannah says as she rummages in the tiny purse attached to her tiny dress. Can't find your key?
No, I must have dropped it somewhere. You know this is the third time.
She huffs.
Another $10 down the drain?
I narrow my eyes and examine my locker's mechanism. I can save you the money, I think. Let me try opening it. You will still have to sneak out after, pretending not to have taken a key, though, I say with a smile. Moon Garden lost key penalty rules are extortionate.
Really?
Give me 2 of your bobby pins. I put my gown back on. A conspiratorial smile blossoms on my lips without being invited. It has been a while since I've picked a lock. I hope it is like riding a bike. I bend the bobby pins to resemble a lockpick, then insert one to act as the tension wrench and start picking the pins with the other. I empty my mind, silencing the voice that reminds me of how I gained my skills and why I stopped picking locks. As I advance on the lock, I fight with the urge to look at Hannah. Is she impressed? Bored? Is she looking at me at all? I reach the last pin and turn the lock. It clicks open with a soft sound. I smile victoriously. Letting the door swing open, I take Hannah's phone and hand it to her with a bow. Your phone, my princess, I say jokingly.
You opened it so quickly,
She says in awe.
Where did you learn that?
Just watching a YouTube video. Not really. On the streets of a city I have long since put behind me.
Really? How come?
A party trick. To entertain. A skill I was instantly good at. To belong when I was figuring out who I was.
I'm amazed, Sophie Taylor. I bet you could crack a safe like that. Have you tried?
No, that would be criminal, I say with a wink. But the answer is yes. And it was criminal. Just a bit.
Awesome.
Hannah concludes as she scrolls through her phone. I stuff my dressing gown in my locker, press it shut, and go to shower. Have fun out there, I shout over the sound of water.
You know I will.
Hannah shouts back.
See you later.
I scrub my body, alone with my thoughts. I'm not a criminal. In fact, I'm meek and responsible. But as everyone else, I have a past. I remember it rarely, because its contents don't fit my current lifestyle. My lockpicking days are behind me, and so are the days when I went looking for trouble. My new normal is different, and that's fine. It is to be expected of a 24-year-old who looks after her 14-year-old sister. Life changes when you get parenting responsibilities. After I've inhaled enough steam, I come out warm and tired. It is time to head home. As I put my jeans and t-shirt on, I check my phone. There is a text that says, I reply with, "Okay, who are you with?" If she's at a sleepover, it's fine. I will just have a word with her tomorrow. I'm exhausted. My phone buzzes, and I'm proud of her for responding so quickly. I read the text with a frown. One job, $20,000. Reply yes to confirm. It isn't Melanie. I huff as I delete the message, sent from an unknown number for an unknown purpose. Probably spam like all the ones I've been getting in the past few weeks. Phishing. The messages were about dating, bank accounts, new products, anything and everything. I should change my number. I go back to the chat with Melanie. The message has been delivered. I try to remember what I was like around the same age as I wait for a reply. The memories aren't pretty. Kids can go wrong in so many ways these days. I detest my teenage self. She ran and rebelled, ignoring her loving parents, saying no because it felt so good to be in opposition, to be her own person, not a child, not someone's daughter and sister. And for many, that ends up okay. But not for me. Memories of that rainy night resurface, and I press my hands to my eyes, compressing my eyeballs, willing the images to disappear. Melanie is not like the other kids. She's not like me, thankfully. She is good and honest. She is hardworking and bright. She has her head on straight. I get a quick reply from her. Simon. Gotta go. That's okay then. I have Simon's phone number and know where he lives. He's gay, so hopefully no danger for Melanie from him. If she is drinking, I hope she's being responsible. Ugh, teenagers. So difficult to manage. I wave to a couple of people on the way out, leaving the key to my locker at the bar. The barmaid nods at me with a tranquil smile. Working at the Moon Garden must be so nice. Fetish clubs are such glorious fun. Outside, I inhale the crisp, chilly Chicago air. Despite the calendar creeping toward spring, it's definitely still winter. I wonder if Melanie is warm. I should call her and tell her to come back. But tonight was a good night, and my limbs are heavy with the need to sleep. I don't feel much older than a teenager myself. When did Melanie grow up so much? Chapter 2. When my alarm goes off, I grab my phone like my life depends on it. I can't quite remember what I was dreaming, but there is a faint recollection of Melanie being hurt. Her shadow was calling to me, but the faster I ran toward her, the farther away she was. My blanket is on the floor. Goosebumps cover my legs and arms, and I bend over to pick it up without letting go of my phone. I fold in half and cover myself, head and all, while the warm, stuffy darkness of the blanket envelops me. My stomach rumbles with anxiety. I know I'm imagining things. Melanie is safe with Simon. Yet there is nothing like a nightmare to shake my weak parenting confidence. I should have called her last night and actually talked to her. The blue light of my phone blinds me when I turn it on and dial her number. Under the blanket, in my fort of warmth, I drown in darkness again. The line connects, and I hear the ringing echoing through my brain, battling for attention with my head-splitting headache. Definitely the symptoms of subdrop. A good session with lots of highs comes with its inevitable lows. My phone rings 3 times before the line cuts off. Did Melanie just hang up without answering? That's so unlike her. Or has she passed out somewhere, her phone in a friend's quick hand? Phone me back as soon as you see this. I type the message with a mix of annoyance and fear. If this is a teenage outburst, it will be the first one ever from her. An unwelcome flashback cuts through the pain in my head. I see myself running, 2 guys with bats on my tail. I know I'm fast and flexible. I'm not afraid because my body pumps adrenaline, pushing me forward. I scale a fence in 2 seconds and jump to the other side, landing on my feet like a cat. I barely register the shock from the landing and just keep running. And then I'm free of my pursuers, and I slow down and blend into the evening crowd. A sleek gold paperweight is heavy in my palm. I took it on my way out, a present for the chief to go together with the documents I stole for him. I know he will praise me. The phone lights up and buzzes in my hand, bringing me back. The word private is written in a fat font where the number should be. I tap to decline the call. How will I deal with Melanie when I see her? Should I be firm and commanding, or understanding and friendly? We were all young once and all that? I scream into the blanket in frustration and toss it away, the lack of oxygen starting to get to my head. The back of my eyes hurt, and it's like my head has grown twice as big. Judging by the pulsing pain in my temples, it's still growing. I get up slowly, thinking that will somehow make my headache hurt less. It doesn't, but at least I don't stumble. I need a strong black tea. And maybe a few painkillers. Before going to the bathroom, I check my phone again. Nothing. Why isn't she calling? Can I logic myself out of this incoming anxiety attack? It is 7 in the morning. She is probably still asleep. Maybe Simon hung up her phone, not wanting to wake her. There. Logic. I can breathe a bit better now. I look at myself in the bathroom mirror. How do people wake up all pretty and fresh? I look like the nightmare I had. Dark circles under my eyes. My sparkling brown hazelnut eyes, as Hannah loves to say, are looking more like muddy mushroom caps. My lips are cracked, and I'm definitely getting a zit on the side of my nose. It hurts when I wrinkle it. I sit to pee and play with the ends of my hair. It is time for a haircut. I peer at a couple of strands that are obviously split and then run a hand through in an attempt to comb it. It feels like straw. There is no time to grab a shower before work. I light up my phone screen again. No message. Why does my stomach feel like a black pit? Is it just all the adrenaline and dopamine from the subdrop I have to go through to let my body equalize? I hope it will happen soon because I have a full day at Frenzy Eats, and that's usually torture, and not the good kind. When I toss my PJs in the corner of the room and put on my drab uniform, I remember I wanted a tea. Tea always makes things better. I only have 5 minutes to boil and drink it, but it could be worse. I will probably have to take half of it with me in the car. I look at our kitchen shelf. We don't have a lot of money to spend on daily living, but teas and coffees are essential for when the days are dark and frigid. I love tea, and Melanie loves coffee, so one purchase after another, our little place became like a cozy cafe. As the water boils, I peer at our compact living space. The open-plan kitchen morphs into a living room, with just enough space for 2 people to sit on the sofa and watch something on the old TV. Pizza boxes and used mugs litter the coffee table and the floor, but I don't mind. Melanie and I are used to living in our own creative chaos. It's the apartment that I chose from the tens of others in the building, because it was small and safe. Back then, 7 years ago, the 2 of us didn't need a lot of space. We still don't. I make my tea, a strong Earl Grey, and cradle the mug in my hands, letting its warmth wash over me. I take sip after sip, staring into the distance, thinking about nothing. If I could stop time, I would. It is such a simple, perfect moment. Just as rope does, tea quiets my mind and eases my worries, even if everything comes back after I swallow my last sip. My phone buzzes on the counter. I unlock it frantically only to find a notification of a new voicemail from a hidden number. I dismiss it, but my eyes stop at the clock in the corner. Shit. I down the rest of my tea, burning my throat, and dash out of the apartment. My small Honda Civic is waiting for me in the parking lot outside. Melanie says it's too orange, but to me it's the color of a warm sunrise on a misty morning. A bittersweet memento from our time in Los Angeles. I get in as quickly as I can. I remember I haven't put any makeup on and haven't brushed my hair. This is not the first time I'm running late. I palm the handle of the glove compartment and fish out a hairband and some old matte powder. At the bottom, I find half a kohl liner, so I make use of that too. I can't do anything fancy, but 2 minutes later, I look less like a pale corpse and more like a blonde goth in a Frenzy Eats uniform. I have a 10-minute drive, so I phone Melanie again. All 4 times the line rings and rings until it disconnects. I chew on my cheek. If I have no news from her by my lunch break, I'm calling Simon. Even if that embarrasses her. She should know better than to make me worry. Frenzy Eats is a fast food restaurant like any other. Its specialty is chicken burgers and donuts. The whole restaurant is covered in neon blue and yellow. They tried to replicate the brand colors on our uniforms, but the neon didn't come out right, so we all have a scratchy diarrhea yellow t-shirt and bright blue polyester pants.
You're late.
I hear before I've even clocked in. My boss, Jamie, is waving me in from the kitchen. He looks nice and proper in his gray trousers and white shirt, all professional because he doesn't have to wear the uniform. But no matter the clothes, his face is as disgusting as ever, round and oily and shining with the memory of acne. He has a massive mole on his right cheek, which makes him look like he gorged on fruitcake, and has an unnoticed raisin stuck to his face. His thinning brown hair is always combed back, emphasizing his big forehead and bushy eyebrows. Most of all, I hate his lips. They are thin and pale, merging with his tanned skin in such a way it seems he doesn't have any. Sorry, I reply and hurry past him.
You know you have to call in when you're running late.
He grabs my arm as I'm walking away from him. I fight the urge to recoil from his touch. I've been hiding how much I dislike him from day one. He views the restaurant as his little kingdom. The job isn't glamorous, but it suits my lifestyle and provides for me and Melanie and our ever-growing collection of coffees and teas. If we're thrifty, I can even set some more aside in Melanie's college fund and my savings. I had a personal issue. I couldn't phone.
Everything good with you?
He looks me up and down. I pull my arm away from his and nod in response. Annoyance prickles under my skin. I won't be able to keep up this facade for too long. I need to get out of the conversation.
Should we have a brief chat about your home situation?
No, I'm okay. I don't want to spend any time one-on-one with Jamie, especially not today. Brief chats are also always on the employee's free time. Apparently, the restaurant shouldn't suffer because of someone's issues with their home or manager.
I think we should.
He steps closer. A head taller, he probably wants to tower over me to look authoritative and strong. No such luck, Jamie. I take a wide step back. My phone chirps in my pocket and I pull it out. It's not Melanie. A message from a hidden number. Better check your voicemail. The tone of the message intrigues me now. There are no links, no offers. I will check it after I shake Jamie. We can have a chat tomorrow, I say. I'm focusing on getting away more than anything, so I won't have to struggle to pretend the sight of him doesn't make my stomach turn.
Tomorrow it is.
He walks away with a sneer. I'm happy to kill my smile and let my face relax behind his back. When I reach the locker room, I toss my bag and jacket inside my locker and play the voicemail.
You're a difficult person to talk to. This is not a scam. Go to Club Lavender and retrieve the ledgers from the second floor. Give them to the police without being discovered, and $20,000 will be deposited to your account.
My eyes widen as the message progresses. That part of me is dead and buried. How have they found me? The voice is changed with a modulator, so I can't tell if it's a male or female, if it's old or young, if it's truthful or dangerous. 20,000. It sounds good. Too good. I can do with $20,000. It will fill up Melanie's college fund and will help toward my dream of opening my own rope studio. I can leave Frenzy Eats and be my own boss. The hours pass slowly. Between flipping burgers and organizing the donut cabinet, I have plenty of time to think about Melanie and the new job offer. When Mom and Dad died, we promised each other we would stick together. Always, no matter what. No matter how busy I am with work, a day hasn't passed when I haven't at least talked to her on the phone. I keep repeating to myself she is smart and responsible. Yet I can't shake the feeling something has gone wrong. And what about this Lavender job? Is it real? Is it my past coming back to haunt me? When it is time for my lunch break, I can't get to my locker fast enough. I drag my phone out with sweaty fingers, hoping I will see a text. Any text. There are no notifications, and my heart sinks. I clock out and go behind the building, the phone already on my ear, the line ringing. But Melanie doesn't pick up. I've had enough. I dial Simon's number.
Hello?
He answers almost instantly. My heartbeat drums at the sides of my head, reminding me of the headache that hasn't gone away. It's Sophie. Can you put Melanie on the phone? My voice comes out rushed and shaky.
She's not here.
What do you mean she's not there? I thought she slept over at your place last night.
Oh, no, she went home.
What? No, she didn't. When did she go home yesterday?
A little after 6, I think. She was supposed to go home after she checked out a job offer.
My blood freezes in my veins. A hot wave replaces a sudden flush of cold. She is a minor. She can't work anywhere without a permit from her school. Even then, she won't be able to work nights, unless the place she's gone to doesn't care about those things. What job offer? I pray Simon knows. My feet itch to go and get her.
A club, I think, like a receptionist job.
Fuck. She's 14.
I know, I told her not to go. She said she wanted to earn money for the family. I couldn't stop her.
You could have called me. I groan. But I know I'm taking my frustration out on the wrong person. Simon is silent for a moment.
Is Mel okay?
I pinch the bridge of my nose. What am I going to do? And more importantly, what has Melanie done? I don't know, I reply, my voice a whisper. Thanks, Simon. Do you know the name of the club?
It was some sort of flower, lilium, lilac?
No. Lavender?
That's it.
A coincidence, surely. Text me if she gets in touch, I say. I don't wait for his reply. I hang up and listen to the job offer one more time. A shake starts up at the base of my spine. Anger, frustration, fear, all those liquefy my insides into simmering fury. There are no coincidences. Whoever has been spamming me, trying to get me to do this job for them, has somehow gotten Melanie to go there, used her as bait to get to me. I type up a message under the last one I received from the hidden number. Call me now. But a little exclamation point under it states, not delivered. Motherfucking people. They better not have hurt Melanie. I storm back inside the restaurant, grab my things, and leave before anyone asks any questions. I have to see this lavender place for myself and find Melanie. Chapter 3. My hands shake. Gripping the wheel helps slightly. I don't know how I don't swerve with how much I'm worrying about Melanie. I blame my poor decision-making. I swing the door of our apartment open and start wriggling out of my clothes even before I've closed it. I rummage in the closet and pull out a small case engraved with a silver cloud and a knife stuck through it. Lockpicks, check. Gloves, check. Switchblade, check. I put on black jeans and a matching black leather jacket with a simple gray t-shirt underneath. I do my best to tie my hair close to my scalp, in a tight bun at the top. I put a pink pastel baseball hat on top. It doesn't match the whole home invader aesthetic I've got going on with all the black, but it's the only hat I have. I'm lucky the weather is still cold. I pick up a black silk scarf I normally use as a blindfold for my rope scenes and tie it around my face. As I get the tightness correct, I pull it down to lay around my neck. I put my trainers on and run out of the building. When I received the money and the car from Chief, I drove to Chicago, met with his friend, and was given this building as a gift. It's a gray apartment block with a parking lot. It isn't fancy or anything, but it's mine. Or so I thought. I was supposed to get the deed a year later when I turned 18, but I never received it. Melanie and I stayed in the small apartment here that I chose for its safety, while the other neighbors lived in ignorance to the fact that I was supposed to be their landlord. Whoever has the deed is probably still collecting rent, but no one requested it from us, so I've been keeping quiet. They probably didn't want to reveal they hadn't done right by me and risk angering the brigand chief. Melanie was young, so I didn't tell her anything then. We used the money from Chief for food and clothes and entertainment. When I turned 18, I started work at Frenzy Eats, discovered the Moon Garden, and that was that. I put all the savings we had into a fund for Melanie. A couple of years later, I opened another one for my own dream, thinking my path only led forward, not backward to the time I was a thief. I've forgotten. I've chosen to forget because that's what grown-ups do. I have to remember now. I pull Lavender's address off Google and drive straight there. I can't risk my car being seen in case I need to return to do the job, so I stop 2 blocks away and walk down the alley to Lavender. When I get there, a purple door marks its front entrance. Google identifies it as both a late-night tea room and a club. A neon sign spells out the name above the door. I bet it glows bright in the night, welcoming the chic crowds of Chicago, but right now it's off. It doesn't look scary in the daylight. Maybe this is all just a misunderstanding. I pull my scarf in place and knock on the door. Despite its seemingly non-threatening exterior, I am cautious. No one answers, and I look around before dropping to one knee and pulling the case of lockpicks out. They are stainless steel, engraved with the same cloud and dagger as the case. It's a 27-piece set, and I hesitate before I pull one out. It's pristine. Giving myself no more time to overthink, I insert the tension wrench and start picking the pins. I empty my mind, silencing the voice that reminds me why I started doing things like this in the first place. This is different, though. I'm not rebelling. I'm looking for my sister. As I advance on the lock, I fight with the urge to look behind me. Nothing good comes out of glancing back and revealing what I'm doing to the world, especially if there is someone around who hasn't yet been alerted to my presence. Movement and sound are the first things people notice before witnessing a crime. I'm nearly there when my monkey brain tells me to back off. I pull the lockpicks out and toss them in the case, zipping it quickly, almost falling on my backside as I start to scramble away. Something has spooked me. What is it? I hear footsteps from inside, and then the door to Lavender opens. 2 goons look down on me. They are both in black, both with shaved heads and muscles bulging under their hoodies. I clutch the lockpick case and try to get up.
Were you just trying to break in?
I have no intention of answering.
Bring her in.
The second says and retreats inside. My feet propel me forward, waking up my shins, knees, and thighs. The instinct to run is something one never forgets. The ground is solid under my feet, and I bolt, my head heavy with the adrenaline rush and the disappointment of not finding Melanie. Maybe I should have stayed. Maybe I should have talked to the 2 men. But Chief was always adamant that I should trust my gut and nothing else in an unfamiliar situation. My gut is telling me to go. Now. I'm almost out of the alleyway and on the main street when something heavy hits me between the shoulder blades. I stumble forward, losing my balance.
Stop.
I flinch. I turn to face the man behind me. He is coming at me. I know I don't have to follow his order, but I hesitate. In a flash, he is in front of me, arm outstretched, almost as if to embrace me. Almost. The angle is wrong. My head snaps to the side. Warm pain spreads across my cheek and jaw. I taste blood. This does stop me. I scramble back, but the world floats in my eyes, involuntary tears blurring my eyesight. I need to run. My fight-or-flight response kicks in again, but this time my cloudy brain chooses fight. A switch flips, and I'm not scared anymore. I've gathered my wits, and now I'm angry. I curl my fingers into a fist and swing with as much strength as I have. When my hand connects with the goon's face, I feel my knuckles bruise from the impact. The pain goes up my arm, into my shoulder. I rub my fingers, spreading the ache all over. Where is the girl? I don't recognize the voice that comes out of my mouth. It's breathy, raw, and deep. It's an animal voice. The man doubles down, his head in his hands. When he looks at me, his face is all bloody.
You broke my nose, bitch.
He snarls. You asked for it. Where is the girl?
I'm not telling you shit.
He wipes the blood off with his sleeve and steps toward me. I step back. Give her to me, and I'll leave. When my back hits brick, my stomach sinks. I've been stepping toward a wall. Stupid, stupid girl. I attack again, letting my anger take over. This time, the man is prepared. He catches my arm midair and slams it in the wall above my head. A second later, he gets hold of my other wrist. Restraining both my wrists with one hand, he grabs my neck and squeezes. My headache instantly worsens.
I will take you to her.
He spits in my face with a mocking voice.
She wanted a job, we gave her a job. We'll give you a job, too.
Never has such an innocent sentence sounded so menacing. I wrangle my hands free of his grip. He slaps me again, catching my ear. I wince, but don't scream. I can feel my anger both rekindling and dying down. My body is fighting my mind as much as I'm fighting him. Fuck. You, I manage between labored breaths. Black spots dance in front of my eyes. A minute more, and he'll choke me out. No chance in hell I'm letting that happen. The brigand wraith has never been caught, and today is not the day. I dig my nails into his arm, drawing blood. He grunts and throws me to the side. I hit the ground, my head snaps back, and the world spins again. But I'm free, and I run. Everything hurts. I don't turn around. Tears well in my eyes. The scarf around my face is still restricting my breathing, so I pull it down and keep running. I want to curl up into a ball and cry, but instead I put one foot in front of the other until I reach the alley where I left my car. I slow down and look around, listening, every fiber of my being straining. There is street chatter, but nothing more. I run toward my car, open the door, and sit inside. I've lost my pink cap. My hair is a tangled mess. The scarf around my neck has loosened, so I pull it away and stuff both items under the passenger seat. I catch my breath and start the engine. I'm just another girl in the early afternoon traffic. As my body calms, my anxiety returns like a gut punch. A voice tells me I haven't been paying attention. I put Melanie in danger by being a shit sister. I should have called her yesterday. I turn a corner and catch a glimpse of my bloodied fingers. Fuck. A couple of minutes later, I park the car on another street and pull out a wet wipe from the glove compartment. As I scrub my hands clean, I think about the goon's replies. He didn't look surprised. He knew about Melanie. She had been there. Maybe she's still there. Should I call the police? I push the wipe under each short fingernail and lift the rust red from underneath. My phone buzzes in my pocket and I flinch. I pull it out only to find there's a video message from a hidden number. A massive crack from the top to the bottom of the screen tells me I must have landed on it earlier. I play the video with shaking hands. There's no sound, only grainy CCTV footage. A small figure is thrown on a bed. Then a big one enters, dressed in black. It tries to lay on top of the small one only to be pulled away by someone else, someone taller and leaner. A fight ensues. Silent movement across the screen, like a dance. The small figure sits up slowly. I can't make out a face, but I recognize that red t-shirt, that denim skirt. Melanie. She's been all about denim the past few months. I make a small sound, like a whimper. I fast forward the video, looking only at Melanie. There's a few minutes of footage left. The men continue fighting. It looks like the tall, lean one shouts something in her direction and grabs her ankle that ends her frozen state. She scrambles to the side of the bed, sluggish but with purpose, and runs away off camera. When I can no longer see her, I drop my phone in my lap and wipe my tears away. I didn't notice I was crying. I look down, just in case I miss something important. In case someone drags her back in. Another man comes in and joins the fight. It's 2-on-1 now. Melanie's savior falls to the ground, and the others kick him until the video ends. I sniffle as I read the caption in the message. If not only for money, maybe for revenge. If not only for money and revenge, maybe for justice. I want to scream. The world outside my car moves peacefully, just like any other day. My headache pulses in my skull, resonating through my bruised ribs and my purpling neck. I can feel my whole body, aware of its every working, slowly knitting me back together. But there is nothing that can mend my fractured soul, nothing that can erase the simple fact I have failed Melanie. I have to find her. She's out there somewhere. Another message comes through as I'm starting the car again. We will call you tomorrow. Pick up. Chapter 4. I'm driving around slowly, peering at every street around Lavender, looking for a teenager in a red shirt and a denim skirt. Has she lost her denim jacket? Her phone? She ran out of that bedroom without anything but the clothes on her back. It doesn't matter, I tell myself, as long as I find her safe and sound. I will buy her a better phone, a nicer jacket. I open the chat with Melanie and type up a new message, just in case she still has her phone. Where are you? Call me! My heart jumps when I see the red receipt, so she, or someone, has just read it. I wait as I turn another corner. A blue sedan overtakes me with a prolonged beep. The minutes stretch, but there's no response. Whoever has seen the message doesn't bother to reply. I stare at the picture I have put for her contact in my phone. It is her as a toddler with a milk mustache. I have to find her. Right now. I groan, trying to get rid of the lump in my throat. It stays in place. My chest feels like a coiled spring. One left under tension for so long it can no longer push itself free. I slam the brakes when I see a figure dressed like Melanie. I shout her name, but the person in the t-shirt and jacket doesn't turn. I open the car door, ready to run after her when she stops and turns, showing me her face. It's not Melanie. It's a lady older than me. She looks like she's in her late 30s, her forehead wrinkled with confusion. I apologize and get back in the car. The familiar smell of it soothes me briefly, and I allow myself a moment to take a proper breath. Just 2 days ago, I was navigating through life like a well-oiled machine. My days were typically lifeless. I was mostly a shadow of what I would have liked to be, but life was predictable to the point of being comfortable. One video and a day of messages left with no replies has shattered that illusion. I thought I was doing well with Melanie, that I had whatever quality made an exemplary parent figure. I failed at the most fundamental responsibility, however. Keep the child safe. Is she even a child at 14? Or a young adult? Do semantics matter? Cars pass me by. Some honk, some just whiz away without a second thought. A guy knocks on my window. I lower it. He asks me if I'm okay, and I say yes. It's the biggest lie I've told recently. He goes away. I'm not okay. I stare at my phone, ignoring the world. I know I have to keep looking for Melanie, but instead I sink deeper into the seat, my head on the steering wheel, just looking at that bright rectangle. The world fades. My screen darkens, then shuts down. I sigh. I'm exhausted. Then it flashes with a new message at the top. Before it disappears, I see the name of the sender, Melanie. I jerk up and scramble to unlock it. It doesn't recognize my face for some reason, and my sweaty finger doesn't pass the biometrics check. Annoyed, I hit it in the wheel once, the impact reverberating through my arm. My blood pounds in my head. I am breathless, but I steady myself and type in my password. It's wrong. And again. Wrong. The third time I'm correct. I'm home. That's it. I get a hot flash, then a cold one. The sweat on my palms is making my hands slippery, but I turn off the hazard lights and exhale. I have a purpose. Get to Melanie. I start the car and drive home recklessly, only stopping at a red light. I rev the engine every time, the sound reassuring me that I will somehow arrive faster. When I pull in front of our building, I look around. There is no one. No neighbors, no Melanie. I pick up my bag, slam the car door, and cross the scant distance to our apartment in something between a walk and a run. I turn the key inside the lock and push the handle. The smell of freshly brewed coffee fills my nostrils. Melanie. I close the door with my foot, skipping to the living room in a heartbeat. She is here. She is safe. Her back is to me, and she's fiddling with the sugar jar. 1, 2, 3 spoonfuls of sugar. 4, 5. What is she doing? Melanie, I say tentatively. She doesn't turn, just keeps scooping sugar, bringing it to the cup with a shaky hand and drowning the crystals in the steaming liquid. Are you okay? I continue and move toward her. There is sugar and water spilled on the counter. I put my hand on her shoulder. She flinches but lets me turn her to face me.
Sophie,
She says, her voice barely a whisper.
I wanted to help. I'm sorry.
My eyes see her, but my brain can't register the sight in front of me. It is unnatural, an image right out of my nightmares. Melanie's straight walnut hair needs a brush. Her black suede choker is missing. Her dark eyes, the only thing that we share visually as sisters, are shades sadder than the last time I saw them. Her eyelids are red and swollen, her eyes glassy. Silent tears spill from them like a leaking faucet. There is a bit of dried blood in the corner of her mouth. Bile rises in my throat. I say nothing, just take her shoulders, pull her closer to me, and drag up her sleeves. She fights me a bit, but I don't allow her to slither away from my touch. And there they are. The marks I never wanted to see on my sister's arms. Purpling bracelets around her wrists. Finger stains and a reddish memory of pain. What happened? I hear my mouth ask from somewhere far away. My mind has somehow detached itself from the whole situation, numbing my body.
Stop, please.
She replies.
You're shaking.
I'm shaking? A snort escapes my lips. How can she worry about me? Who did this to you? Talk to me.
I don't know.
I want to console her, to pull her close in an understanding sisterly hug, but I'm not in a mood to console anyone. I'm angry, and she can see that before I can hide it.
I said I'm sorry.
Melanie cries out, pushes me aside, and runs to our bedroom, slamming the door. I hear her flop on the bed and burst into tears. I lower myself to the floor, my head between my arms, and shake silently, processing. I take a couple of minutes to compose myself and to make Melanie a fresh cup of coffee, then head to the bedroom. My little sister is hurt. I have failed. For sure now. Not only that, I have just pushed her away. What can I do now to make things better? Whatever has happened, she needs someone to support her. Even if I'm the worst person for that, I'm the only one. There's no mom and dad, no grandparents, just me, as lost, confused, scared, and incapable as she is. Chapter 5. Lainey, I brought you coffee, I say as I creak the door open. She stills for a second, hiccups, and then turns. She looks even worse, her entire face varying shades of pink, a pillow line etched on her forehead.
I put too much sugar in.
She replies through hiccuping breaths. I made you a fresh one, just how you like it. Here. She stretches to take it from my hands. I worry it might spill, so I hold on to the edge of the handle as she brings it to her lips.
Perfect,
She says.
You know you haven't called me Lainey since Mom and Dad died?
Really? I think about it for a second. I can't recall a time I have. I came up with it when I was a teenager myself and everyone kept calling her Armel. Back then I wanted to have something only I would use. Why did I stop using it? Do you like it more than when I call you Melanie? What are we even talking about? I have to push her to tell me about last night. I have to find out how much she's been hurt. Yet in these few precious seconds, when Melanie's tears have dried and the smell of coffee is embracing us both, there seems no better topic.
I don't mind either way. Before, when you called me Lainey, I knew we were about to stir up trouble. Do you remember that time you tried to put me in the air vent so I could spy on the neighbors?
She chuckles. That was dumb. I almost dropped you on your head.
Dumb but fun.
She smiles. It is a story from another time, another house, another family, a complete family. The room drowns in silence as we both recall the things we've pushed to the back of our minds, memories that are now bittersweet and sometimes too painful to remember. Can you tell me about yesterday? I won't interrupt. You can take your time. My voice is steady, but my insides are liquid fear.
I don't remember.
She says as she clutches the warm cup to her chest. You're not ready to talk?
No, I don't remember. I was with Simon when
When?
I got a message about a job offer.
Who sent it? I don't want to get into the fact she is not supposed to be working at her age.
A girl. She plays the same mobile game as I do, so we exchanged usernames a while ago and have been playing together ever since.
When was this?
About 2 weeks ago. Please don't look at me like that. I know you always say to be careful. I thought I was.
About the same time, I started receiving the spam from the unknown number. There are no coincidences. Relaxing my frown, I nod, encouraging her to continue.
I told her last week I was looking for a job and asked if she knew any places that would hire without an ID check. She told me to stay in school. But then 2 days ago, she said there was a place she knew. It was this lovely tea place called Lavender. I went there around 6 yesterday, and I thought they would be closed. But they were just opening. It was a late-night tea room, she said. I went inside and talked to someone at the front, and then they introduced me to this older lady called Valerie.
She pauses to take a sip.
I thought it was strange that everyone else in the tea room called her Miss Bergamot, but I didn't think much of it. She showed me to the bar and told me I would just meet the clients and take them to a table or a booth. But the booths were more like private rooms. It was such a beautiful place, and it smelled almost like home, like tea leaves. I saw there was a lot of alcohol behind the bar, but Valerie told me they mix it in the teas to make them taste warmer.
My entire body is tense. I'm screaming in my head. There were so many warning signs, and Melanie had ignored them all. She was too innocent, too trusting. I protected her so much that she had no chance to become street smart. Lectures about not getting into strangers' cars weren't enough. My ribs hurt with every shallow breath I take. I'm afraid to relax, scared that any movement or change in my stance will break the spell compelling my sister to speak. The thought of not hearing the ending terrifies me as much as hearing it. I need to know who to punish and what to do.
Then, they gave me a few menus and told me to stand near the entrance. Valerie said they would pay me at the end of my shift. People came in, barely spared me a glance, took a menu, and followed me to the booth rooms I showed them to. Then, another lady would come in to take their order, and I would go back to the entrance. That took a few hours, I think. The last thing I remember is going in a booth and Valerie telling me I could have a break. There were other people there, and everyone looked happy. She gave me a cup of tea and after that, I don't know. I woke up and made my way here. I think someone did something to me in that club.
Where did you wake up? I try my hardest not to visibly react to her story, but I want to shake her, to ask her how she could be so naive. Then I want to slam my own head into the wall, and keep slamming it until the world disappears.
Outside Lavender.
I raise a brow in that parent-like manner. I know she's lying to me. I've seen the video. Are you sure?
Yes, no, I was inside. Then I ran out after a man told me to get out of there. I ran home and didn't look back.
My vision blurs. They drugged her and hurt her. What kind of people are they? Why the fuck did that girl tell Melanie to go there? Whoever is offering me the job to rob Lavender is going to have lots of questions to answer. Money won't solve everything. Whoever lured her to that dangerous place wanted to get my attention, to persuade me that I need to do what they wanted. But I don't like being manipulated. Maybe it is for a good cause. Maybe they just want to show me that morally I should accept the job. Chief loved to say that the road to hell is paved with good intentions. His words ring true in my head as my anger boils and simmers in red waves beneath my skin. Can I take you to the hospital? My voice is as even as I can force it to be. I'm shaking again.
You're angry.
Melanie sets her cup on the nightstand and puts her face in her hands. I bite my lip. I've never been too good at hiding my true feelings from her. She is my own flesh and blood, the only one remaining. I omit the truth of our financial situation and my escapades at the Moon Garden every other day. But when it comes to emotions, I have never lied to her. She can see right through me. Not at you, I say, but my voice is weak, unconvincing. At whoever hurt you, at the world for being shit. But I'm trying to do what I think Mom would have done, and she would have stayed calm. We have to make sure your body is okay, then we'll figure out how to make you feel better. Melanie looks at me through her fingers.
I'm okay, really. I just have some pain. But I know I'm not going back there.
I contain an eye roll. Hell no, she is never going back there. But maybe I am.
But what happened to you, Soph? Your face looks horrible.
My hands go to my cheeks, and I wince as I remember the bruises. I completely blanked on the fact that I probably look way worse than Melanie does. I slipped, I say as matter-of-factly as I can. It is not the first time I've brought bruises home, but normally they're obtained in an accepting environment with full consent.
Again?
You know I'm clumsy. She takes my hands in hers. My gaze stops at her bruised wrists, and I feel tears well in my eyes. I blink them away.
I will go to the hospital if you promise you'll get a checkup too.
Melanie says with a determined nod. What have I done to deserve such a caring sister? My anger reaches a white-hot point. What kind of person would hurt this bright, kind, good-natured child? A wretched monster. I glance sideways, unable to meet Melanie's eyes. Whoever it was, I will find them. Then I will make them pay. Some years ago, Chief said to never hold grudges. The rules of the street are simple. Give back appropriately and move on. That's exactly what I'm planning to do. Chapter 6. Waiting in the hospital is a small nightmare. I hold Melanie's hand, trying to avoid everyone's eyes. I wonder what we look like. A young woman and a teenager, both battered and bruised with slumped shoulders. There are people with more pressing concerns than ours. We fill out the forms and sit down. I pick up a magazine. One of the cover stories is about what to do if you have nothing in your wardrobe in the color of the year. It's Pantone's Carnival Glass. I definitely have nothing in that light teal shade. Melanie doesn't either. What I wouldn't give to consider this a problem. 2 hours later, a nurse calls us to a small side room. She checks both our details. She asks us about our ailments and then says I will have to wait to be seen, but Melanie can go on.
The rape kit exam will take several hours and includes a thorough examination of your body. You have to sign this consent form. After we collect any evidence, you can leave it for us to send for processing and notify the police, or you can take it home. Preserved correctly, you can keep it until you're ready to report any crimes committed against your person.
The nurse speaks to Melanie, her face blank. How many times has she done this before? How many victims has she looked at without really seeing them?
You can accompany your sister as her legal guardian, or if you don't want to, she can have a chaperone. Alternatively, she can attend alone.
She then says to me as if we're visiting for a flu shot. Rape. I have avoided that word. I don't want to go there. Don't want to utter it. I hope Melanie has just been roughed up, that the tall stranger from the video intervened before anything sinister took place. In a moment of selfishness, I wish I had no siblings. Then I wish we still had parents to protect us. I dream of a future that doesn't involve two broken women muddling through life. I wish 1,000 impossible things in that split second. I will let you decide, I say to Melanie, who is still holding my hand.
I want to go alone.
I can't hide my surprise. Hurt covers my anger like a blanket, but I don't let it reach my face. I thought she would want me near, but if I were in her place, I would want as few people as possible looking at my injuries and naked body, so I just dip my head in acknowledgement. I'll be outside.
Can you tell Sophie the results after you're done? I am not sure what happened to me, but I don't want to know. Is that possible?
The nurse looks between Melanie and me. I nod. It is a strange request, but not an unreasonable one. Ignorance is bliss. Maybe Melanie doesn't want to know what happened, but I need to be told in precise detail what damage has been done to my little sister's body. I have to listen and take note. That's the first step toward justified retribution. I sign all the papers the nurse tells me to sign and watch as she takes Melanie away. Slight shakes vibrating through my body. My anger is returning. Stomping back to the waiting room, I pick up my phone and type a message to Hannah. What would you do if someone violated your consent but you didn't remember exactly how? I hit send and instantly want to take it back. Why did I send that? Hannah is a wonderful friend, a play partner, but she's also a social worker who deals with victims of domestic violence every day. She is having fun right now, probably getting tied up in the moon garden and in no headspace to think about work. I imagine her in that safe space of kink, working through the stresses of the day, the feel of rope on her skin, the marks it would leave after being tightly woven around her in intricate patterns. The rush of adrenaline she would get from being pulled up in the air, the rope holding the weight of her body, her soul singing softly with pain. I close my eyes as the image blossoms in my mind, and I pretend I'm there. All my limbs tangled, my breathing ragged from enduring, my hair pulled up by another rope, finishing the shape of me in the air, tantalizing my scalp to near orgasm. I scold myself for my selfish thoughts. It is not the time to think about my alternative lifestyle, not the place to daydream, stuck between sick, hurt people and their families. My phone vibrates in my hand. Hannah has said 2 words only, as expected. What happened? My lower lip trembles, and tears well in my eyes. I think someone raped my sister. She is hurt, really hurt, and it's because I wouldn't agree to a job. Maybe a dangerous job. I got in a fight with a bouncer. I can't breathe without feeling the most horrible pain, and it's not even because my ribs are probably bruised. I failed her. I am worthless. I type furiously, unaware the tears are spilling from my eyes. I taste salt on my lips and look up. The sounds of the hospital, which disappeared in my mind, come back in a vortex of noise. Tapping the arrow, I delete the paragraph. I type another sentence instead. Not sure yet. We'll tell you soon. Hope you're having lots of fun. I only have time to wipe my tears away and put my phone in my bag when a junior doctor calls my name and gestures to another side room. I look at the time. Melanie won't be done anytime soon. Might as well get over my exam, and maybe get a doctor's note signing me off work. I can't bear to see Jamie's face tomorrow. It is safer for him. If I hear one more sickly, sweet word roll out of his repulsive mouth, I will probably kill him. Following the doctor in, I am reminded of why I hate hospitals. The antiseptic smell, the spotless but empty environment, the bright, unflattering lights, the smell of death, lingering between the walls like a ghost. I bite the inside of my cheek. Old memories are pushing on the membrane separating my conscious from my unconscious mind. A pull-out tray and a body on top. My throat constricting so hard from trying not to cry. Another pull-out tray. The features of my parents on faces that lacked color, that were foreign and cold. I focus on the doctor. He has smooth brown skin and an oval face. His bone structure is hidden under soft cheeks and full lips. If he wasn't in scrubs, I might have found him handsome. But he is. And when I meet his deep black eyes, I flinch.
Hello, I'm Dr. Chatterjee. How can I help you today?
His question lingers in the air as I do my best to relax and form words. If he has noticed my severe overreaction to his gaze, he doesn't show it. I fell down the stairs and I think I bruised my ribs. I tell him the usual made-up story of how I was looking at my phone at home and then rolled down the stairs. Unable to extend my arms in time, I saved the phone and bruised my face instead. He doesn't seem to buy it, but writes it down. The whole checkup takes about half an hour. He looks at my ribcage without really touching me, listens to my chest. He confirms my ribs are okay but badly bruised, then gives me a note getting me out of work for 3 weeks.
Healing takes 4 to 6 weeks, but you should be able to go back to work in 3. If there is any reason you won't be able to, just come back and we'll add 2 more weeks of rest. In the meantime, I have prescribed you some strong painkillers. Only use them if you're in a lot of pain. Do not drink alcohol, drive, or operate heavy machinery while you are taking these medicines. Drink lots of clear fluids. Do not rest in bed all day. This can cause fluid to build up in your lungs. Do not smoke.
Is there anything I can do? I attempt a joke, regaining some of myself, feeling this is almost over. The doctor angles his head as if working out what to say.
You can take it easy. Try to sleep in a comfortable semi-upright position for the first few nights. You can do this by placing a few pillows under your neck and upper back. You will breathe more comfortably. Overall, just rest. Avoid strenuous activities such as heavy lifting, pushing and pulling, or movements that cause pain. Most importantly, avoid falling down the stairs again.
Got it, I say and smile.
I also feel obliged to tell you that if you're in any sort of trouble that you don't feel comfortable talking about with me, I can call for a female physician. We are all here to support you.
I'm fine. I really did fall down the stairs, I assure him. He shakes his head. As soon as I step back into the waiting room, I forget all about him. The piece of paper in my hand means I can get my revenge and do that job without having to deal with Jamie. If I want to do the job. It is a perfect opportunity. The rough outlines of a plan start forming in my head. If things go right, I can infiltrate Lavender in a few days, maybe a week. But I'm definitely going. Whether I'm taking the job offer or just going to find Melanie's abusers is still up for debate in my head. I look at the wall clock. It is the middle of the night. Melanie is probably exhausted. I search online for the average length of a rape kit exam, and after finding I have at least a couple of hours more to wait, I go outside and pace around the hospital. The cold air pinches my cheeks but wakes up my fatigued body. I flinch when the phone rings. It's a block number. This time I pick up.
Have you considered our offer?
The voice from the line is modulated, distorted to the point of sounding non-human. I have.
And?
I haven't made a decision. I need more information.
We will send you a briefing file.
I need a number to contact you.
Not possible.
Then I'm not taking the job. This one-sidedness is unfair, considering I'm putting my ass on the line while all you do is coerce teenagers into dangerous places. The line goes silent. I wait a bit, then look at my phone. The timer on the call is still going.
It was not our intention for your sister to be hurt.
I clench my teeth. So they knew about it. Do intentions really matter? I need to go to Lavender and unearth everyone responsible. The abusers, the enablers, the passive bystanders. F them all.
We will text you a number.
The line goes dead.
Meanwhile, the Lavender Phantom. He is irritated, not because every part of his body sings with pain, but because there was another child in Lavender who was not supposed to be there. A young girl who was not safe and had no business being splayed out on a bed like a rag doll in his Lavender. He is angry at the world and angrier at himself for decisions made in the past that brought him to this very moment. He is tied to a chair, alone in a storage room, every fiber of his being throbbing with pain. After being punched and kicked until he'd passed out, his hands are now twisted behind his back, limiting his freedom so he can only take shallow, helpless breaths. But this discomfort is just an echo of the pain he feels inside. There's no word for the feeling one feels when all is lost. It's not quite disappointment, not quite grief. It isn't hope for bigger and better things, and it's not just resentment toward the perpetrators. There's fear, too, that they're not done yet, especially as he knows there are still ways to make him hurt, ways to reignite his anger and discipline him for being disobedient. His drive is, in its essence, simple. Lavender is supposed to be a place of refuge, a place to relax and enjoy the pleasures of life. But the circumstances in which his drive is allowed free rein are now limited to the point of near extinction. He has 3 allies left, and communication with them is difficult. He has no freedom to leave the premises, so is forced to watch his vision being perverted, day by day, in front of his very eyes. With his inability to move around, he has left his triumvirate to deal with any issues of a practical nature. Hiring an outsider to finally get him out of this mess were Luna's idea, and he let them take ownership of that task. They delivered a teenager to the predators currently occupying Lavender, and that was in no way, shape, or form something he would have signed off on. Children are where he draws the line. For a child, he would disobey and let himself be punished. He would take the blows to his person, giving back as much as he can in kind. He knows this because it has just happened. He hopes that whatever this desperate move of Luna's is, it will yield results. He hopes whomever they are trying to bring in to help them takes notice and finally accepts the job offer. He is sick of looking at this Lavender, a shell of his naive dream, an aberration, proof of the depravity in humans. He wants his Lavender back.
Chapter 7. The nurse takes me to a room and tells me in a quiet, even tone that my sister was probably sexually assaulted. She has bruising that matches obvious signs of struggle. There are minor cuts on her cheek and lips that possibly occurred from a blow to the face. As I listen, I drop all pretense of being strong since Melanie isn't here to see me. I let salty drops fall down my cheeks, sniffling without saying a word. My sister's hymen is intact, and there is no indication that any penetration has happened. But without Melanie's account on the subject, there is no definite guarantee. Melanie's blood had traces of a date rape drug, and while the purpose of it is to render the victim unconscious, some people don't take too well to it and have periods of wakefulness. A traumatizing experience, the nurse says, but she also assures me it might not be the case with my sister. It's too early to tell. They had recommended therapy, but Melanie had declined. She says Melanie is probably lucky that she remembers nothing. It's not a big consolation to me. She urges me to find a doctor or a counselor immediately if Melanie starts having nightmares or recalls parts of the incident. I tremble at first, then full-on shiver as she goes on. She asks me an array of quiet but pointed questions. Do I know the perpetrator? Where are our parents? Will I press charges? She backs off the last one, saying without Melanie's testimony of the events and hard forensic evidence, it will be difficult to move a case even if we choose to press charges. I only shake my head. In my mind, I have other questions, demanding answers. Why Melanie? Who did it? How could they? I will ask them. I will shout at the top of my lungs and get a response, through talking or violence. It doesn't matter.
You are doing very well,
The nurse says.
It was smart of you to bring Melanie a change of clothes. She can go home now in something comfortable. I have her old ones here in these brown paper bags. They can be retained as evidence in case you do decide to pursue a case. Do you see them?
I look to the side and nod. The image is floating before my eyes, still overflowing with tears. I wipe my face with the ends of my sleeves and speak with a hoarse voice. I will take the evidence and let Melanie decide if she wants to press charges. I don't have any other information to share at this moment, and I would appreciate it if you didn't push me or my sister about this event anymore. Thank you for your care. She half smiles. I can see the pity in her eyes. I want to believe it's compassion, but I know she has clocked my own injuries and seen our address. We live on the side of Chicago where things like these happen all the time. If she wants to pursue the subject further, she decides against it. On the way out, she points me to the place to settle the bill and waves Melanie goodbye. I pay, draining my current account. Without much fanfare, I message the number the mystery caller provided with the sum I just paid, followed by my bank details and pay the hospital bill, and then we'll talk. And that's it. We are in the car again, on our way home. Melanie is quiet the whole way and holds the top of my hand, her palm sweaty and warm. It tightens every time I change gear. My hand shakes under hers.
I will be okay,
she says, and I want to cry again. As we go inside and the familiar smell of home hits me, my stomach twists with anxiety. I take a deep breath to calm myself down.
So what do you want to do now?
Melanie asks, as if I'm supposed to have all this planned out. Let's each have a hot drink, I think, I say. She nods. What was the exam like? I'm not sure if it's all right to ask, but my morbid curiosity pushes the question out of my mouth before I can think about it.
There was a lot of touching and combing and prodding, and they took a lot of pictures. I didn't see them, though, and I don't want to. I would prefer it if you didn't look at them either.
I won't, I promise, but my words sound hollow. I still want to see the extent of Melanie's injuries, the damage done so I can pay it forward. Tossing my jacket to the side, I put some water to boil and reach out to grab 2 mugs and some tea and coffee.
Do you think we should talk to the police about this?
Melanie's voice is almost drowned in the sound of bubbling water. I sigh because I don't know what to tell her, what to advise. From my teenage years, I know the police only really care if there is hard evidence. Sob stories never make it to court, no matter how loudly the victims cry. Leaving Melanie in their hands, in her potentially fragile mental state, is not something I want to do. But if my sister says she wants to go down that path, I will follow her unconditionally. I have no appropriate answer, to be honest, I say finally.
Well, while you were driving, I did a bit of research on my phone. Listen to this. 1 person in the United States is sexually assaulted every 98 seconds, and only 7 out of 1,000 cases end in a felony conviction. A reason why a large number of perpetrators remain out of prison is the outdated and inefficient technology system tracking what happens to rape kits. Due to understaffing and underfunding of these labs, many kits do not get tested. Illinois has a backlog of 3,100 cases of untested kits as of data from February 2016.
That's depressing, I offer after Melanie pauses to take a breath.
I remember nothing, Soph. I have nothing to say to the police, except that I was at Lavender. I could have been assaulted on the street after getting drunk, for all they know. I have aches here and there, and every time something twinges in random pain, I freeze and strain my brain to remember how I got that injury. But it's all blank. The nurse kept saying I was taking it so well. I want it to remain that way.
Are you going to tell Simon and your other friends about it then?
I don't want their pity. The nurse said I should take some time to rest at home, but I thought that would make people gossip. So I didn't take the doctor's note. I'm back at school tomorrow.
Melanie's determination to pretend nothing happened both shocks me and makes me proud. She is being logical about the entire ordeal, something impossible for me. I see my sister in a new light. Where I saw a toddler in my mind only a few days ago, now I see a young woman, confident in her decisions even after the trauma of being hurt. I've taken some evening and night shifts at Frenzy Eats for the next few weeks, I lie. I will try to get a friend here to spend the evening. I know. Don't even start. You're not a baby. You don't need someone tucking you in. But it's not safe for you to be alone right now, so you will have to accept this as the price for my silence. I've been understanding and have accepted everything you've said, but I will not leave you alone. Is that clear? Melanie smiles and nods.
I wasn't going to argue.
Can I see your chats with the girl who told you about Lavender?
I don't have them. They were in the game chat. Once I log out, they disappear.
That's convenient. I wanted to double-check, but now I can't. Did she tell you her name?
No, but her username is purpletsuki.
Melanie leans in and gives me a tentative hug.
Don't be angry.
I pull her close and squeeze. Do you mind if I tell Hanako about what happened?
I don't mind.
We are hugging, quiet. The seconds stretch, and I consider whether I should tell Melanie that we are not as poor as she thinks, that we don't need her to get a job. But will that rub salt on her wound? Maybe I will tell her later, when everything feels less sore. I don't blame you, you know, I say, because I can feel guilt dripping off her. I know you going to Lavender came from a good place. Unfortunately, things don't always work out the way we want them to. Just promise me you won't contact that girl anymore. You won't seek her out, and you won't ask her for anything. I need to know that she will be safe from further suggestions at the very least. If I accept the job, the strangers will probably leave Melanie alone. The fact that they have a way to contact her makes me uncomfortable.
I promise,
she whispers. When we finish the rest of our drinks, the sky is lightening with upcoming sunrise. I suggest we grab a few hours of sleep and confirm one more time Melanie wants to go back to school so soon. I tell her to sleep as much as she needs and to go to school tomorrow instead of today. Before going to bed, I type an email to the school, saying Melanie was in a minor crash with a bicycle and would return to school the next day. I apologize for the delay in notifying them and forward it to my sister's email so she can lie convincingly. Then I write another email to Frenzy Eats, attach a photo of the doctor's note, and close the laptop with a sigh. A long day is ahead of me. I take a quick shower and climb into bed. Fear, anger, numbness. The circle of emotions is complete, and I'm feeling much better than yesterday. The situation is ugly, but I have made a decision, and that always allows my lungs to breathe. Before killing the lights and succumbing to the sweet embrace of sleep, I message the stranger with the job offer. I check my bank balance, and 10 minutes after my previous text with the hospital bill, I received a deposit in my account. It is triple the sum of what I paid. I reread the text I sent my new employers. I accept the job. Send me a full briefing by 6 p.m. tomorrow. There is a shadow of excitement, hiding under the blanket of anger and hurt for Melanie. Before our parents died, I enjoyed helping Chief with his work. It was rewarding to find out I was good at something. No, not good. Great. After years of ballet lessons, my teacher told me I was flexible but not graceful enough to be a ballerina. I quit then and there, my teenage spirit wounded by the hard honesty of truth. Then I found better ways to put my bendy body to use. I could enter places no one else could, steal things that were protected from all sides only because the owner was not aware that a tiny hole was open to a unique kind of thief. The adrenaline rush I got running away with my treasure was like nothing I had experienced. Even now, only some rope scenes can get me that euphoric. Blinking away, I type up a message for Hana and hit send. Lunch today? I have something to ask you. As I shut off the lights, my phone blinks with a reply. 12 p.m.? Missed you last night. I have pictures to show you. So it was a good night at the Moon Garden. It is almost 6 in the morning, and she is still awake. A pang of jealousy blindsides me, but I shake it off. I type a quick, awesome see ya, and put the phone face down, so it doesn't distract me while I get a few hours of much-needed sleep. Chapter 8. I look at myself in the massive wall-to-wall mirror in the salon. After the few hours of sleep, a hot shower, and some clean clothes on my body, I don't look too bad. I imagine myself a new person, with a different hairstyle, eye color, and a whole new wardrobe. But even in the skin of this pristine persona, I will lug the baggage of my past. Sophie will step back to make space for another girl. That girl will carry out Sophie Taylor's revenge fantasies, will hurt her enemies, will fight for Melanie's truth.
How are you, lovely?
I hear the hairdresser's voice before I see her in the mirror, standing behind me. I'm good, waiting for you to make me feel better. I smile and run my hands through my hair. She evaluates it with a raised eyebrow.
Your hair could use some TLC.
She shakes her head, her perfectly styled blonde locks falling in waves on her shoulders with the movement. Next to her, I look like a homeless person. She leans in, her face on the side of mine, and puts her hands on my shoulders. She smells like apples mixed with something flowery.
What do you want done today?
She plays with my hair a bit, and I relax in the chair. I tell her. I even show her a picture. She nods.
I hope you have the next few hours free. A change like that will take some time.
I look at my watch. I have just under 2 hours until I have to meet Hannah. Let's aim for as fast as possible, I say. The hairdresser snorts, and I frown. It wasn't a joke. Still, she's quick, and after an hour and a half, my natural blonde hair is no more. Instead, I have blood-red shoulder-length hair falling in soft curls around my neck.
The style will take effort to maintain,
the hairdresser says, but I don't mind. It is very far from what I would have chosen for myself, which means it is perfect. I take a strand and sniff it. The products from the salon smell of luxury and borrowed peaceful time. I smile to myself. The feeling of change is bittersweet. 20 minutes later, Hannah and I are sitting down with a plate of Thai green curry in front of each of us. She is showing me photos of the event in the moon garden. Grainy, dark photos of her enjoying being tied up on the floor, then to another person, then dangling in the air. She beams as she tells me about all the bruises she has in all the right places and how they remind her of a night well spent. If only this random stranger hadn't found me, hadn't desired me for the lavender job, I would have been there too, enjoying myself. Melanie would have been safe.
This is the last one, but my ass looks massive here. It's because of the booty basket.
Yeah, it does that. But it's still hot, I say, trying to sound like I'm genuinely happy for her. You look like you had a lot of fun.
I missed you, you know. I love it when I tie with you.
Me too. Next time, maybe.
Is that a bruise on your face, Soph? Are you okay?
She leans in and whispers in my ear. I take her hands in mine and turn to face her. Her eyes show concern, so instead of staring in them, I drop my gaze to her nose piercing. She has changed it from a hoop to a small silver ball. It suits her. I got hurt while looking for Melanie. It is not a lie. And it's the beginning of a conversation I'm dreading to have.
What do you mean? Did something happen to her?
She is mostly fine, I say, and her face changes.
Spill it,
she commands, slipping into her professional demeanor. She's been employed by a charity helping victims of domestic abuse for the past few years. If there is anyone I can entrust Melanie to, it's her. So, my little sister got some information online about a place that would let her work. I start hesitantly. Hannah nods her head for me to continue as she stuffs some rice into her mouth. I continue telling the story, omitting the details about the job offer and my future trip to Lavender.
Jesus,
she says.
You need to get her into therapy. No matter what she says, these things, these feelings, they don't just go away. They get pushed to the depths of our beings and then turn into ugly, insurmountable trauma.
At the back of my mind, I know it. I understand I have to be there for Melanie to support her, but my supportive words and hovering presence around her won't lead to Lavender's downfall. The justice warrior in me says that there is healing somewhere in destruction, that erasing the threat of Lavender, of the negativity it brings to us by merely existing in our reality, is an appropriate way to help. I choose to believe Melanie will thank me later for tackling the origin of her pain.
Big change with your hair,
Hannah says after the silence stretches too long. My awkward way of dealing with it all. Tough month at work, too. I needed a change. My words are not really lies, just convenient half-truths. Hannah knows how much I hate Jamie. She is often the one I rant to on and on about how much work sucks. Can I ask you a favor?
Shoot.
She says without a second thought.
I owe you one after you opened my locker the other day.
Can you look after Melanie for a few evenings? My boss did the schedule wrong and won't let me swap, I blurt out. She's 14, so doesn't really need tucking in, just someone to remind her to go to bed before midnight. I will prep the couch for her and you can sleep in our room?
Fuck that guy,
Hannah says, rolling her eyes.
I'll help you out, sure. She definitely shouldn't be left alone at night. But you have to look for another job soon. I'm serious, Soph. This is unacceptable.
Yes. I'm already looking. I nod enthusiastically and look at our empty plates. If you help me shop after lunch, this food is my treat. I hope she won't decline. I don't want to be alone. I will be alone plenty while in Lavender, and I can use a friend right now.
Sure, why not?
She winks, and I grin at her without meaning to. Before we go, do you know what the word Suki means? I ask, remembering the username Melanie quoted.
As verb or noun? If we're talking Japanese, it depends on the way it's written.
Noun, I guess.
Moon. The verb translation is to thrust.
Moon makes more sense. Purple moon, I mutter. Could be something, could be nothing. Sounds like a generic teen username. I pay up, and we spend the last of her lunch break in clothing stores. She helps me choose a few tight-fitting dresses to go with my new hair color. I hug her goodbye and drop by the drugstore for some things to finish my look on the way home. I'm thankful for the strangers' money in my account. They fund my whole makeover, and I don't feel guilty because it's all for the job anyway, a work expense. When I come back home, it's a bit after 2 in the afternoon. I set the bags down, put the kettle on, and take a deep, long breath. The brigand wraith awakens from her slumber. Chapter 9. After I've drunk 2 cups of tea and have watched a few Korean cosmetics video tutorials, there is a knock on my door. I look at my watch. It's almost 4, and I'm not expecting anyone. I grab a wet wipe and start taking off my semi-successful Ulzong eye makeup. When I reach the door, I turn around to check what is visible from there. Nothing but a slightly messy apartment. Who is it? I ask. There is no response, so I look through the peephole. 2 men are standing outside, both in suits, but instead of looking gentlemanly, they look menacing. One of them bangs again, making me jump out of my skin as I feel the vibration of the door so close to my face. I creak it open with the chain on, hoping they wouldn't bash it in. They are giving me gangster vibes, and their presence on my doorstep is bad news. "Can I help you?" I say with my most innocent voice. They look me up and down and hold up a grainy printout in front of my face.
We're looking for someone. She owes us some money. Have you seen her?
My hands on the door turn to ice. My stomach dips like I'm in an airplane that has just lunged down. It's a bad photo of Melanie, her face captured on the CCTV and blown up to fill the page. I can only recognize her because I look at her small round face every day. "No," I say. "Thugs looking for my sister here is a grim prospect. She can't stay at home."
Okay, no problem,
one of the men says. They remind me of the goon who beat me up. Same short hairstyle, Same presence of oozing threat.
My friend needs the bathroom. Mind if we use yours?
No, sorry, I say, my fingers starting to push the door shut. There is a coffee shop down the road.
Sure.
The man continues.
If you are hiding someone there, I would let her meet us if I were you.
I don't like where this is going. I have a bat behind the door and knives in the kitchen. If they kick the door in, I have to be alert and dodge. I have to be flexible, fast, and determined. I have to hurt them before they hurt me. I have nothing to tell you, and I want you to leave, I say finally. The man waves, seemingly unbothered by my refusal, and moves along with his friend in tow. I close the door and hear them knock on the next one. I slide down and exhale a shuddering breath. I don't allow myself too much time to wallow in shock and fear. I jump up, grab my phone, and message Hannah. Can you pick up Melanie and take her to one of your shelters? Just had scary guys looking for her here at home. I feel bad asking her to do this, but where else would we go? If they followed Melanie home, they know she lives in this building somewhere. The fact that they're asking everyone around means they don't know which apartment she walked into. I thank myself for my laziness in not putting a nameplate on our door. My phone buzzes, but instead of a reply from Hannah, I receive a message with a text document titled Briefing. I go back to the living room and open it up. The first page is the menu, lots of tea options and lots of alcohol, some on its own, some mixed with tea. There is a picture on the second page of a girl holding up her hand in a thumbs up, lines crossing over the whole thing, denoting it as a stock photo. Above it, in a simple font, there is a statement. If you think this sounds nice, think again. Odd. I scroll down through the next few pages. It is as if a child has put this together. Are they not taking me seriously? I stop scrolling when I see a layout map. 3 images, a basement level, a first floor, and a second floor. The basement has 3 big rectangular rooms marked as kitchen, storage, and staff area. There's a corridor on one side granting access to each of them. Inside the staff area rectangle, there are 2 words, lockers and showers. So far, so good. Nothing sinister. The first floor features a reception room, then an extensive bar area, which connects to the basement via a spiral staircase, and at least 6 private rooms to the left side. There is a small corridor separating the lounge from the side rooms, probably to provide additional privacy to the people inside. That floor has 2 doors. One is the main entrance I tried to lockpick, the other a fire safety door at the end of the corridor with the private rooms. Possibly doubling as a delivery door, too. On the layout image of the second floor, I see twice as many private rooms, smaller than the ones below. There's also a square area toward the middle, marked office. It has a red cross inside and an arrow pointing in. Above the arrow is the word ledgers. After looking at the images, I decide infiltrating the place is still my best bet in getting there and out unnoticed. Lockpicking my way in as an outsider poses too many violent possibilities, and while I'm fast and flexible, I'm not a strong fighter. I'm opportunistic at best, and that's unreliable. A message pops up at the top of my phone. Call the police. I can pick up Melanie, but I can't take her to the domestic abuse refuge. It would endanger my clients. I will take Melanie to my place and look after her there. Come by as soon as you can. I type up a reply. I'll see what I can do. Thank you. Now at least I don't have to worry about Melanie. I will drive by Hannah's on my way to Lavender tonight and see how they're both doing. I return my attention to the briefing document and scroll through more awkward stock images until I reach an organization chart. The way it's drawn reminds me of when Melanie had to come up with a family tree for a school project. It's wonky, and there's lots missing. It seems Valerie Wilson is high in Lavender management, but does that mean she's the one who orchestrated what happened to Melanie? According to the chart, she has 2 assistants, but there seems to be a boss above her. I assume this from 3 interconnected lines and 3 names on slightly different levels. In line with the boss, there is a circle around the word jesters. A gang name? Under Valerie's name, there's a second line that says Miss Bergamot. Her connections lead to the aptly named Brad and Chad, no last names, who I bet are the 2 goons I met personally yesterday. Their nicknames, as I decide to call the second line of the naming convention in the chart, are Baron Break and Baron Fast. I blink at the ridiculousness of it. Do they actually use these in the club? Over Valerie's name, there's a line leading to One Lady Grey and nothing more. Does that mean that my employer doesn't know the big boss's real name? Or that my information is limited as I'm not expected to get involved any further than stealing the ledgers? I scroll some more, finding a few other encouraging stock photos mixed with scattered motivational quotes. The document ends abruptly without a conclusion or a goodbye. I leave the briefing and go into the bedroom to get ready. I assemble my costume for the night, laying out items on the bed. I put on a clean Frenzy Eats uniform, fill my backpack with everything else, and go out. I'll change in the car to avoid alerting Melanie and Hannah of my plan. As I turn the key to lock up my home, I look around. The 2 gangster-looking men are nowhere to be seen. I walk to the car, my steps more determined than usual. Things are underway. Not long now until I slip back into a previous version of myself. Chapter 10. I drive to Hanako's flashy apartment building on the Magnificent Mile. I park in the underground parking lot and take the slick elevator up, looking at the changing numbers absent-mindedly. When it reaches number 6, the doors slide open. I walk to the big, heavy door with a nameplate that reads Yagi and knock. Melanie opens the door. "How are things?" I ask carefully. She comments on my haircut and smells my hair, appreciating its salon scent. She goes in to join Hannah in front of her massive TV. A dog video is playing, undoubtedly Melanie's choice. We chat a bit, then I leave, content with the state of things. Hannah's place is modern, polished to perfection, nothing like the mess Melanie and I are used to. Melanie seems happy on Hannah's massive yellow couch. Maybe this is for the best right now. Maybe providing her with access to a person who actually knows how to deal with violent trauma is the most sisterly thing I can do. Communication and patience are basically Hannah's superpowers. I drive to Lavender more self-assured, Melanie's safety resolved for the time being. I focus my thoughts on recalling the Lavender layout. Today is just reconnaissance. I have to do my best to fool them that I'm a girl desperate for money and see if I can find a good path to the office upstairs. I pull over halfway to make myself presentable. I toss my phone to the passenger seat and start peeling off my uniform. I kick off my black closed-top shoes, the uglies we have to wear at work, and pull my pants down. I slip on a pair of pantyhose over my bare legs and my lace black panties, which I put on in a moment of careful pre-planning. I also have a matching bra under my uniform. After I take it off, I wiggle into a turquoise pencil dress. I smooth my hair at the top of my head and fluff the sides. To finish my look, I put on the brand new coat Hannah chose for me. It is a waist-length faux fur piece, which looks and feels cheap. Exactly what I want. I reach into my handbag. This time I've prepared all the makeup I need. I make quick work of my foundation and my eyes. After practicing with the videos, I'm more confident. The result is decent, and I look nothing like my usual self. I clean my hands with a wet wipe and put in blue contacts. Blinking a few times, I wait for the initial discomfort to pass. Then I use the wipe to remove any ruined makeup around my eyes and finish the look with a coat of pale pink lipstick. I swallow one of my painkillers to keep my ribs from complaining. Like before, I stop 2 blocks away and change into my 5-inch black stilettos, Louboutin knockoffs with red soles. I toss my work shoes to the back and dread walking all the way to Lavender in these monstrous heels. I take a moment to message my new employer. I'm going into Lavender tonight. I will look around and try to carve a path to the office with the ledgers. I will report back. I get a reply as soon as my message is sent. Tell them that a guy referred you when they ask. If they ask for a name, say you don't remember. The more vulnerable you appear, the more likely they are to take you on. The last sentence sends a chill down my spine. What am I getting into? I put my phone in a small handbag, together with my car keys, and get out of the car. Before, I always used to have Chief's protection. If I took longer than expected, I knew he would send people. Not that he ever had to. I had a perfect record. Tonight, I'm going in without support. The only one who knows about my mission is my mystery employer. Despite all that happened with Melanie, I trust them. My gut tells me they can be trusted, to a point, because their desperation to get the ledgers is palpable. Maybe I'm the only option. Maybe they've heard the legend of the brigand wraith and are now pinning all their hopes on me. But I was a legend back then. Nowadays, I'm just a sister making a living with a side hobby of ropes. The neon sign of Lavender gleams bright pink in the darkness. The door is slightly ajar, light escaping from inside like the place is holy. I give it a tentative pull. The warmth from inside is inviting, the smell of tea even more so. I walk in, trying hard not to wobble. It's been a while since I've been in heels this high. When a girl my age comes to greet me, an image of Melanie inviting visitors inside flashes in front of me. My knees buckle, but I place a palm on the wall of the reception room to steady myself. The place I've entered is a small hallway illuminated by neon lights, similar to the sign outside.
Welcome to Lavender, the esteemed estate of Earl and Lady Grey. Do you have a reservation?
The girl smiles like she hasn't a care in the world. Esteemed estate? Really? No, I'm here to see Valerie for a job. I hope using her name is fine. If I was supposed to say the nickname, I've already screwed up.
Follow me, please.
She replies and turns. I step after her, mesmerized by her long, straight ivory-colored hair. It sways like a waterfall of warm white, ending at the dip of her lower back. It's cut in a perfect, even line. We enter the lounge, and it is magnificent. I try not to exclaim when we walk in what seems like a paradise of flowers, soft pastel tones, and muted lighting. A morbid feeling settles in my stomach. How can such atrocities have been committed in such beautiful surroundings? Horror films and stories have conditioned us to believe terrible things only happen in creepy, dark, rundown places. The truth is much more sinister. Nowhere is really safe. The girl with the amazing hair waves, and an expensive-looking woman waves back. She isn't cover-page beautiful, but there is an undeniable chicness in the air around her. She has the sculpted face of someone who has been under the knife more than once, and the figure of a woman younger than her years. She looks in her mid-30s, but her uplifted breasts and tiny waist make me doubt that estimation. It is something in her dark eyes that betrays she's not a clueless young woman. Her shoulder-length hair, the color of white chocolate, falls in glistening waves, shining in pink and purple hues under the neon lighting.
Welcome,
She says in a honey-sweet voice.
I'm Miss Bergamot.
I flash her a smile. The girl who led me in explains the purpose of my visit. I take the time to study Valerie's face. High cheekbones and full red lips. Long, dark, fake eyelashes. Perfect, radiant skin, but stretched over the front of her skull like a bedsheet. She hasn't spared the highlighter, and it emphasizes her bone structure with every sway of her head. I want to remember every wrinkle, every ridge, every tiny imperfection of hers. No matter how plastic perfect Valerie looks, she is a predator. If I can't defeat her in some graceful way, like catching her in the act and reporting her to the police, I would just have to bash her face in and make sure no plastic surgeon can repair it. If I have a say in it, she will never use her beauty to hurt anyone ever again. She steps forward, stopping an arm stretch away. She towers over me, her long, smooth limbs making her seem like some sultry giraffe.
I'm Adrienne Raven.
I offer in a British accent when she doesn't say anything.
How did you hear about us?
Valerie places a manicured hand on her hip. Her simple black sequin dress outlines her every curve, leaving the tops of her big breasts and her long legs exposed.
A guy I met online referred me, said I can use my natural gifts to earn a bit of cash.
As I say it, I nearly vomit in my mouth. I need to put Sophie to the back of my mind. Adrienne has a goal, and she doesn't mind saying anything to get to it.
I see.
Valerie doesn't look surprised. Her eyebrow twitches, but her face betrays no other reaction.
Follow me. You can go.
She says to the girl with the waterfall hair and leads me to a table in the back. My heart picks up pace.
It's good that you're here.
She continues.
We are a bird short, as I was forced to let one go. We found that she lacked an experience.
A bird? Does she mean Melanie? My blood boils, and I squeeze my fingers, my nails digging deep into the inside of my palm. My legs shake, but I will them to keep moving steadily. I'm not Sophie anymore. Adrienne would not lose her temper now. We sit at an empty table. It's lit up by a small overhead spotlight. When Valerie sits back in her chair, I can barely make out her face.
Tell me a little about yourself, Adrienne.
Her words hang in the air like a verdict. This is the moment. Before I speak, a girl with a resigned expression comes by and gives us each a glass of amber spirit, probably whiskey.
I came to Chicago a few weeks ago,
I say, getting into my accent. I tip the glass to my lips and pretend to take a sip. The liquid smells sweet and refreshing. It's not whiskey. It's iced tea.
I used to live in London, finished an arts degree, but struggled to get a job. A friend told me Chicago has lots of opportunities for young artists.
That it does.
Valerie nods with a coy smile.
But I see you're still struggling to find an art-related job. I can't offer you anything in that regard, unfortunately.
I shake my head.
I'm trying to set up my own exhibition, so I need to find a job to help with money matters.
Yes, I see.
Valerie's face wears a thinking impression.
I'm not fussed about what job I do.
I continue.
I'm happy to work in the kitchen or clean.
Oh, sweetheart, your good looks would be wasted in the kitchen.
She winks, and I fight the feeling of disgust inside. She is a polished, slithering beauty, a dazzling mirage of a good employer. But with the little knowledge I have of her and Lavender, I don't buy it.
How about we do a little interview scenario and then go from there?
Sure.
Wonderful.
Valerie gestures for one of the waitress girls to come close.
Peahen, dearest, show Adrienne to the stairs. Give her an order and a tray. She can figure out the rest.
Peahen doesn't seem to mind or care. She waves me over and I follow her, focusing on walking straight in my heels. She is beautiful too. There's something foreign about her features. Her skin is milky white, like she's never been outside. I can't see the color of her eyes in the changing neon lights, but they're light. Maybe she's wearing contacts. She's a bit taller than me, but her hair is many shades darker than my natural color. Very dark blonde or brown. A bob with a fringe frames her heart-shaped face, making her seem quite young. As I go, the music swells around me, suddenly booming in my ears, synchronizing with my heartbeat. The floor is covered in a lush gray carpet, the sound of my steps drowned in its long fibers. As I reach the bar, Peahen gives me a round tray.
We have run out of cranberry juice. Go grab some from the storeroom below,
She says, her voice neither loud nor quiet, just eerily there. The perfect volume to be heard over the loud music.
So what's the order?
I ask, hoping to make some small conversation, learn something more. She gives me a long, judging look, shakes her head, and only says,
Just get the juice.
The barman doesn't spare me a glance as I go behind the counter to look for the stairs. I inspect the bar area. It looks like any other bar. but there are a lot more teacups than usual. Jars full of tea leaves line the back wall next to the alcohol bottles. There is a hole in the floor behind the bar, surrounded by golden poles. From the lounge, it looked as if an elaborate birdcage was propped to the side of the long bar. But looking at it from where I stand, it is a beautifully adorned entrance to the level below. I put the tray to the side and peek in the hole. A spiral staircase leads down to a well-lit basement. I feel like Alice jumping into the rabbit hole as I descend the steps. Chapter 11. At the bottom of the stairs, a dark hallway leads to an open door. The light coming from inside illuminates the passage, and I cross the distance confidently, my fear safely at bay. I walk into a storage room. In contrast with the lavish interior upstairs, it looks unimpressive. There are a few rows of floor-to-ceiling shelves full of various food and drink items. Bottles, cartons, and tins are organized neatly and labeled appropriately. I take a few steps around, locate the shelf with the juice, and take 2 cartons. I'm about to go back upstairs when something catches my eye. There is a gray door at the back of the storage room. It looks like the entrance to a walk-in freezer, and although I know I have nothing to get from there, I can't help but walk behind the shelves of boxes and peek through the small window. I expect blinding light and frost, but I instead stare at the inside of an empty room. It can't be just that. I look at the little display next to it. The freezer is off. I stand on tiptoes, my fingers clutching the small ridge of the window as I try to get a better look in and around. I gasp when I see something that looks like stretched out legs. My first thought is morbid. It is a freezer, after all, and those are undoubtedly human legs. I push the handle. Unsurprisingly, the door doesn't budge. I knock softly, unsure why. I'm not expecting an answer. I look again. Did one knee twitch, or did I imagine it? I listen closely, my heartbeat deafening in my ears. The muffled sounds of the bar upstairs are comforting in their distance, so I sneak back to the door of the storage room, close it quietly, drop the latch, and return to the freezer entrance. I slip the top of my strapless dress to my waist and fiddle with my bra, looking for the underwires. After 2 seconds, I pull them out. I prepared them earlier, shaping their ends to meet my needs. I don't have the case of lockpicks that Chief gave me. They're too precious and too conspicuous. If there is a gang involved in running Lavender, they will probably recognize the brigand symbol. I won't be able to lie my way into the office upstairs, and all will be in vain. No revenge, no justice, no money. I put an ear to the door, listening for the distinct clicks of the spokes as I work the lock. Keeping my breathing steady and ignoring the loudness of the blood rushing through my skull, I move the underwires meticulously inside. Less than a minute later, the lock clicks open, and I press the handle, wedging the door open with my foot. I take a second to place the underwires back and shuffle my dress over my breasts. I put the juice cartons where my foot was. I don't want to get locked in if someone comes by or if the person inside suddenly bolts out. The air smells like old meat and spices. But if it has ever been used as a freezer, it wasn't recently. When I turn to look at the body, I let out an audible sigh. It isn't a corpse, only a hostage. By some means, in my books, this is better. Hey, are you okay? My whisper echoes in the empty space when I try to get the man's attention. He is tall and muscular, his chest rising and falling, reassuring me he isn't dead despite his bowed head. He has a nest of thick black hair and wide shoulders, somehow still exuding power while slumped in the chair. The man doesn't look like he belongs tied up in a freezer. With the rope straining under his muscles, it seems like he could get free if he sneezed. He looks up, startling me with the intensity of his gaze, and nods. The gag in his mouth prevents him from speaking, so I don't press with more questions. He has a black eye and a cut on his cheek. His pale gray eyes lid down as soon as I catch sight of them, as if looking up at me takes too much effort. He looks relaxed, but purpling bruises peek from under his unbuttoned shirt. There is dried blood around his mouth. I tiptoe around the chair, looking at his bindings. Should I release him? An enemy of my enemy is my friend and all that? His simple white shirt and black jeans look familiar. I stop and look at his back. It's hard to tell from this angle, but he could be the one who saved Melanie. He could also be the one who employed me and got her tangled in this mess in the first place. His shirt is so pristinely white I can see exactly where he's been kicked. There's at least 3 different shoe prints on him. How is he not in agonizing pain? Is he hiding it? Does he enjoy the rawness of it, like I do? His hands are tied behind his back. If it were any other situation, I would revel in the sight of him. But this is not quality times in the moon garden, but enemy territory, and an unknown that can potentially ruin my plans. I consider what I can do with him. A part of me screams that I should leave him, lock the door, and forget he is even here. It's not my business. For all I know, it could be a trap set by Valerie. Another part winces at the look of him, alone in a closed space, tied up haphazardly, without care for his comfort. I go behind his back, kneel, and touch his hands. They are cold. Squeeze, I say, starting my normal rope safety checks on autopilot. I can't release him. I can't even let him speak. What if he screams? But if he's going to be tied up, he might as well be tied up safely. I don't want to play a part in someone losing their hands or worse. He squeezes weakly. His hands are enormous around mine, chilling on my fingers. Their color is changing too. His skin is pale pink around the wrists, but his fingers are purpling. I don't like the look of them. I have to adjust his ropes quickly if he is to keep using them. Considering he is a hostage in a basement, it is unclear what kind of future that might be, but I can never ignore preventing a rope injury. Are you going to hurt me if I untie you? I whisper in his ear from behind, still holding his hands. He flinches slightly, then shakes his head. I don't know why I trust him in that moment, but I do. I untangle the ugly knot around his wrists. Keeping the tension in, I slowly unravel it and massage his hands. He is undoubtedly feeling pinpricks as blood rushes back in. Color is returning to them. His breathing quickens, and I expect he might try to escape, maybe fight me. Preemptively, I snake my arms around his forearms, pulling them together and immobilizing him. I glance at his legs, taped to the chair. Why did they tie his wrists if they had tape? Is this some sort of sick game? He relaxes in my hold. Was I wrong in assuming he would flee? Maybe he just wanted to stretch. I don't think too long about it and tie the rope around his wrists again, safely and securely. He can stay like that for days and still use all his limbs after. I finish with a quick tug. He tries to say something, but the gag muffles his efforts. I glance at the door and bite my lip. Will he scream if I remove it for a bit? His jaw must be locked and painful. I pause and take a breath. How long have I been down here? What if someone comes looking for me? How will I explain being inside what used to be a locked freezer? I don't want to raise any alarms during my so-called interview, so I step in front of the man, lift his chin with my fingers, and shake my head. I'm sorry, I whisper. I can't set you free. I can't help. Not now, at least. But your hands will be fine. I cringe as his eyes drop to the floor. My stomach twists with the dilemma in front of me, but I follow the most logical, cowardly plan of action. I don't know who he is, if he is good or bad, why he is tied, and what could befall me, Melanie or anyone else if I free him and all goes to hell. I've helped him as much as I can, so I mutter a quick, sorry, again. On the way out, I cast a sideways glance at him, wanting to remember his features so I can ask someone later. Who? I don't know. But this almost feels like a fateful meeting. Almost. Because I don't believe in fate. If I plant myself properly in Lavender and he is still kept here, I will look after him. If there is a next time, I might take his gag off and listen to his story. Maybe he will tell me about Melanie. Maybe he will be my ally. As I click the freezer door shut, I hear loud banging on the door to the storage room. I jump out of my skin but quickly grab the 2 cartons of cranberry juice and run to raise the latch. An unknown man stands before me for a brief second. I rush past him and up the stairs, wobbly in my high heels, pretending nothing is amiss. I hope he won't follow me, won't question why the door was locked, won't raise any issues with Valerie. I should have gotten a better look at him, but my heart was already drumming from the encounter with the mysterious hostage and almost getting caught. I know it will show, so as I reach the last few steps, I slow my pace and take deep, calculated breaths. When my head appears in the birdcage at the lounge floor, I have collected myself, a peaceful smile on my lips. Under my heavy makeup, however, my cheeks are burning with stress. The lounge feels much warmer than before, its colors gleaming with a vividness I hadn't noticed. I look around before I emerge fully. The barman is gone, and Peahen is nowhere in sight, so I put the juice on the counter and peek from the back. The lounge is full of people I either ignored earlier or who have recently arrived. Valerie has moved and is now sitting at a table, draped on the arm of a man in a dark blue clean-cut suit and a gray shirt. His hair is buzzed short, and his face is in shadow under the spotlight. The hum in the room is both muted and deafening. Something in the whole situation makes me uncomfortable, and I have a powerful desire to go home. As my knees wobble, I remind myself why I'm here. When the memory of Melanie's tired, blank face floats in my mind, my doubts turn to ashes, and I straighten up, my resolve strengthened once more.
Come here, darling,
Valerie calls above the sound of the crowd, her voice carrying in the air like a snake slithering through tall grass. I point at myself in question, hoping she meant someone else. She nods, her gaze unwaveringly tangled with my own. I will my feet to move across the lounge carpet as smoothly as I can. When I reach her, a sneering smile paints her lips.
You're not very good at this waitressing business, are you?
She coos, her fingers playing with the hem of the man's shirt sleeve. My eyes follow the movement and reach his face. He is smiling widely, his pose relaxed on the chair, but his gaze still concealed in darkness. I don't know if he looks back at me.
Peahen told me to get some juice,
I reply without sitting down.
Took you quite long.
Valerie's brows furrow.
You look like you've seen the Lavender Phantom.
A smile is playing on her lips. So this is the test, I realize. What would I do if I saw something illegal down there? I bet I would have failed if I had screamed or fainted. I decide not to mention it at all. I doubt curiosity is a trait they are actively looking for in their employees.
It took me a while to find the juice.
I lie.
There are only a few storage shelves.
She presses on. I stand still, without stiffening my spine, and keep my voice resigned, as if what she is saying doesn't make much sense to me.
I have agnosia. I couldn't tell which carton was the cranberry juice.
What's that?
Trouble recognizing visual objects. People sometimes. Can't remember faces very well either.
I thank an acquaintance from the Moon Garden for spending an hour and a half telling me about their life. I was only half listening then. The agnosia they had stood out to me as interesting, unique. Maybe this can help me. Maybe this disability will seem as a boon to Valerie. Her eyes narrow, but it seems like this part of the questioning is over.
You failed at waitressing, Adrian, but you may have just passed for another, better-paid job. Come back tomorrow at the same time, if you are still in need of work, and I will interview you again.
She winks at the man.
Doesn't she look like lavender material, Duke Harrington?
I have to keep my eyebrows from furrowing. Is this sarcasm or a compliment? I can't tell. The man chuckles and takes a sip of his drink. I keep my cool and nod.
I'm still interested.
Wonderful,
she says.
Come, sit down. Enjoy some of this tea. We're having a black tea blend with a dash of Irish whiskey.
My mouth waters at the mention, but I remember Melanie's words.
She gave me a cup of tea, and after that, I don't know.
Thank you, but I had quite a bit to drink before coming here already. I know it's not very professional, but I needed a bit of courage. I would love a cup of mint tea instead.
My voice is steady, maybe too steady for a tipsy person, but I can't take it back.
Boring choice of tea? But I guess there is a time and a place for that.
Valerie says, and waves at the barman who has mysteriously reappeared. He pulls a jar out from the back, scoops a spoonful of leaves, puts them in a fresh pot, and fills it with water. A wisp of steam swirls over the top as he closes it with the lid and brings it over together with a cup. Satisfied that the tea is not poisoned or spiked, I take a sip and let the relaxing taste of peppermint soothe my nerves. Soon after, Valerie calls Peahen to entertain the man. I sit sideways, uncomfortably listening to their quiet exchange. I can't make out anything but the occasional dirty word. They leave and go upstairs without giving me a passing glance. I'm happy with this. I want to be invisible. As things go, today hasn't been a failure. Valerie is zigzagging between the private rooms and the bar area. I watch her every move while I sip what remains of my tea. I think about the mysterious stranger sitting a level below us, restrained and alone in the empty walk-in freezer, while patrons above enjoy tea and alcohol, mixed with decadent pleasures. How many of those are even legal? Abandoning the subject before it drives me insane, I focus on the rim of my cup. Pink lipstick marks the place where I have touched my lips to it. It is surreal that such a mundane item was the weapon used against Melanie. Anger simmers under my skin until my blood starts boiling. A sudden urge to break the teacup to pieces and trash the entire place rises inside me. I set the cup on its small plate, willing my fury to subside. It rages on anyway, tearing my insides to bits. Chapter 12. On the drive home, I plot and scheme, my brain hazy with feelings. When I collapse on the bed, it's after 2 a.m. I think about Melanie's sleeping face, imagining her in Hannah's guest bedroom. I'm a parent, not only a sister. Should I have just accepted that bad things happen to good people and moved on, focusing my energy on Melanie and her future? But $20,000 will help that future immensely, and I don't really know how else to help her. I only know how to scheme, pick locks, and be angry. I let sleep take me with these thoughts chirping in my mind like an unwelcome cricket, loud and annoying. I sleep until noon, a dark, dreamless sleep. After I'm up, I do things around the house, shop for food, and try to relax. In the afternoon, my phone buzzes with a message.
Report now.
I roll my eyes and type up a reply. I have a second interview tonight. If that goes well, I will work there and find a way up the stairs and into the office. Send me a burner phone. I don't have to wait long for a response.
Don't take too long. Trust no one but the Phantom. We will leave you a phone in a locker close to Lavender at some point.
This again. The Phantom. Valerie had said it like he was an urban legend, but my employer's words had sounded like he's a real person. Can it be the hostage in the basement? Another thing to investigate. Before leaving, I focus on assembling my attire and preparing my makeup. I pack a larger selection of lockpicks this time, having bought some basic ones, hoping I would get the chance to let myself in somewhere else and discover more. Back in front of Lavender's door, the neon sign flickers in my peripheral vision, taunting me with its brightness. For my second evening, I chose a more subdued dress. My tight turquoise bodycon dress from last night had attracted the gazes of staff and customers alike. Luckily, no one approached me to talk. After thinking about it, I decided that I should blend in, not stand out. So tonight I'm in a pale blue skater dress, sleeveless and above the knee but covering my chest with its high-neck design. It has a lace bodice with a simple flower pattern and nothing more. It does not hug my body the same way the turquoise one does, so I can breathe comfortably and not worry about things sticking out or showing by mistake. The flowing skirt of the blue dress allows me to conceal a small pouch at the hem of my panties with some of my lockpicks. The others, as before, are in the underwire space of my bra, easily accessible from the side of my dress. I have collected the loose strands of hair around my face and pinned them back, still keeping the nice soft curls from the day before. I feel prepared when I walk in, my goal for the night clear in my mind. Go to the second floor, find the office, get the ledgers, leave. A girl I haven't seen before greets me like yesterday.
Welcome to Lavender, the esteemed estate of Earl and Lady Gray. Do you have a reservation?
I tell her my business, and she takes me in. She looks older than me, but I can see a fading bruise at the side of her neck. I hope it was consensual. I suspect it wasn't. Valerie perches at the bar. As soon as I'm inside the room, her head turns and her lips curl in a predatory grin.
Welcome back, Adrienne, my little partridge,
she says as she strides over, her long, bare legs glistening in the neon light. She has an ankle-length purple dress on with one slit starting from the top of her thigh. I don't like the term of endearment she has picked for me, but I keep quiet. What's with all the bird names?
Follow me, and I'll show you where you can leave your things. Treat tonight as if you've been hired already. Do your best, and I will let you know at the end of the shift if we want to keep you on.
Valerie seems to be in a pleasant mood, almost skipping in front of me as she leads me downstairs, past the storage room, and through a door to a well-lit room with a table, some chairs, and 2 wardrobes.
This is the staff area. It's not big, but it serves its purpose. There are showers over there, too. If you need a minute or two alone, you can always come here as long as it doesn't clash with business needs.
She pauses, considering my expression.
That means if you are engaged with a client, you should be looking after them, not hanging around in the basement.
Engaged with a client?
The question is out before I even consider if I want to ask it. It surprises me they would be so forward about prostitution, and I have now voiced it.
Don't look so scared,
she says and pats my shoulder.
Our staff are entertainers. They provide an experience. Some clients enjoy their tea in the company of a beautiful girl. Others enjoy that of a man. And we have those who like to be surrounded by everything in between those 2 categories, or outside them. We are a versatile establishment and aim to provide the best service.
I swallow, my throat suddenly dry. I'm ready to break into the place, to keep its restrained hostage secret. But am I ready to whore myself out for the job? My resolve wanes.
You look terrified.
Valerie takes my hand in hers and looks me in the eye, her face the epitome of friendliness. Mine seems to be strained with stress no matter how hard I try to relax it.
I think you are assuming the worst. We are not dissimilar to what in Japan they call a host club or a maid cafe. It's pretty dresses and smiles to sell more. We do not expect you to do anything that you're not comfortable with. Just bring food, pour the drinks, laugh at jokes that might be a tad unfunny. Maybe put up with an occasional hand on your thigh or around your shoulders. Does that sound so bad?
As Valerie speaks, I notice the cold stillness of her hand on mine. It's like I've put my fingers in ice. Truthfully, it doesn't sound bad at all. But I'm sober and on high alert, and I know most things that sound too good to be true are. Did she entice Melanie with the same sweet, reassuring words before they served her spiked tea and tried to rape her?
I apologize. This is a very different environment than I'm used to. It will take me a few moments to acclimatize.
Despite my meek words, I'm reeling inside. I have many questions, many unknowns. One thing, however, is certain. I can't trust this woman. I will not be drugged and taken advantage of. Whatever is to happen to me, I will face it wide awake with a clear mind.
No problem,
Valerie says. My heart picks up pace when we leave the staff area and head for the storeroom, the one place I don't feel confident being.
Get used to this tonight, or we won't be able to offer you a position. It is your extra income, so be smart about it.
I hate how she talks as if she has my best interest in mind. I can see any other desperate girl drinking her words up like sweet syrup, when they are only poison mixed with sugar. We enter the storage area, and she gives me some things to carry up. I don't dare glance at the door to the walk-in freezer, afraid she might catch yesterday's lie. Valerie orders me to cut some cheese to match a picture of a cheese platter. Behind the bar, I meet Ben, who doesn't seem to talk much and only focuses on preparing drink after drink. I scan his features, trying to figure out if he was the one who saw me run out of the storage room yesterday, but my memory returns a blank. If he was, he doesn't show it. His short brown hair leaves his facial expressions exposed, his straight nose and thin lips entirely ordinary. I walk behind him, considering. Maybe he's the one who saved Melanie? Maybe he's my employer? His hands are stacked with rings and bracelets, flashing in the light with every motion. His fingers are long and slim and move with practiced ease. He would make a brilliant pianist, or a gamer, or a hacker. As I cut the cheese, Peahen comes and goes. One time she bends behind the bar to pick something up. She pushes me to the side, but I feel her fingers sliding across my arm and down to my hand. She pushes a note into my palm and leaves with a bottle of vodka in hand. I look down to find a little purple card, folded in 4. I excuse myself and go to the restroom to read it. Should nightingales only sing at night? Odd. It is scribbled in small caps, each letter strong by itself, as if not only the words have purpose, but every stroke does too. It strikes me as male handwriting. I don't know why. No one has signed it. I don't know the significance of the note, so I fold it again and put it in my bra. I'm also at a loss about the meaning of the question. I'm no expert about birds, and everything in Lavender seems to be branded around tea, birds, and noble titles. When I go back to the bar, I ask Ben about it. He shrugs and says, Valerie will tell me. Great. It is almost midnight when she comes to talk to me again, this time to tell me they need me in a private room. My breath hitches, and my skin prickles with a feeling somewhere between fear and anger. She tells me to pick up the cheese platter and follow her. As I do, she fills me in on the identity of the client inside. He is a businessman, and we are to call him Marquess Buxton. Apparently, all patrons receive a fake British surname and title upon reaching a certain status in Lavender. All management staff are either earls or below, maintaining the charade. The girls are all likened to birds. It gives me a vibe of hunters and prey, a setup of a class structure that is foreign but posh. I love gimmicks like this, and normally would be happy to take part in the game, but not when I know that the game can have such violent endings. When the door opens, I'm invited into a tropical paradise. The air is humid and warm, and the colors of the room differ completely from the ones in the lounge. In opulent yellows and greens, the entire place radiates easy-going wealth. Indoor palm trees cover the side walls of the long room, and little islands of pure white gold sand are artistically spread out across the floor. My stilettos click on an imitation deck as I follow Valerie deeper and make out the outline of a sitting man through the gathering mist. There is a wooden table toward the back and a big 3-seater swing. The furniture is covered with live foliage, and the whole place smells divine, like nature and summer. Birdsong instead of music fills the air. I look up, expecting to see parrots and toucans, but find only a few round speakers built in the ceiling. The normality of that brings me back to reality, rooted to the floor of a late-night tea room, and not on an unexpected holiday. Somewhere amid my awe, I wonder how Lavender pays for having an oasis like this in the middle of cold Chicago. The tray I'm carrying shakes slightly in my hands, and my plastered-on smile hurts the muscles of my cheeks. I press on, now intrigued by what kind of man spends money to come to a bar with the peculiar selling points of tea and make-believe.
Thank you for waiting, Marquess Buxton.
says Valerie as she sets down a tray of colorful cocktails and sits next to him, the swing creaking as the weight on it shifts.
This is Red Partridge. She started work here recently and is eager to make acquaintances.
Despite this entire thing being a ruse, I can't contain my disappointment at the nickname. It is insulting. Partridges are basically chickens. What is wrong with Adrienne? According to the internet, which I scoured thoroughly for a cool-sounding name, it means dark, rich, and beautiful. It is perfect. If not my first name, then my second name, Raven. Now there's a bird for you, but now I will be known as Red Partridge. What a joke. The introduction is awkward, and I don't know what to do. With all the pretend Britishness, I have the desire to curtsy. Yet it sounds a bit like a business introduction, so maybe I should shake hands with the man. Instead of all that, I set the cheese tray on the table and sit next to him. The swing creaks once more, then settles.
Nice to meet you,
I say, maintaining my British accent. I've been using it while in Lavender, but being this close to someone important, someone whose displeasure can cost me my revenge, makes me more cautious. I hope I haven't overdone it.
How lovely. Where are you from?
The man smiles wide, his face lighting up. Up close, I can only describe him as painfully average. He looks about 50, his hairline slowly escaping his forehead. What remains of his mane is dyed in black. Clean-shaven, his face showcases a myriad of wrinkles and pigmentation spots that don't detract from the simple uncle-next-door look he carries. His eyes seem like they could belong to someone who helps people with their mortgage or buys them a sandwich if they've forgotten their wallet. He has a small round belly, partially concealed by his relaxed pose and his colorful shirt. It looks like he came prepared to be entertained in the tropical room. He has shorts and flip-flops on and is in complete contrast with Valerie's fabulous gown. Even I look out of place with my dress and high heels. Despite this obvious mismatch of style, Valerie beams at Marquess Buxton. They both don't seem to mind.
Red Partridge is a bit shy today,
Valerie says with a glare in my direction. I realize I haven't answered his question.
I'm from the UK.
I relax my face and reset my smile, offering the Marquess some cheese. He takes it from my fingers with his mouth, and while the feel of his lips on my hand is not pleasant, it is not as revolting as I expected.
I've been to England once,
he replies.
It is quite damp. Have you been, Lady Grey?
I haven't yet, Marquess Buxton, and Lady Grey is my sister. Please, call me Miss Bergamot.
I do apologize, Miss Bergamot. You look awfully alike.
I try to keep from perking up at the little tidbit of information.
We share blood, so it's no surprise you find us similar,
she says. Is Lavender a family business? This starts to look more and more like a gang stint. The drinks flow, and the small talk between Valerie and Marquess Buxton never stops. I add a comment here and there, but otherwise stay silent. An hour passes without me receiving any special attention. My body relaxes, partly due to the warmth, partly because tiredness wraps around my ankles and seems to drag me down. As I show off my plastered-on smile every few seconds, I retreat into my mind, going through my mental checklist for the night. I know I have done well so far, and I know Valerie will ask me to return. But I'm also no closer to getting up to the second floor and uncovering any more secrets unless the Marquess takes me upstairs. With his negligible interest toward me, I doubt that will happen. The fate of the captured man downstairs also plagues me, his chiseled face popping up from time to time in front of my eyes. The note in my bra pricks my skin every time I move. I wonder who wrote it and why. Chapter 13.
I should go home soon, but not before I hear a song,
Marquess Buxton declares when the glasses are almost empty and we have sampled all the cheeses on the board. Valerie chuckles.
Of course, my dear. I will get the Night Andale for you. Any requests?
The song from last time. It puts me to sleep, so when my driver collects me and takes me home, I'm ready for bed.
The nightingale? Another bird. Is singing some sort of euphemism?
Absolutely.
Valerie says. The swing dips, making Buxton's body slide closer to mine as she stands up.
Red Partridge will stay here to keep you company.
I freeze as I watch her hips sway toward the exit, leaving me alone with the man. If something is to happen, this is the moment. I have eaten some cheese and taken a few sips of water, but I've been careful not to drink any of the cocktails. Spiked or merely alcoholic, they can cloud my judgment. I don't know if Valerie noticed at all, but if she did, she kept quiet about it. Expecting several indecent things, I look up meekly, meeting the Marquis's eyes. He smiles.
I had a delightful time. I hope you did too. Have you heard the nightingale sing?
His question surprises me. You mean the bird? He laughs softly and moves his hand to cover mine.
The singer here. You really must be new. The nightingale is Lavender's most prized bird. Most of us who come here to the private first floor come to hear a song, and for the lovely opening acts too.
He adds, as if not to offend me. I stare at his warm hand cupping mine. I don't feel any danger from him. He radiates tiredness, and in that infinitesimal moment, my fatigue resonates with his. I slump in the swing next to him and pat the top of his hand with mine. Thank you, I say. I look forward to the song. He shuffles to the middle of the swing, pulls me toward him, and embraces me, his arm draping around my shoulders. The fingers of his other hand are still holding mine. Despite the strange circumstances, the hug is not unpleasant. I know that can change in a heartbeat. It only requires him to move the slightest bit, to press himself against me or to stroke my bare shoulder or my thigh. But he does nothing like that, so we simply sit there in silence until the door opens a few minutes later, and Valerie walks back in with a short girl at her tail. No, not a girl. When the duo comes into view, I gasp. Valerie shoots me a stern look, but the Marquis only chuckles and squeezes my shoulder before releasing me.
Don't worry,
He says.
we do only come here to hear him sing. There is nothing indecent going on. He is the owner's son, after all.
The boy standing in front of us can't be over 12 years old. He looks adorable in shorts, knee-high socks, and suspenders over a white shirt. His inky hair is neatly trimmed around his head, but not too short. With his intense gaze, a buzz cut would make him look like a troublemaker. His skin is bright in the hazy mist. He seems well. Not underfed or abused, just slightly bored to be here.
Previous owner's son.
Valerie says, pulling my eyes to her. She stands next to the boy, her arms crossed in front of her. She looks like an unsatisfied parent, but Buxton doesn't seem to mind.
He allowed us to still make use of his services despite the change. Very generous, as the nightingale has the loveliest voice indeed.
The questions multiply in my head. Lavender had a previous owner? How did they get a hold of his son? And what is a child doing in a late-night tea room, singing? I shift my attention to him when all conversation halts and the digital bird song quiets, replaced by a somber melody. Then, the boy sings. His voice is sweet but carries a sadness like raspberries in the beginning of fall. There is a promise of coldness in his notes, despite the cheerful lyrics. His tone rises and falls as if he is a lone wolf cub crying for help. He closes his eyes while he sings, and in his features, I see Melanie. I see her young self reflected in him, and then I see her current self, bruised and molested. Tears well in my eyes, and I look at Valerie, the current unconfirmed villain of the story. She has retreated to the side and is leaning on one wall, next to a palm tree. She is disinterested, as if she has heard the song 1,000 times and it can touch her no longer. I swipe a tear away. I don't want to believe there is another child in danger. His childhood crushed between the walls of Lavender, a place inappropriate for children. Why hasn't the man who saved Melanie saved him, too? A few minutes later, the performance is over. With a curt bow, the boy leaves without waiting for applause or permission to go. Valerie sits back down on the swing with a huff.
We are teaching him manners,
she says. I'm horrified at what that might entail.
We give him way too many allowances because of his talent.
It's okay, he did what I asked him to do and he did it beautifully.
The Marquess gets up to leave.
Can I book the Versailles room for next week? And maybe request that he learn a French song?
Valerie nods with a smile.
That can be arranged. Come with me, and I'll get your name in the reservations book. Red Partridge, dear, please tidy up the room while I'm gone. Oh, and you're hired. Marvelous job.
She gestures with one long, manicured fingernail toward the table full of empty glasses, cutlery, and half-eaten cheese. Leaving me alone on the swing to unpack the complete experience, she strides after Buxton and murmurs in his ear, chuckling. So this is it. I have successfully infiltrated Lavender. The speed of my achievement is some sort of a win. I allow myself a moment to acknowledge my success, stuff a piece of Gouda in my mouth, wash it down with water, and sigh. My first time in the private rooms was nothing like I expected. The room itself was a surprise. The man, the boy, it's all so strange, and unfortunately for my passionate revenge plans, it doesn't add up. There's still something fishy about the whole place. The fact they took Melanie on despite her obvious youth bothers me. But doubt creeps in my mind. What if Melanie's case was negligence on their part, an outlier, a mistake? What if my employer is just someone trying to destroy their competition? What if it is a dissatisfied patron? Does it matter? I take a deep breath, the pain of my bruised ribs grounding me. I wince, and the note in my bra moves. I remember the words. Should nightingales only sing at night? Does it refer to the boy? Is he not allowed to sing at other times? Is he being kept here against his will? There's too much I don't understand. I stand up, collect the glasses, and take them to the bar. 2 days is not enough time to tell. I need more. And if Lavender is, in fact, a clean place of entertainment, the work is much better than Frenzy Eats. If Valerie keeps me on, I can move jobs and make better money. If I decide it's morally wrong to steal their documents, I can just keep saving while working here. I allow a positive fantasy to caress my mind as I remove the dishes and trash from the tropical room. I ask Barman Ben about the other rooms on the floor, my interest piqued, but he doesn't turn to look at me once as I move around him, so I give up. Instead, I decide to check on the prisoner downstairs. Valerie is not around, and the lounge area has quieted. No one will notice my brief absence, especially since I'm supposed to be cleaning and bringing stuff to the bins in the basement anyway. I slip the remains of the cheese board downstairs while Ben isn't looking. There are a few crackers and a bunch of grapes. If the mysterious hostage is hungry, it will do. Chapter 14. I lockpick my way into the storage freezer again. He is still there, his wide shoulders rising and falling with the rhythm of sleep. Why did I decide he needs food? He doesn't look like he is starving. His body seems big and strong, his muscles as far from atrophy as muscles can be. He probably hasn't been down here for long. I set the platter on the floor with care, hoping not to wake him. I move quietly to stand in front of him and observe his sleeping face. As I watch his bowed head resting on his chest, I notice the shadow of a stubble. Resisting the urge to run my knuckles on the side of his cheek, I admire his long eyelashes and straight nose. The image of a sparkly vampire from a book I read in my teenage years pops up in my mind. He loved to watch a girl sleep. I used to think it was sweet, then creepy, but in this moment I understand his struggle. For some reason I'm attracted to the person in the chair, but whether it's his looks, the mystery of his situation, or something else, I can't tell. Maybe a mix of all those. I shift on my feet. I don't have a lot of time. I can't wait for him to wake up. Neither can I abandon the tray there and leave. knowing that he can see it, but not taste it. So I go for the third option. I place my hand on his shoulder. As my fingers connect with the fabric of his shirt, he jumps, his eyes wide open, his entire body tense. I get to my knees, trying to make eye contact from below. To calm him, I place a hand on his thigh, only to find out my heart is beating fast and my ears are burning. What am I doing? Why aren't I just focusing on completing the job? Why can't I ignore this stranger? I have always considered my natural curiosity an outstanding trait, but what if it's a flaw? I don't have much time to ponder my life choices as my eyes intertwine with his. The cool gray stare sends a wave of heat through my body, and I instantly feel embarrassed.
If I remove your gag, are you going to scream?
He shakes his head. His bruises are now shadows on his body, healing well. He seems to have no recent injuries. No one would say yes even if they planned to scream, but I still untie the fabric wrapped around his mouth, ready to push it back in, if needed. His gaze doesn't leave my face, and I feel a strange validation from its intensity, like he's approving of my actions. When I pull a scrunched ball of cloth from his mouth, a string of saliva follows it. I swipe it away, my finger brushing his lips. As he opens and closes his mouth, my hands go to the sides of his face, and I massage his jaw. It must be so sore. He lets out a soft moan as I do this, then twists his head to the side and coughs. I put the piece of cloth on the floor and stride over to the tray, allowing him a moment to compose himself. Why is it so easy to trust him not to scream, not to bite? The usual alarm bells in my brain are quiet.
Who are you?
His voice is raspy and deep. Its timbre sends pleasant shivers down my spine. It suits his rugged looks.
My name is Adrian,
I say before I think about it properly. Am I even supposed to talk to him?
Who are you?
He huffs a laugh.
You didn't have that accent yesterday.
Shit. I forgot to use the British accent when I redid his bonds yesterday. I was so surprised and focused on his safety, I'd dropped my guard then.
You must be misremembering,
I say unconvincingly.
Don't worry, your secret's safe with me.
He is smiling, and I find myself smiling back. Why are you here? I drop my accent. There is no point in pretending.
So I'm contained and don't misbehave.
He winks. Do you misbehave often?
As little as possible,
he says.
There are consequences to crossing the people who run this place at the moment.
Valerie?
I would advise you not to use her name here. She doesn't give it away easily. If you're here with some ulterior motive, you better not reveal you know too much.
I frown. Is he my employer? But if he is, how is he texting me while he's here? Do you know the Lavender Phantom? I ask, because I don't know what else to say.
He's said to roam the rooms of Lavender during the day. Sometimes he helps the girls and boys. But no one has really seen him, so he might just be someone invented to make people feel safer in this hellhole.
He is silent for a moment, but I feel he wants to say something more.
Maybe you could be the embodiment of the Phantom. You have already helped me and proved that you have special skills.
Have I?
You're clearly someone who knows their way around a rope and a lock,
he whispers, drawing me in closer, forcing me to listen.
I doubt Val gave you a key to this freezer, and this double-column tie is very comfortable.
My eyes widen. He's either very observant or knows who I really am. Or is he just a kinky person with a wild imagination? I've never seen him around the community. It isn't unheard of. Kinky people are everywhere. Of course, many of them practice in private, never to appear at any of the public events. But the rope scene in Chicago is relatively small. I rack my brain, trying to figure out if I've seen him before.
I won't push,
he says after I don't reply.
Are you going to feed me?
I decide I haven't met him before. I would remember him otherwise. He's not an easy man to ignore if only for his looks. I pick up the tray. I debate untying his arms so he can feed himself. But as I scan his hard body again, his muscles and the size of him, I decide against it. I do inexplicably trust him, but my trust has been broken before. Small steps. Are you hungry?
I'm starving,
He replies.
Val has been giving me only water for the past couple of days. Believes that will make me go to the toilet less.
He smiles at that, but it doesn't reach his eyes. Suddenly, he seems exhausted. I pluck a grape from the bunch and push it into his mouth. So, even if Valerie hasn't shown her nasty side to me yet, she still looks after the hostage. Or is she behind his imprisonment, too? I'm sorry this is the only thing I can give you, I say, absent-mindedly. I'm new, so I get little access to food or to the downstairs area. He swallows with satisfaction.
This is the best grape I've ever had.
I continue giving him small pieces of cheese and crackers, with grapes in between. He chews in silence. I avoid his eyes because it's like he sees right through me. I bite my tongue as I feel the need to spill out all my secrets to him. Somehow, tied and quiet, he feels safe, like a confidant who will never judge. When the platter is empty, I sigh with relief and look at my watch. It's been 10 minutes, and I should go.
Did you receive a note today?
The man asks before I replace his gag. My eyebrows shoot up in surprise. Yes?
Maybe the Lavender Phantom is looking over you. Maybe he's real after all.
He opens his mouth, ready to bite into the rag again. How do you know about it? Are you him? Do you know who I am? The questions spill out because I can't contain them anymore.
It's rumored the Phantom likes writing crappy poetry. How can I be him if I've been here, tied to this chair? And as far as I know, you're Adrian with a fake British accent and some cool abilities.
That's all?
I'm also starting to think you're someone who can't ignore people's suffering.
He shifts in his chair.
This place is going to be very difficult for you if that's the case.
I knew what I was getting into, I say, but it rings hollow in my ears. I pick up the gag and tie off the fabric behind his head and check on his wrists. I massage his shoulders to ease the strain of him having his arms bent back for such a long time. He will be very stiff if and when he's released, I think, trying to keep my anxiety at bay. As I go out, leaving him there alone once again, I consider his words. He is probably right. I've spent the past 2 days spiraling between determination and anger. How much longer will I be able to sustain my cover with such strong emotions battling inside? I need to go upstairs, grab the ledgers, hand them over to the police, and let them deal with it. And if Lavender is clean, well, then they have nothing to worry about.
The Lavender Phantom. He knows he is about to be beaten up again. There is nothing subtle about the two men holding him down on his knees. A woman paces in front of him, tapping away on her phone.
We had a deal,
she says. You can't blame me for this, he replies.
I let him get tutoring and have a normal life in exchange for your freedom.
She stops and looks him in the eyes. I haven't gone anywhere. I was here all the time. That part is true, but he knows it's a weak argument. In this world, no one really works alone. Even with his limited team, he still has support.
Oh, please. Do you think he would have decided to run away by himself? He knows if he tries and fails, you will be hurt. You must have convinced him somehow that you'll join him in his escape.
The woman is waving a finger at him, reminding him of years ago when they would fight, and he, blinded by love, would apologize for things that weren't his fault and try to win her approval with gifts. He's 12. It's the start of his rebellious years. You can't expect he will always obey you, he says. So Luna have failed. They were supposed to get his boy to run while the bodyguards were distracted, but clearly something has gone wrong. Maybe Matthias had been late. Maybe Tanya had failed at keeping the guards' attention on herself.
Yeah, puberty. Whatever. After we're done with you tonight, he won't rebel for a while.
He grunts when he is dragged back and strapped to a chair. A towel is placed on each of his arms. He is scared and sick of being in pain, but he won't show it. A metal bat trails on the floor, making that distinct soul-destroying sound.
Film it and show it to the boy,
The woman says and leaves. She was never able to stomach violence in front of her. Her cruelty lies elsewhere. The first blow connects with his forearm, and he stifles a scream. You can't blame a father for trying to keep his son safe.
Chapter 15. The third night at Lavender blends into the fourth, then the fifth, then the sixth and seventh. I try to get upstairs to the office every night, but a bouncer always stops me and tells me to turn around. I catch a few glimpses of the guy who beat me up, but he seems to be one of Valerie's special too, so he's not around too often. This is good because I still wince whenever I take a deep breath, and I don't need another reminder of that day in front of my face. Work in Lavender is easy. After Valerie said I was perfect for the job, I started ignoring her occasional sneers, playing the role of a hostess a bit too well for my comfort. I often have to remind myself of my ulterior motive, because the better pay and the uncomplicated work make it easy to forget. It is nothing like the thankless labor in Frenzy Eats where I get paid in inappropriate comments from Jamie and fuck all in cash. To my horror, I start liking my Undercover Lavender job. I stop visiting Hannah and Melanie for a bit, afraid they will be able to tell I'm changing. At home, I get lost in the fantasy. The preparation of the clothes and makeup, the approval I get from barman Ben every night when I look my best, the jealous looks of Peehan and the other girls when I pass them with a tray full of tips. It blends into one interminable night, full of wonder and lush experiences inside the private rooms. Whoever designed them is a genius. I've only been in 3 of the 6 so far, but they all capture luxury and opulence in unique ways. The casual sumptuousness of the tropical room is in complete contrast with the strict measured style of the East Asian room and the gold lavishness of the Versailles room. I enjoy being there, entertaining myself as much as I entertain the clients. It is easy to forget my goals and get lost in the chatter, mixed with indulgent snacks and free-flowing drinks. I've even relaxed around that, sipping only the cocktails I watch Ben make in front of me. Yet tonight, as I go to Hannah's and slip in bed next to Melanie at the early hours of the morning, only hours before she needs to get up for school, the expensive fantasy fractures. I see her face, lined with sweat, her brows furrowed, her trembling hand clutching the sheet. She is having a nightmare. I touch her cheek, which despite the layers of covers is cold, and try to wake her gently. She doesn't stir, doesn't wake. Her eyes are moving from side to side under her closed eyelids. A tear rolls down her cheek. What horrors is her mind seeing? I put a hand on her shoulder and shake her. She gasps awake and heaves, her eyes open but wide with confusion. You're safe, Lainey. You're here with me. Tonight, Hannah told me Melanie's been whimpering at night. She asked me if I knew anything specific about her attack, anything that can help us help her. We agreed I would sleep with her tonight in case my absence is the reason she's scared. I can tell they were both getting suspicious of my late-night shifts, but neither has said anything yet.
Sophie,
she whispers and draws herself to me into a hug. I hold her close as she trembles. I have to make sure I see her or check in every day. But the gangster guys are probably still looking for her, and every time I go to Hannah's, I introduce a bit more risk into our lives. After she stills, I pull away, thinking she has fallen back asleep. That is what used to happen when nightmares of Mom and Dad's accident plagued the both of us. But she's wide awake. Are you okay? I ask.
I keep dreaming of hands touching me all over. Meaty, nasty, sweaty hands.
I hug her close again. Is she starting to remember?
And I hear this song. Even when I don't dream, it's in my head. It's a melody, but it's as if a child is humming it.
A child? I frown, remembering the Nightingale's joyless song. Lavender is not a safe place, I remind myself, angry for falling for the illusion it presents. It's beautiful, but wretched. It's a mirage. Can you hum it? What are the odds it is the same song I heard there? But when Melanie's throat bobs with sound, I freeze. It is the Nightingale's song. It is rough and out of tune, but I can recognize it. After my heart sinks and then lurches in a frenzied beat, I realize I have to face my selfishness and try harder at the investigation. I have to get a move on. After rocking Melanie back to sleep, I stare at the ceiling for a few hours, restless slumber taking me away from my thoughts from time to time. When I awake, it is lunchtime, and my sister and Hannah are gone. I grab my things and drive home. My heart warms up when I find a clean mug, a teapot with a spoonful of pure Assam, my current favorite, and a note that says, "Thank you." I take a long shower after I finish my drink, making sure my whole body is as smooth as the silk on a Veet commercial. I spray coconut oil on myself, massaging it in, adding a glow to my pale skin. Ever since I began my quest at the tea room, I have paid more attention to my body. For a week, I was all glitzy cocktail dresses, stilettos, smoky eyes, and styled red locks. The hours pass quickly when I'm in Lavender, entertaining clients and spying on the staff. Every time I see a mirrored surface, I look at myself, feeling glamorous in my disguise, and so comfortable that I have momentarily lost track of the real me. Sophie Taylor and Adrian Raven blend together in one beautiful, put-together package. It scares me. My phone buzzes with a message, and I know who it is before looking. I haven't reported much to my employer, and they haven't pressed. But if I were them, my patience would be wearing thin by now.
Why are you so slow?
I sigh and type back. They still don't let me go upstairs. The reply I get drips with passive aggression.
Do I have to set up everything for you? I will make sure you get there tonight, but if you don't get the documents, your reward will be reduced by $5,000.
I start typing but get another message before I have a chance to defend myself.
Don't bother replying. A burner phone is at the location below. Collect it before your next shift, and delete all our communication from here.
So, they're really running out of patience. The tone of the messages is different from that of the guy in the basement. My gut tells me they're two different people, but because I haven't seen him since the day I fed him grapes, I can't be sure. I try on my outfit for the evening, concealing my lockpicks where I can, testing the entire ensemble by sitting up and down, dancing, even rolling around. The navy blue polka dot satin dress remains well positioned on my body, and I stand in front of the mirror, happy with my choice. It has a simple strapless bodice, revealing my shoulders and collarbones and allowing me much-needed movement. From below the waist, it has a pencil skirt with a slit at the front, reaching the middle of my thigh. The material is ruffled around the slit, concealing my legs from certain angles, yet allowing me to take long, confident strides and kneel and squat. My underwear is a balconette cream bra and matching panties. My lockpicks are safely tucked away, ready for me to use when I get into the office on the second floor. I straighten my hair, and it falls like a waterfall on my naked shoulders, soft and silky. To keep the front part from my face, I braid it sideways. It is something I learned on Melanie during quiet nights at home a long time ago. Before all this began. My wrists are protected by two wide silver cuffs. I opted for no earrings and no necklace, just as any other time. Anything that can be used to strangle me or rip my ears open isn't a good idea. If it is not a lockpick or a piece of armor, it is useless on my body. Before I go to Lavender, I visit the locker storage place and pick up a small silver flip phone. I enter and save the employer's number, as well as Hannah's and Melanie's. I name all of them as takeout places I've ordered from, and delete the incriminating conversation from my personal phone. I give Hannah my new burner phone number, saying I'd lost my phone somewhere. She's busy, so she doesn't question it. Tonight is the night. Chapter 16. I expect to see Marquis Buxton again tonight. Last time he left a hefty tip and positive feedback on my services, pleasing Valerie. I've run over some conversation topics in my head I can use with him to make sure his recommendation stays the same. But when Valerie sachets my way through the sparse crowd of the lounge with a single white camellia with pink edges in hand, I know it won't be Buxton. He requested the Versailles suite, and that flower can have only come from the East Asian room.
You're in luck, Red Partridge,
she says as she hands me the flower.
Duke Harrington requests your presence to entertain him and his friends.
What about Marquis Buxton?
I play with the petals in my hands, the whole exchange now making me uncomfortable. A flower means a personal request. They only came, I thought, for the girls who were well-established and well-known. I'm either wrong about that, or it's my time to join their ranks. Or, I realize, it could be the doing of my mysterious employer. They did say they would get me on the second floor tonight. Could it be Valerie or the Duke? Who has power to change the bookings? What if I've read everyone wrong? Something between fear and anticipation gnaws at my insides. All the entertaining staff who receive flower requests are allowed upstairs. It is time. I only have to withstand whatever the night has in store for me and get myself into that office.
Oh, he rescheduled.
Valerie responds without elaborating.
Peahen and Magpie will be with you for the night. The Duke has 2 friends with him. Make sure you girls treat them right. You focus on one of his friends. Do not disappoint me.
My head spins. The feeling similar to when I first entered a private room. Ever since the encounter with Marquis Buxton, I had been one of the supporting, invisible girls. Listening and learning, a shadow in a pretty room, only occasionally drawing attention to the corners of my being. There was never a time where there were an equal number of guests and hosts, a one-on-one entertainment opportunity. I ask myself again if I'm ready to do this, if I have prepared my mind for the potential abuse to follow. I force Melanie's tear-stained face from the previous night to the forefront of my mind and erase my doubts. I imagine what 20,000 would look like in our accounts. Then the image of Lavender in ruin floats in my brain. I'm not sure if I'm ready, but I have to go through with it. For Melanie. For myself. For everyone else being hurt right now by this place. I thread the flower through my braid and tuck a stray lock behind my ear. Trying to keep my knees from wobbling, I join Peahen and Magpie in front of the door to the East Asian room. Looking them over, I feel twice as naked. They both wear long-sleeved dresses with high necks, the designs or colors not matching but both hiding skin. Peahen is her usual quiet self, but tonight her head is lowered to her chest and her arms are crossed at her front. Her pink cotton skater dress reaches just under her knees, lace sticking out from below the hem and her sleeves. Her slender fingers are balled into fists. Her short brown bob is not as lustrous as before. A camellia, bigger than mine, is tucked behind her ear. The worry I felt upon hearing the name Duke Harrington returns. Magpie smiles at me. She is the newest girl at Lavender after me and possesses a certain easygoingness that other members of staff don't. Her smile looks a bit forced, but I smile back. Her mustard yellow pencil dress outlines her curves beautifully and contrasts with her ebony skin, revealing only a glimpse of her shoulders from the 2 holes at the top of her sleeves. She also has a flower, but instead of putting it in her braided black hair, she holds on to it with 2 fingers, as if she could break it if she's not careful. Her dress is significantly shorter than mine and Peahen's, and my gaze slides over her toned thighs. No marks. I contain a sigh of relief. Maybe I'm just imagining things and Peahen is just being her moody self. Maybe their choice of clothes is coincidental.
Everything all right?
I ask, keeping my smile on.
I'm Kiara.
Magpie says.
I don't really like the whole thing with the bird names. It's kind of creepy, don't you think?
Peahen rolls her eyes, but I nod and stretch my hand out.
Adrian.
Don't start any discussions in the room.
Peahen says, her voice sharp and to the point.
Only speak when spoken to.
Why?
We want to make it out in one piece, right?
Right.
I drawl. She points at the door and Kiara enters first. Just before we go in, Peehan pushes another piece of paper in my hand. This time my dress has a pocket, so I put it there and follow her. If the note contains a warning, I have no time to read it. Inside the room, I remove my heels in the small area designated for shoes and step on the tatami mat, my aching feet singing in gratitude. 3 men are sprawled around the low table, drinking from tiny clay cups. Pillows of vibrant colors are spread around them. I can't tell the 3 apart. They all wear tailored black suits and white shirts without ties and sport short buzz cuts. Their heads glint in the muted light of the room like 3 eggs. They are all clean-shaven, with square jaws, unforgiving eyes, and thin lips. When I come closer, I recognize the one in the middle, Duke Harrington from a few nights ago. I look around and think we are all out of place in this beautiful room. The man next to the Duke pats a bright red pillow and smiles with a row of perfect teeth. I instantly want to run away, but my feet move toward the center of the room. I keep my eyes straight, fixed on the 2 golden brush strokes on the far wall. The flower bobs in my hair with every step, reminding me of fickle beauty and the idea that men like the ones in front of me probably view women exactly like flowers, beautiful but pointless and less pleasing, easy to pull out of the ground and easy to step on, silent and lacking a way to fight back. I glance at the low table before I sit down. There are 6 cups of tea, 3 with light, clear liquid, and 3 with an amber-colored drink, probably tea mixed with whiskey.
Help yourselves,
says Duke Harrington when we all shuffle down and sit on the pillows around the table. No one introduces themselves. Up close, I can smell the lingering stench of tobacco and sweat. I fight a desire to wrinkle my nose and pull away as one of the men puts a damp hand on my leg and moves it side to side. He nods at the teacup in front of me, beckoning me to drink. I look at it again, surer than ever that I don't want any of whatever that liquid is in my body. It is a simple Japanese clay cup with no handle. A single small camellia petal floats inside. There are flowers in the cups in front of Kiara and Peehan, but both of them seem in no hurry to drink. Do they know if the tea is spiked? What am I supposed to do?
My tea seems to have gotten cold,
I say, hoping the little wisps of steam coming off it wouldn't be too obvious in the muted light.
I will get myself a fresh one.
That one should be just fine,
says the man to my right, who has draped an arm around Kiara's shoulders.
Come on, darling, show our new birdie how it's done.
Kiara looks up at my face and smiles. She takes the cup in her hands and draws it to her mouth. She pauses for a second, her deep brown eyes meeting mine. In that tiny moment, she seems sad. I want to slap the cup out of her hands, but an outburst will get me nowhere. So I grit my teeth and look at her down the tea, resigned to her fate. I need no more confirmation. My gut twists and turns, warning me that the situation I'm in is no joke. My cup probably has the same tea that made Melanie lose a night of her life. I lift the clay cup to my mouth and wet my lips, pretending to take a gulp. The men smile, but I know this strategy will not be viable for long. I have to think of something else, and fast. Chapter 17. I don't even smell the tea before returning the cup to the table. I don't know how much I can drink before I start feeling its effects, so I observe Kiara.
So what do you make of this deal with Commute International?
The Duke loses interest in us after we start drinking our teas and begins chatting with the man on his left. It is a discussion about the CEO of a firm I'm unaware of, so I use the time to tune out the conversation and keep drinking the tea without swallowing any. Spotting a stack of napkins on the side of the table, a plan forms in my head. It is messy and could backfire, but it is something. The men raise their glasses.
Cheers,
the Duke bellows, his voice tinted with the twinkle of happiness only alcohol can bring. This is my cue to drink again. I hold his gaze as I take my cup and awkwardly bump clay into clay. The sound is unsatisfying and quiet and easily drowned out in the voices of everyone else in the room as they laugh and whistle. I flick my gaze to Kiara, who is slurring, her body sluggish, her cheeks flushed red. A dull pain tiptoes across my chest. I know nothing good will come to her tonight, and I'm letting it happen. I take a second longer than normal to blink, closing my eyes momentarily to will the dark thoughts away before they consume me. It is time to execute my mess of a plan. I touch my lips to the clay cup, feeling the roughness of its edge with my tongue. There is a chip on the side. I play with it, hoping to cut my lip on it, hoping to taste a bit of blood so I can calm and focus on the stinging sweetness the graze will bring. But I can't, so I proceed with a pounding heart. I take a big sip, my mouth filling with the taste of green tea. Any other day, I would happily swallow gallons of it, reveling in its delicate flavor. But tonight, I cough instead. My hand grabs for the napkins, putting a wad of them in front of my mouth so they can absorb the whole of the tea I won't swallow. The liquid dribbles down my chin and neck. A droplet slips between my breasts.
Oh dear,
The Duke says, his palm on my shoulder. Maybe he is trying to steady me. Maybe he doesn't know his strength in his drunkenness. But my shoulder aches under his grasp. I straighten, my eyes still watering from the exertion of fake coughing.
I apologize.
I coo in my British accent and dab my neck and collarbones to bring his eyes to my breasts while I hide the soaked napkins on my other side. He follows the movement, leering.
I'll clean this up right away.
Peahen blurts, a strained smile tugging her lips upward.
You go clean yourself up, Red Partridge. If there are no hand towels in the toilet, use some of the napkins in your pocket.
The note. She wants me to go out and read it.
yes, you go and we'll have another cup of tea brought over.
The Duke says, waving to one corner. I get up and go to the bathroom without replacing my shoes. I keep my head down, and before I enter, I see a small gold handprint just next to the entrance. How did I not notice it before? I go into a cubicle and lock the door. The note is on the same lavender card, but this time it has writing on both sides. On the inside of the fold, there's a small poem, written in that familiar masculine hand. Birds of feather flock together. Tightly gather, mind the weather. Does this refer to us three tonight? The previous one referred to the boy. If this is from the Lavender Phantom, he is observing me. On the other side, in a tight, scrawly handwriting that looks female, is a less poetic instruction. Drink the tea. I'll help you. Could this be Peahen? Or is someone else involved? Could it be Valerie? If I trust the note, I will know who my ally is after tonight. If it isn't a trap, of course. Whoever it is, how will they help me? Prevent me being drugged or protect me while I'm vulnerable? Grant me access to the office somehow? How much does my mysterious helper know about my true mission here? As always in life, I'm faced with the choice of whether to trust someone or not. I fold the note this time, wrap it in toilet paper, and flush it down the toilet. A few minutes later, I'm back in the East Asian room. The table has been emptied in my absence. One of the bouncers brings a fresh cup of tea ready to be forced into my body. My breath hitches a little when I realize that my plan to take their worst and move on will be difficult to pull off. Am I going to end up like Melanie or worse? Raped and tossed on the street, remembering nothing of the night? When the man leans behind me to place the cup on the table, I get a waft of his aftershave. It smells musky and cheap, something a granddad would wear because his grandchildren gifted it to him. I try not to breathe. On the way up, his palm finds its way on my shoulder. Its weight is uncomfortable, crushing me sideways.
Behave, little partridge, and drink your tea.
He whispers into my ear, his voice hot and wet, sending a shiver down my spine.
She'll be fine, Baron Break.
Peahen suddenly says. He snickers, pushes himself off me, and walks out. I dare a glance at her. Did she hear what he said to me? There was something creepy in the way he said it, as if he personally wants to make sure I'm complying. Has she realized it sounds similar to the message on the note? Or maybe I'm too high-strung and everything is suspicious. Taking a clean, dry napkin, Peehin swipes across the table, making the wood sparkle with leftover moisture. A ring glints on each of her hands, a wide silver band with a fat, sparkling diamond-like stone. They look expensive. Maybe they're gifts from clients. I consider all the pieces of information I have so far. If I don't drink, I will look suspicious. If I do drink, I will lose control of myself. From there, someone will either protect me or do something despicable to me. 2 choices, 4 outcomes. 2 favorable, 1 that will set me back, 1 that will destroy me. I decide that the highest chance of success at the moment lies with me trusting the author of the note. The poem inside alludes that this will be okay too. Birds need to stick together. I stare into Peehin's eyes. She stares back, before giving me the slightest nod possible. I drink. The tea is hot, but not burning. A delightful jasmine green. My heart jolts up and down in my chest as I swallow and strain my body to feel something. Anything. I feel nothing, so I take a second sip. The men are satisfied with this and return to chatting. I concentrate on maintaining my British disguise and pray I don't slip up if and when the drug takes hold of me. Another half an hour passes. Kiara appears to be gone, replaced by a giggling, slurring mess. Peehin still appears fine, though she's floating in my eyes a bit. I move my head slowly. I feel very drunk, and I've only had half my tea. I giggle a few times, not because anything is funny, but because I feel pathetic. A hand travels up my skirt and I let it. It could be my hand, or Peehin's, or any of the men's. It doesn't really matter. It's only a hand. I think someone spills something and laughs. Everyone sounds like they're under a bucket, and I'm looking at them from above. We're all small, like ants. Peehin's glinting diamond rings are like 2 moons. The ground rises to meet me at one point, and the world tilts, then spins. I grab my head and pull my knees to my chest. I want to sleep. I feel a sharp pinprick in my neck as I'm lifted, and the world tilts back into place. Everything is the right way up, but still seems to be moving faster than my thoughts. Peehin's head is on my lap. She's laughing, and I pat her soft milk chocolate-colored hair. Good puppy. Someone drags her away. I fall on my back and look at the ceiling. Exposed beams on a first floor. Interesting. Good place to tie. I turn to my side. The smell of tatami. Amazing place to tie. I miss rope. Kiara flops next to me. I catch her hand, but she too is dragged away. Where is everyone going? I don't want to be alone in this big, big room. Chapter 18. The world steadies when I lie down. I open my eyes and notice it doesn't dash around me. It only swirls. Someone is walking around the room, their steps heavy on the delicate floor covering. I see black biker boots through my hooded eyelids. It is one of the bouncers. Either the one who beat me or the one who came to bring me the tea. The Baron duo. Break and fast. Breakfast. I'm hungry. When the bouncer's hands extend to take me, I don't flinch. I stay limp in his sweaty arms because it's easy to be carried away like a piece of meat. I keep my eyes loosely shut, a strip of muted light floating in my vision. I'm being taken to a room, up the stairs. 1, 2, 3 doors down a black corridor. Panic suddenly squeezes my heart, making it pump blood like there is no tomorrow. It rushes in my head, deafening me with its swishing sounds. Everything in my body screams for me to run, to use my limbs and to get myself out of there while I still can. But my brain is fuzzy, and I can't really will anything to move as I want it to. It is madness. Deep down, I know I can do anything, overcome anything. But in this very second, my feelings are shallow as a half-dried puddle. All I can think of is how I'm about to be violated by someone. All I want is a glass of water, a sandwich, and a warm bed.
This room,
I hear from behind us. The sounds are no longer distorted. It's a second man, one of the Duke's friends. A moment later, stars swim behind my eyelids as the bouncer hits my head on the doorframe on the way in. Biting the inside of my cheek, I contain a hiss. The pain spreads across my skull like a spoonful of warm honey. It glides between my hair follicles, welcoming me back to a safe place. I recognize myself, and I realize I'm not that drugged anymore. I can think, I can hear, and see. I can feel. But this whole situation is far from safe. The bouncer tosses me on the bed. I land in the silky sheets with a soft thud, the pretense of unconsciousness very easy to maintain. The room smells like mold, sweat, and cum. The pain in my head has faded, and anxiety now ties my bowels in a knot. I fight with the desperate desire to open my eyes and look my future assailant in the face. I want to scream. I want to thrash and break skulls with a loose table leg. But the voice of reason, returned to me in a haze of other flashing feelings, reminds me I will get nothing done that way. Violence is great, but justice is better. I have a plan. I'm the brigand wraith. I always succeed. Lost in my thoughts, I don't notice the two men have reached some kind of agreement. The door closes, and I guess I'm alone or with the businessman. There is a soft rustle, then the sound of a belt unbuckling. I have to use all my willpower to stifle a scream as something touches my naked shoulder. If I continue straining like that, I will start shaking, and that'll be the end of this ruse. I've finally made it to the second floor. I just have to persevere through whatever the night has in store for me, then get to the office. The touch that started at my shoulder moves down my arm. It is a finger. Nothing scary, I tell myself. I pretend I'm at the Moon Garden, blindfolded and playing with a friend. I imagine the hand belongs to Connor, or to Hannah, anyone but its real owner.
that's so hot.
It is a mumble, and I barely make it out. The smell of booze hits me as he buries his face in my neck. The bed dips when he straddles me, his weight crushing me. He stops stroking me for a moment and stills. He is probably looking at me, so I focus on keeping my breathing still and my eyelids calm. My eyes are itching to see what is happening. The top of my dress is pulled down violently, and I bite my tongue to keep from screaming. His touch is disgusting and rough. The realization that he thinks he's doing this to an unconscious woman makes me sick. Frigid air rolls over my body as his touch turns vicious. If anyone can take pain and make the most of it, it is me. The bed springs back when the man moves away from me and walks somewhere. An unwelcome shiver runs through me. If I could sink deeper into the mattress, I would. I can deal with physical pain. I'm fine with being hit and bruised, cut and stabbed even. But inside, I find myself terrified of being raped. Sex has never been something painful, never been a weapon to assert unwanted power over me. Feeling vulnerable and faced with sexual abuse, for a moment I find kink people stupid for idealizing something as gruesome as forced violence. I don't know if I can go through with this. I hear the man step closer, then his hand is on my face, pulling my chin down. Tears well under my closed eyelids and my face contorts. I can't pretend any longer but keep my eyes pressed shut, unwilling to look the monster in the eye. He doesn't seem to notice or care. He reeks of something unpleasant. The combination of my reeling thoughts and the forceful invasion of my mouth makes me gag. As he continues, I have no strength left to stop the vomit as it comes out all over him and the sheets.
Stupid woman.
He slaps my cheek. It's not a playful slap. He uses all his force. My ears ring and my world spins again. He gets up, and his absence on me allows me to check in with myself. My mouth burns with the acid from my stomach. The smell makes me retch again.
Disgusting.
He continues, pacing around the room, probably looking for something to clean himself off. I cough again, which seems to infuriate him further. He stomps toward the bed, and I brace my body for a hit. It doesn't come. Instead, he catches my shoulders and pulls me to the side with his entire strength. My body lands on the floor with a thump. My shoulder takes most of the impact. Pain spreads out from it through my whole right side. My head bangs, but the hit isn't so bad and I remain conscious. My bruised ribs are killing me. The smell of vomit still permeates the air, so I retch again, unable to stop myself.
Stop that already, you useless piece of shit.
The man is fuming. He kicks me in the stomach. My breath escapes, and I can't pretend to be limp anymore, so I double over and rasp. I finally open my eyes, the mute light blinding, the sounds of him walking around deafening. Curled up in a ball, I stare at my knees and hope he goes away. A second later, I hear the door slam. The room drowns in silence. I dare to look up. I'm in a beautiful room of deep purple and gold luxury. A crystal chandelier hangs over me, and a massive mirror with a lavish frame stands on the opposite wall. As I catch sight of myself, with my disheveled hair, bleeding nipples, and vomit-stained mouth, I hiccup in surprise. I thought I was ready to take something like this on, but there's no way to be prepared for this. There is a reason the girls were given the spiked tea. I doubt anyone can go through this pretending they feel nothing. I bend forward as I'm sick once again, vomiting all over my dress. Then I hug my knees, rock myself side to side, and cry. Chapter 19. I don't know how long I cry for. At the back of my mind, I know it isn't a great idea. It is a useless reaction and takes up valuable time that I should be using to sneak around. But I can't get up, can't even attempt to. Curled up in a ball, I sob into my dirty dress, blocking out the world. When someone shakes me violently, I open my eyes, misery still floating in the liquid of my tears. My momentary reprieve is over. Peahen stands above me, looking urgently from side to side.
Get up, Adrian, for Christ's sake, just get up.
She chants as she kneels next to me and tries to lift me. Her thin arms are not strong enough, so her fingers slip around my skin, her nails leaving a thin, fiery line of accidental pain.
You should have left the moment he was done with you,
she continues.
Why are you lying here crying?
She tries to lift me again. Her face comes into focus. There's a red spot in the corner of her mouth. I blink my tears away. Are you okay, Peahen?
I'm okay. I'm okay. And Christ, I hate that name. Just call me Tanya.
I prop myself up on one arm, my form shaky. The pain in my ribs floods my mind, and for a moment, all I can think about is how everything hurts. It's exquisite, allowing me a respite from the sickening feeling of being violated.
Please move, Adrian, please. We'll both be in trouble if they find us here.
Tanya is pulling my other arm, almost dragging me along the floor. I get up. It is not as easy as those 3 words, but I make the movements with newfound conviction. My body sings with pain with each step. It fights me through every motion, but I embrace its melody and squeeze Tanya's hand. It is warm in mine. Where are we going? I whisper, as she drags me out of the room and across the corridor. My bare feet push into the lush carpet. I have lost my shoes somewhere. How will I get home without shoes? Can I drive without shoes? I've never tried. Can I even drive in my state? Tanya keeps pulling me forward. We pass the office door. I consider yanking my arm and trying to force my way in, but remember, I'm not alone. Trust no one, my employer said. Does that still apply? I think I can trust Tanya. I shake my head because thinking takes too much effort. I only spare the office a passing glance as we continue down the corridor. Tanya pushes a painting sideways, opening a secret wall panel with a creak. I'm too confused to appreciate the secrecy of the spiral staircase in front of me. I stop in the middle of our descent. I forgot my shoes. I have to go back. You go without me. I need to get into that office after all. I need to be done with this place.
No chance in hell.
Tanya says through gritted teeth. Her grip on my hand tightens, and she jerks me down, almost throwing me off balance.
I didn't go through all the trouble to save you just so you could run back up there and get beaten up by Chad and Brad.
I bite the side of my cheek and follow her. I don't mind getting beat up. It would have been better. It might have given me information to work with. But as I look at Tanya's hunched back and trembling shoulders, I know I can't just shake her off and go upstairs. I would get her in trouble, and she has definitely not consented to a beating.
Why am I even doing this? Why did I listen to him? Every time. Every time it's dangerous. We'll get caught, and then what?
Tanya mutters under her breath, her pace speeding up. We are almost running down the stairs at that point. My ribs don't allow me to forget they're bruised and whine with every step. Where are we going? I ask again, tugging at her hand. If not for her death grip on mine, I would think that she has forgotten I'm even there.
Downstairs,
she whispers as we pass another dark level. If I've been counting correctly, we're in a sub-basement. Tanya halts. We face a metal door, similar to the door of a cabin in a cruise ship. It looks out of place here. Tanya pulls a lever, rotates the handle in the middle, then pulls another lever, twists another small handle, and pushes with her entire body weight. The door doesn't budge at first, but then groans forward. Tanya slides through the small opening and pulls me behind her. Everything hurts as I angle my body to get through. After I pass two, she eases the door back and executes another sequence of actions, this time at the back of the door. It locks shut. She moves forward, gesturing me to follow her down an unlit corridor. A red light faintly illuminates our path, but nothing more. Before we leave the door behind, I turn, observing its mechanism, trying to commit to memory what Tanya did to operate it.
Come,
she urges when she notices I have stopped trailing her. I still have no idea where we are or what we are doing here, but something in Tanya's nervous demeanor makes me think I'm not in danger anymore, or at least not the same danger as before. She is on my side, and while her reasons are unclear to me, I feel somewhat better. As we walk through the black corridor and through a door, I blink at the bright lights of the room. It reminds me of the nurse's office at my school, half decorated as a normal room, half medical. This time, Tanya helps me get on the cot near the wall and pulls the surrounding curtain. I'm restless as I wait, my body shaking uncontrollably both from the adrenaline leaving it and the ambient cold. I hug myself and try to steady my breathing. This is some sort of panic room. Or maybe a safe room. It looks like a quirky study and feels strangely familiar. Something in its smell reminds me of the moon garden. It smells like disinfectant and sex. The curtain is pulled again, but this time, instead of Tanya, there's a man. I look him up and down, my brain failing to make sense of the situation I'm in. Maybe the drugs still haven't worn off completely. He is tall, at least 6'3", towering over the cot in a strangely domineering fashion. His skin is golden under a doctor's coat, and behind his attractive features, his dark eyes hold unhidden concern.
Tanya tells me you had an unpleasant experience.
His deep voice booms in the room. He doesn't seem to be concerned about being heard or discovered. His manner is confident and relaxed, holding an air of self-assurance that makes me believe the doctor's coat isn't just some senseless cosplay. I'm unhurt, I say, though I know full well it isn't true. I don't want to be here. Is this where all the girls go if there is an accident?
We try to help everyone, but we can't always manage between the two of us,
he says as he sits down on the cot next to me. I'm suddenly very aware of his presence and the state I'm in, covered in vomit, half naked, with ruined makeup and hair. I try to cover myself with my arms, but he stops me, placing his hands on mine.
I know they beat you. I can help you. The real owner of this place would never have let anything like this happen to you. Let me look at your injuries, do some first aid. Then you can go to the hospital later.
I regard him. My injuries are not severe, but it doesn't appear like I will be free to go until I agree to receive treatment. Will the man be able to tell some of the bruises are old? Does he know about the stranger who tried to lockpick the front door? I thought Miss Bergamot was the owner, I say instead of a reply.
Not even close,
he says.
I can tell you more about this place while I do my job.
What about Tanya? She's hurt too.
I'm okay. I only got slapped in the face.
I hear from behind the curtain. She pops her head in for a second, showing me she's cleaned the blood off her mouth.
I'll live.
I nod then, giving the doctor my half-hearted consent. At that, he wheels in a tray of instruments and bandages and asks Tanya for fresh clothing. She appears again with a bundle and sets it at the side of the cot.
Are there any areas you don't want me to look at or touch?
The man puts a set of blue gloves on and I shudder. Too many doctors around me lately. My brain hasn't had a chance to recuperate. I don't mind, I say, trying to sound nonchalant. What kind of a doctor are you?
I used to be an anesthesiologist.
He is young-looking, 30 at most. His jaw clenches as he says that. I narrow my eyes. What happened?
He found a better employer.
Tanya joins the conversation without regard for the man's response. I realized I don't even know his name as I strip off my dress and bra and stand in front of him in my panties. He didn't touch me down there, I say, as I feel the need to explain my choice of leftover clothing. I shift the pouch of lockpicks gently to the back of my panties. If they see that, they don't comment on it.
That's good to hear,
Tanya says, and the man nods. He doesn't seem fazed by any of my injuries, only looks at them and reaches for the bottle of antiseptic. He applies it thoroughly to my nipples and the cuts on my face.
Valerie, Miss Bergamot is middle management. There are people above her who claim to own the club, but it's between hands right now. The person who built this place from the ground up is out of the picture at the moment, but Tanya and I are working hard to bring the old Lavender back. Believe it or not, this was never meant to be an illegal brothel that forces its staff to service the guests. It was a place of respite that offered sex workers a space to practice safely, to sleep, eat, and drink, and even to have fun.
I find that hard to believe. The man, however, speaks with determination mixed with regret, his deft hands hovering in the air from time to time as he seems to find a nice memory before letting it go again to focus on me. Tanya stays silent, her eyes locked on something in the distance. I wonder what she's thinking about. If I get the job done, will I help them to get their wish, or will I destroy it, leaving them with bittersweet memories of something that will never be again? Chapter 20. A quietness settles in the room as the doctor works on my injuries. My shoulders droop, and I finally relax, finding solace in the aching of my body. The violation from before seems like a distant dream. My logical mind knows I'll return to it at some point. Maybe see it as a nightmare or an unexpected flashback. But for now, I'm happy with the moment of peace. A sharp pinch on my nipple brings me back in the room. I look down and notice a small medical staple lodged at one side of my areola. With the blood and the shock, I hadn't noticed how vicious the wound there was. Hadn't felt the loose bit of skin flapping about as I made my escape. It will scar, I whisper, more to myself than anyone else. The doctor nods.
Human bites are notoriously bad for infections, so please seek medical help when you leave tonight. I've put some antibiotic ointment on it.
Okay, I say, but I have no intention of going back to the hospital. I can take care of myself.
And please, no matter what your reasons for being here are, don't return.
I blink. What?
Leave,
Tanya says.
We saved you. You're free.
I'm not going anywhere. My voice has the taste of stubbornness in my mouth. I know I'm free. I can leave any time.
Don't kid yourself,
She continues.
Valerie will make your life hell. She will entrench you in this, and whatever freedom you think you have, you will lose. You know those rooms have cameras, right?
My eyes narrow. So, they have my rape on file. That's incriminating evidence against them,
That's not how this world works.
the doctor says.
They will use it to blackmail you, to threaten you. They have your face. They have your name. They can find your family. They don't care about the police.
Bullshit, I say, for lack of better arguments. I am the family that found them. I saw my sister's tear-stained face. I am here to destroy them, and they will start caring about the police. I will make them care. There is no way I'm just going to leave with my tail between my legs. I have to finish the job,
Believe what you will, but don't come back.
he says.
Tanya and I are already risking everything to save you.
I get up and unravel the bundle of clothes that has been left at the side. A gray hoodie and matching sweatpants. I put on the pants with a few painful jumps. I'm sorry for your trouble. I really am, but I can't afford to lose this job. Tanya huffs, lifting her hands in the air.
This is why I told you it's useless. She's Valerie's little bitch now, desperate for her approval.
She grabs my shoulders. How dare you? I hiss, though I don't know if it's about her words or her actions.
Wake up, Adrienne, or you will get raped for real.
Tanya, don't speak like...
The doctor can't finish his sentence. I push her back, almost knocking her to the floor. I get that you're pissed and that you think you saved me, but I didn't need saving. And you know what? He raped me for real, so I'm past the worst bit. I'm shouting now. I put on the hoodie and zip it in one motion, grazing it against my wounds. My breasts complain, but I ignore them. At least now I know what kind of place this is. I can come to work tomorrow knowing that there will be pain, but I will be one step closer to my goal.
We can give you money.
The doctor says, his enormous body suddenly between Tanya's and mine. I shake my head. I don't want to be rude to the man who has just patched me up, but I can feel the familiar tingling of a panic attack beneath my skin. I want out of the little room and back upstairs. I don't want to be forced to leave under the pretense of compassion. Even if it is real, it's useless to me. I don't need money, I say. I promise no harm will come to you or Tanya because of me. I will tell no one. But stop wasting your energy on trying to save me and focus it on someone who needs it, like Kiara. As I talk, Tanya walks around the doctor with narrowed eyes.
Where did your British accent go, love?
She emphasizes the last word mockingly. Fuck. I knew I forgot something in that room upstairs. My mouth opens and closes as I scramble for words.
What accent?
The doctor looks confused.
She is hiding something.
Tanya grabs my upper arm. I can shake her off easily, but I don't. Can I trust them with my real goal? My real identity? I promise I won't tell anyone about your undercover operation, I swear. My accent remains rooted in the States.
I don't trust her,
Tanya says. Because of this pushback, I realize my own trust for her grows. She's a prickly woman, but her head's in the right place. She is pushing against Lavender in another way. The man shoots her a stern look. I wonder what makes me so trustworthy in his eyes.
No, I don't. For all we know, she could be a spy for Valerie, or worse. What do we do now?
Tanya shakes her head. Or worse. That's who I'm looking for. The one worse than Valerie. The one running Lavender in the shadows.
We take a leap of faith, that's what.
He responds, his face solemn.
I have yet to encounter a patient who's turned on me.
That is a gigantic leap in logic, but I don't question it. As long as they let me go, I have no reason to challenge his belief in the goodness of people. I take a few steps back toward the door. A small voice in my head demands I reassure them again. Listen, you're right. I start, my voice low. I'm here with an ulterior motive. I can't tell you what it is, but it goes against Valerie and the practices of this place. Ultimately, my goal is the same as yours, though we're going about it in different ways.
And that is?
Tanya's eyebrow is raised. To stop them from hurting people, women, men, children. I don't know if I can help you rebuild or whatever, but I want to remove Valerie.
Are you a cop?
Tanya seems intrigued now. No, and not from any other law enforcement.
A hitman? Hitwoman?
The doctor offers. Jesus, they think I'm going to kill her. Let's say I'm a contractor.
But you got hurt and you seemed so upset.
Tanya looks confused. I hadn't realized the difficulties of infiltrating a place like this. I know now. This is overly simplifying the situation, but I want to appear confident, in control.
Fine,
Tanya says. She walks to the desk in the far corner of the room and starts fiddling with something. I follow her. I really want to keep reassuring her. You're safe, Tanya, I say. At least from me, you're safe. She doesn't look up. I look at her hands and the massive rings on her fingers. Below them, she's playing with a piece of purple card. The notes. Did you write them? The both of you?
I wrote you the T one. Everything else was written by someone else.
I turn to the doctor.
Not me,
He says. The Lavender Phantom? I ask. The doctor huffs out a laugh.
You could say that. Are we good? We leave you to your thing and you leave us to ours?
We're good, I say as I walk to the door. Tanya clicks her tongue and says nothing. Chapter 21. What to do now? I left my dress there, so how will I explain the clean clothes if someone finds me? I have to slip out unnoticed. Valerie and her goons can't see me. My plan still stands. Go up, steal the ledgers, leave. Easier said than done. As I take heavy step after heavy step toward the top, I realize I didn't ask the doctor for his name. I emerge back on the second floor. When the secret panel eases itself shut behind me, feet away from where I was violated, my nausea returns. I push those feelings to the back of my mind, the same way I've always dealt with anything I didn't like, with all my unresolved issues. I start thinking clearly again. I press my back to the wall. Its surface is rough, finished with an even coat of black. Was this a different color under the previous management? If it wasn't, maybe it felt classy, enticingly dark. Now it makes the space seem small and suffocating, somewhat morbid. I breathe deeply, trying to ease my hammering heart. The floor is quiet, eerily so. The rooms would be soundproofed, I realize, as I swallow another wave of nausea. I peel myself off the wall and take tentative steps forward, creeping from one foot to the other. The red carpet under me drowns the sound of my bare feet. I step forward more confidently. When I reach the door to the office, I put my ear on it. I don't hear anything, but that doesn't mean much. Before trying to lockpick my way in, I press the handle gently and push. The door opens without a sound, the seal broken.
Just find her, Brad. She's here somewhere. Can't you make a decision on your own for once?
This is Valerie's voice. She could be talking about anyone. Me, Tanya, Kiara, someone else. But I don't stay to find out. I won't take the ledgers now. Updated plan. Go to the basement and phone the employer. I run back and through the secret panel, checking twice to make sure no one has seen me. I go down as fast as I can, the speed of my descent making me dizzy. When I'm 2 floors down, I'm faced with another door like the one for the sub-basement level. I execute the moves I observed Tanya demonstrate and push at the door. It doesn't budge. I try again. My body screams with the pain of straining. Fuck. I update the plan. Go to the first floor, past the private rooms and escape through the fire door. Go home. Although I deleted our chat, I still have the number of my employer saved on my personal phone. Tonight has been a failure, and I'll lose $5,000. But I need to complete the job. There is no way this place can continue functioning. It's a factory for trauma, and I hate it. I go one floor up and stare at a wall. Why is there no door here? How did I miss its absence? Double fuck. I go back up to the second floor and carefully let myself out of the hidden panel into the black corridor. I sneak to the office door, still cracked open. Brad and Valerie are still inside, so I dash down the main stairs, only halting when I'm 2 stairs from the bottom. One end of the corridor in front of me leads to the fire door, the other to the bar. I really don't want to go to the bar. That fire door is my only chance. I hope it isn't alarmed, but I have to risk it. I'm shaking when I start hearing faint music. My heart jumps with each thump of the bass line. There is no one immediately visible, so I get to my knees and crawl carefully, legs first. If someone sees me, I will pretend to be crying on a step. Not as suspicious as someone trying to sneak out, right? A crying woman is invisible in this place. As I proceed down, it becomes harder to ignore my body's danger radar. My ears are ringing with the feeling of exposure, of an imminent fight with unclear consequences. A slight part of me loves it. Another shriveled part of me fights it with its disgusting claws, reminding me the consequences aren't that unclear. More violence, maybe confinement, maybe death. The undesirable possibilities multiply in my mind until I hear a familiar voice. I have just reached the last step. The fire door is within reach. But while the staircase is hidden from view from where the voices are coming from, the door isn't. I will only make it out if they go away somehow. I panic a little. Jumping to my fastest way to get my feelings under control, I dig my nails in my neck until the pain is the only thing I can focus on. I have to hide somewhere. The Asian room is just a few feet away. There is another door on the hidden side of the corridor. I don't know what's inside, but I haven't seen clients or staff go in or out of it. I pray that it is unlocked and empty as I duck and run toward it. When my fingers grasp the handle, it gives easily. I stumble inside, quickly closing the door and flicking the lock as noiselessly as possible.
My British savior.
I hear a male voice behind me. I turn slowly, stiff in sudden fear that it could be anyone from my rapist to any of the guards. Maybe Valerie's boss, maybe their boss.
No matter where they hide me, you always find me, don't you?
A mane of thick black hair, ruffled on top as if someone has been holding it, and a wicked grin. It is the man from the freezer. My heart skips a beat. I'm not sure what I'm so excited about, but for a moment it feels like I'm seeing an old friend walking toward me on the street. His grin widens. Chapter 22. The room is simple, almost empty. A sofa and a coffee table at the back and a few chairs. A floor lamp is standing in one of the far corners and a plant in the other. The walls are some kind of purple that gives the place a vibe of melancholy. "Hello," I say for lack of anything else to say. He doesn't look well. Even in the muted light, I can see he's been beaten up. He is sitting in a chair, his arms loose at his sides. His legs are stretched out, but there is nothing relaxed about his pose. He looks tense and in a lot of pain. "Are you okay?" I whisper as I step toward him. His face this time is clear of any bruises. His gray eyes are glassy but not tearful, his forehead wrinkled from the tension in his face muscles. My question is stupid.
I would shake your hand now that I'm free, but I'm afraid I can't really move my arms at the moment.
He is now dressed in a black dress shirt and black slacks. When I get closer, I wince. His shirt is soaked. With sweat or blood, I can't tell in the semi-darkness, but it doesn't look good. His arms aren't just at his sides. They're hanging from his body, heavy and limp like 2 mannequin limbs. "Did they break your arms? How much pain are you in? Can you walk?" The questions flow violently from my mouth. I start shaking again, my mind free of worry for myself. I adjusted his ropes. I fed him. I tried to keep him safe in this wretched place. And they broke his arms. Both of them. My eyes focus on a metal bat near the sofa. A bloody towel is lying on the floor next to it. I clench my jaw and cross the room in 2 strides. Picking up the bat, my doubts leave me. If I just come out swinging, how many people can I incapacitate before I get to Valerie and crack her head open?
Easy.
Says the man's soft voice behind me.
Put that down and give me some water. There's a glass on the table.
I blink my rage away. I'm an idiot. I can't go crazy and kill people. I can't end up in prison. Who would look after Melanie? This place is toxic. It is corroding my soul and my body. I have to find hard evidence. I have to bring Lavender down. I take the water from the table, but don't let go of the bat. I can still use it to protect myself. I bring the edge of the glass to the man's lips. As he swallows, I look at his face. It is more handsome than I remember it, the shadow of stubble prickling his cheeks. As I follow the movement of his Adam's apple bobbing up and down, it hits me that I have no clue what to do next. He needs a hospital, or at least a doctor. My eyes narrow as an idea forms in my head. Can you walk? I repeat my last question with as much conviction as I can muster. He finishes the water and licks the inside of his lips. I stare.
I can walk, but I don't know if I should. Your intense look scares me.
He winks. How can someone joke with 2 broken arms? I set the glass down on the floor and straighten in front of him, hoping that despite my shortness, I can still exude authority. You need to see a doctor. I will take you to a secret place. Then we'll leave together. The man shakes his head.
I can't go anywhere.
You said you can walk.
My tether to this place is not physical. There is a reason I haven't escaped.
Besides both your arms being broken.
This is a recent development. It shouldn't inconvenience me too much, and I don't think they're broken. Just a bit battered.
He looks pleased with himself. I scoff. You won't be able to open doors if you change your mind.
I have knees.
The doors outside have round knobs?
As much as I love this banter between us, you're right. You need to leave.
Wait, do you think Valerie will come here? I forgot all about the voices in the corridor. My fingers curl around the handle of the bat.
Not for a little while. The coast should be clear for you.
I can't leave you here.
I can't have you stay here because of me.
He smiles, and I want to shake him. How is he so calm? You have 2 broken arms. I'm concerned. And I can see you're concerned for me too. So, yes, I have double standards. Don't look at me like that. A crooked grin blossoms on his face, easing some tension in his cheeks. He looks almost boyish with his ruffled hair and his eyes twinkling with humor.
So selfish. You only care because you don't want to worry.
I know he's joking, but it's true. I want my conscience to be clear when I steal the ledgers and destroy Lavender. I don't want to expose him to my type of danger. I also don't want to be exposed to his dangers that apparently end in beating and imprisonment. Should we compromise? I offer. You will follow me to a doctor who can ease some of your pain, and then we'll chat again. You won't be leaving Lavender. He huffs a tiny laugh.
So you've been to the secret floor. Do you like it?
You know about it too?
I built it.
Wait. My brain goes fuzzy again as I recall previous conversations. Previous owner. The Lavender Phantom. Did you hire me?
Not exactly.
But you know who did.
One of my associates.
I drop the bat to the floor and squat in the middle of the room, my head in my hands. So you know the doctor.
He's one of my associates, too.
You know he and another staff worker tried to get me to leave tonight. Tried to save me.
They don't know about who you are.
His face becomes grave.
Let's keep it that way.
Why?
For their safety.
And how much do you know about me?
Just your famed title, the Brigand Wraith.
What about my real identity? My family? My day job? He shakes his head. I don't know why I'm interrogating him. He doesn't seem bothered. But suddenly I grapple with the dilemma that I'm close to knowing who the person is who lured Melanie here. Maybe it isn't him, but he knows who did it. He sanctioned it. And I think I know your legendary alias, I say. You're the Lavender Phantom, aren't you?
I didn't pick it, if you're wondering. I just hover around so when people accidentally see me, it's easier to make them believe they saw something ethereal, rather than a prisoner in his own home.
He sounds sad as he says this. His head drops down, and he inhales a long, deep breath. An inhale of regret and failure. We can talk later, I decide. He is already in a lot of pain. No reason to make him upset, too. Let's go now. He nods.
Grab the bat. We go to the second floor, then we go into the secret staircase from there.
We need to find another way down. Valerie and Brad are looking for me. We're both dead if they find us.
The other way is through the lounge full of customers.
Okay then. Back to that floor, again, we go. With such rapid, frequent exposure, maybe I can beat my trauma before it even forms. Maybe it will become mundane before it becomes dreaded. He goes to the door and waits for me. Stood next to each other, he is towering over me like a giant panther. Sleek, silent, dark. I push the door open slowly, the bat loose in my other hand. A shiver goes through my body. It is a warning, a kick-starting procedure. Danger, it screams in my mind. But I'm the mistress of my mind, and I tell it to shut up. There is always danger. To reach the doctor, we need to go through this hall. The Phantom moves silently behind me. I'm suddenly aware of his proximity. If I straighten my back, I will lean on him. Blood rushes to my cheeks. Shut up, brain. I open the door more and push my head through the gap, my body humming with an intoxicating mix of fear, determination, and desire. The corridor is quiet. I step out and let my companion follow me. I linger to quietly close the door behind us. No reason to alert anyone of our escape. We sneak to the staircase and then up, both on full alert. The journey is fast and passes in a blur. The painting that opens the secret wall panel is now within reach. Only a few steps away, it seems like the entryway to a coveted magical land. I allow myself a moment of fantasy as I walk toward it behind the Lavender Phantom, gripping the bat with both hands, keeping it high and ready. I hope I don't have to use it because I'm unsure I will be able to. I've never in my life hit anyone, intending to maim or kill. It seems too scary, too final.
Hey, where are you going?
Brad or Chad, I'm unsure which, is walking toward us from the other side of the corridor. No, he is running, and he'll reach me first. The skin over my knuckles stretches painfully as I grip the bat with all my strength. This is it. No time to think, just swing. I take a few steps back, still doubting myself. My back hits the Phantom's chest. I look up, my eyes already floating on tears. I'm embarrassed I don't really have it in me to hurt someone. I've always protected myself. I'm justified, fair in my anger. Now I'm protecting for two, but I'm hesitating. Why? My knees tremble. His chin rests on the top of my head. His presence steadies me.
Just get him on his knees or on the ground and I'll take care of him. You don't even have to hit him.
What? How is he going to take care of anyone with two broken arms? Shit, shit, shit. My time runs out. The thug gets hold of my hair in one swift motion and throws me to the ground. I hit my head again. How many times has that happened recently? The bat is still in my hands, but I'm uselessly crumpled on the floor. Brad or Chad continues toward the Phantom, who has backed away toward the secret door. Is he going to escape and leave me? Surely not. Just get him on his knees. I know pain, and I know how to make someone submit. Determined, I get to my knees and swing. The bat connects with the back of the thug's knees, and he stumbles forward, arms flailing in the air. The Lavender Phantom moves gracefully away from his grabby hands and lifts his leg. One blink later, the goon is lying on the floor unconscious. He's been kicked at the back of the head with deadly precision. I don't know if he's still alive. I hope so. I don't want to have the memory of witnessing someone get killed. I scramble to my feet, using the bat as support, and jump over the thug's body. I don't check if he has a pulse, just bolt for the wall opening before the ruckus we caused alerts anyone else. Quickly, I urge as I tilt the painting. I don't even know the man's name, and I'm putting my life on the line to get him medical attention. The door closes behind us, and for the fourth time tonight, I move in a spiraling circle. This time, down, 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 toward the secret infirmary. I underestimated you, I say as my bare feet slap on the steps. What is your name, anyway? I know nothing about you.
Damien,
he says in between pants. It seems his deadly kick made his pain worse.
And yours? Or should I keep calling you Adrian?
Adrian is fine for now. He shakes his head with a tiny laugh.
Fair enough. We're almost there. Do you know how to operate the door?
I think so, I say, but when I start, I struggle. He instructs me patiently through the steps, and I finally push it open. We walk through the red corridor. We pass a lot of doors. I didn't notice the first time. When we reach the room I was in, I walk in first. The doctor is there, smiling a bit. His smile disappears when he sees my companion.
Haven't they beaten you enough?
He asks, looking past me. Damien only chuckles.
Don't want you to get bored on the job, do I?
I feel a bit out of place. They know each other. They're friendly. Of course they are. Chapter 23.
If you've already been treated, I assume you also met Matthias.
Damien, the Lavender Phantom, says. He plops himself on the cot as he says this and winces in pain. Who? I don't know any Matthias.
I'm Matthias.
The doctor waves a bit.
I patched you up like 30 minutes ago.
Oh, sorry. I forgot to ask your name. You can sort out his arms, right? I ask, then add, nice to meet you. Tanya is nowhere to be seen.
I haven't seen the state of his arms yet. I can't make any promises.
Matthias's voice is somber, as if he doesn't want to reply at all.
Don't trouble yourself with that if there's nothing you can do.
Damien's voice is even, his tone friendly but devoid of the mischief it had when he talked to me.
I don't think my arms are as bad as they look. Maybe a fracture or two.
I grimace, but keep quiet.
Yes, sir.
Matthias's response is curt and formal and makes my frown deepen. There's some sort of power dynamic going on here that I'm not privy to. I open my mouth to say something. Damien raises a brow to silence me.
No need to panic, Matthias,
he says.
He knows things are difficult and he's stressy. He's got an ulcer.
Why are we speaking as if he isn't here? I shake my head and sit on the chair in front of the desk. The purple card is back in its neat stack. I glance at the time. It is 3 a.m. Hanako and Melanie should be fast asleep right now. I have to get Hana something to thank her. And after all this is over, I have to make sure I pay her back in kind. As my mind wanders off thinking about possible rope scenes and kink adventures, I watch Matthias walk out and then back with a massive bag. Now, as I take in his slumped posture and sunken eyes, I realize I must have misjudged his bedside manner for nonchalance. Damien is right. The person in front of me is not calm at all. Or maybe Damien's suffering distresses him more than mine. As Damien fidgets on the cot, I look at the way his slacks hang from his hips. He has long, muscular legs. The outlines of muscles in his thighs are visible as he shifts this way and that, trying to find a comfortable position for his arms. Matthias fusses over his bag, pulling out medical things and holding them in his enormous hands. I notice a small sink in the far corner of the room, a kettle, and some tea and coffee. Should I make you both a hot drink? I need something to do. I poke around and find a few different varieties of tea.
I'll have a black tea if we have any.
Damien's voice is smooth and deep. I'm happy with his answer. I love that there's Earl Grey here with me in this tiny room.
No way. It's the middle of the night. We all need rest. No caffeine. A chamomile tea for him and a decaf coffee for me. You can choose a peppermint or a chamomile tea for yourself.
Matthias uses his doctor's tone. I roll my eyes but push the Earl Grey box back in its place.
You're overreacting.
Damien says, and then,
Ow, ow, why are you pressing on my hand like that?
To figure out if it's broken.
As I wait for the water to boil and make the drinks, I focus on the quiet muttering of Matthias as he looks over Damien. Damien sounds like a petulant child, while the doctor prods him here and there. When I bring the drinks over to them, Matthias is injecting something into Damien's arm. What's the verdict? Are they both broken? I ask, and set the mugs on the edge of the desk.
I would say he is one lucky bastard, but I know that's not true.
Matthias replies, and sets down his syringe, carefully replacing the cap on the needle.
They knew how hard to hit him to cause maximum pain and minimum damage. His arms are swollen but don't appear to be broken. There might be a hairline fracture or two, but I can't tell without an X-ray.
Damien smiles and lifts his right arm, giving me an attempt at a thumbs up.
Fast-acting painkillers,
he says and winks.
Pass me my old lady tea.
Whatever.
Matthias takes his coffee and sips it, offended by Damien's opinion of chamomile tea. Herbal teas are excellent for the body and the soul, I offer, but Damien only scoffs. I take a few sips of mine, enjoying a moment of simplicity. For 2 long seconds, there is only the tea and me. Nothing else is there, and nothing else matters. The 3 of us sit without talking. The only sound breaking the silence is lips, on hot cups of liquid, slurping gently. After I'm done, I stand up and gather the medical supplies scattered about the table. Matthias doesn't seem bothered. Maybe his stress has eased after he saw Damien's condition wasn't so bad. My blood pressure dips and I sway on my feet, steadying myself on the edge of the desk. Matthias moves like a shadow and wraps a sturdy hand around my upper arm, keeping me upright.
Who was your client tonight?
He asks, and I look up to meet his eyes. They are shooting daggers. I don't know who he was.
What was his lavender name?
No idea, I say. He was with Duke Harrington. Damien swears.
I hate those CEO types. They think they own the world.
He sprawls on the cot like it's a couch, one leg up, and swollen arms resting on a knee, like it's the most comfortable seat in the world. There is something regal in the way he displays his broken body, something attractive in the way he holds his head high while looking around. His chest rises and falls with the deep breaths of someone in control. This is how I want to look. This is how I hope I look to others. But this is not how I feel inside, and never has been. Envy and desire mix in my thoughts as my eyes trail his jaw, his neck, his slightly exposed chest. Matthias looks like a highly strung violin next to him, grabbing at things and tossing them in a bin. Elegant, taller, but thinner. Somehow under pressure again. He sits at the end of a small wheelie chair, his legs supporting most of his weight as he puts his equipment back into his bottomless bag. There is a shadow cast across his face that could be the lighting or the memory of pain and anger. Either way, he looks fed up and tired.
Time to rest,
Damien says, breaking my observation. You're going to sleep here? I ask and look at the tiny cot.
We're all going to sleep here.
The 3 of us?
Not in this room.
Matthias smiles a bit. My confusion must be entertaining them both.
There are a few rooms and a bathroom on this floor.
That makes sense. Damien told me the Lavender Phantom is not allowed to leave the premises, so this floor must be his home.
Come,
Damien says.
let me show you a part of my small kingdom.
Chapter 24. Damien takes me to what I assume is his bedroom. There's a big bed in the middle, a crate on one side, which serves as his wardrobe, and a home gym installation. It's so underwhelming that I can't fake an appropriate reaction. My eyes just widen in disbelief. After the opulence upstairs, this is shocking.
My circumstances changed when I finished the office we were in. I've been very slowly trying to get things together around here since then. Emphasis on very slowly. Shopping is difficult when you're not supposed to go out and meet delivery people.
He says, his eyes lined with humor. He isn't embarrassed about this part of his living situation. It's functional and easy to maintain. It will do.
Matthias will sleep on the couch.
He continues.
You and I can take the bed.
I raise an eyebrow and open my mouth to protest, mainly to mention how I don't really know either of them. But Damien raises a hand in a kingly gesture to shut me up.
Let's not argue tonight. It's already late. Look at this bed. Matthias and I can't both fit there. The medical couch is at least long enough for him.
He says with the beginnings of a smile.
You can't deprive a doctor of a good sleep.
I thought he isn't practicing, I say.
So then he doesn't deserve good sleep?
Damien is playing with me, his face joking. I notice for the first time how tall Matthias actually is when compared to Damien. When you're short like me, everyone is taller, so there's not much difference. But Matthias is not only tall, he's long.
Plus, you have nothing to be afraid of with me. I have 2 hardly working arms, and I'm dead tired. We can put a blanket between us.
As a full stop, he winks. Somehow he knows that it's all sorted even before I know it myself. The thought of him and me in bed is appealing, but if nothing else, I'm afraid I would be too distracted to sleep. I've only ever slept with Melanie next to me, a remnant of peace from a past before all went to hell. None of my partners, sexual or friendly or anything in between, ever coaxed me to fall asleep next to them. I tried, but never succeeded. And then there's the problem of my recent trauma. I'm pushing it to the back of my mind still, but who knows when it will come out. A distraction like Damien would be nice, but it could go either way. Matthias yawns again. It feels pointed. Fine, I say. We'll do what you say, but I don't understand why Matthias can't talk for himself.
Matthias is too tired to talk for himself,
Matthias says, rubbing his eyes.
But Matthias will help you with the bedding and give you both painkillers in the morning, so be good to Matthias.
I shake my head and chuckle. Half an hour later, we all have a designated place to sleep. Damien has showered and is being checked over one last time in the bedroom. I go to the bathroom for a shower, rub off my makeup with more vigor than needed, brush my teeth, and head for bed. I'm wearing a black tank top and black pajama bottoms Damien has issued to me. Smelling nice from a surprising range of female products, I feel slightly better. Matthias is waiting for me outside. Is this all Tanya's stuff? I ask. He nods but doesn't go in.
Listen, I know Damien seems strange at first, with the way he talks and the things he does or doesn't do. But give him the benefit of the doubt. The past few years have been difficult for him. He doesn't have a lot of allies around here.
I don't mind that, I say. But he acts like he owns you. Do you not pick up on that?
That's maybe because he does,
Matthias says, but his face isn't sad. His expression is a mix of pride and acknowledgement. I want to ask more, but he goes in and closes the door. A second later, I hear him brushing his teeth. When I go into the bedroom, Damien is either sleeping or pretending to sleep, so I say nothing. He is lying on his side in the bright room, shirtless, arms outstretched and painful looking, legs bent slightly so he fits properly on the mattress. I turn off the light and sit on the bed, unsure of how to lie down and what to do for the next few hours that I will undoubtedly spend trying to fall asleep. A small nightlight illuminates one corner, diffusing the darkness. The bed doesn't call to me. Matthias flushes the toilet and goes into the infirmary room. After he kills all light outside, I finally put my head on the pillow, my back almost touching Damien's back, and draw my knees close to my chest. The quiet semi-darkness is my worst enemy. It magnifies my morbid thoughts and obscene fantasies, and as I count sheep, I dance the line between being angry at the world and ashamed of myself. I turn around and look at Damien's broad back. It is smooth skin in between raised scars, taut over refined muscle. What kind of person is he to have made so many enemies? I saved him because I related to his struggle. We are both victims of Lavender. Was it a mistake? He is linked to Melanie's suffering, but could also be the reason she was able to escape this place. The quiet rise and fall of his chest doesn't give me any clues. After an hour passes, without sleep claiming me, I get up, put my hoodie on, and sneak out of the bedroom and through the hallway. It's dark, and no door strikes me as particularly interesting. They are all unlocked, and their insides are all pitch black and musty with the smell of abandonment. There's a strip of light coming from the office infirmary, so I go there. Maybe I can chat with Matthias if he's still awake. I inch the door open. He's sprawled on the medical couch, one arm hanging from the side. He is snoring lightly. I consider leaving, but with my only option being back in bed with my thoughts, I slide in the room and sit behind the desk. I pick up a piece of purple card and a pen. I sketch the word lavender in the nicest writing my tired hand can create and draw a flower behind it. I look at my creation and discard it. I take another piece and write the same, this time with a stalk of lavender in the background. It's quite pretty, so I leave it. I go back to the bedroom, thinking about broken dreams and empty rooms. If I were Damien, would I be able to live under my own creation and still love it? My racing mind tells me sleep is still a distant thing.
Welcome back.
Damien's voice jumpstarts my heartbeat. The room is still semi-dark and warm, smelling of something masculine and inviting, different from the smell of any of the other rooms I peeked in. I can see the outline of his body, propped up on one elbow, his chest shamelessly on display. "Doesn't your arm hurt like that?" I whisper.
It does a bit, but Matthias gave me hospital-grade painkillers. Also, this is the one they hit slightly less.
I can tell he says that with a smirk. He sounds almost as self-destructive as me when I need my masochistic fix. But I'm sure he isn't one. He doesn't crave pain, he owns it. He is above it. "Are you having trouble sleeping?" I'm not in a hurry to go back to bed, so instead stand near the door. I hug myself to stop a chill that has started at my bare feet and is slowly climbing up my body.
I do when my companion sneaks out in the middle of the night.
"Why?"
Previous trauma and all that. Puts me on edge.
He says in a sing-song way, like he is telling a joke. The tone is on point, but his words sound serious. "Sorry," I say, although I'm not. I have my trauma to deal with too. I'm back now.
Stop trembling in the corner and come under the duvet.
He says the last word with a French accent.
This is how they say it in Britain, if you need it for your make-believe at Lavender tomorrow.
I chuckle and slip back into bed, mirroring Damien's pose. "Who is Matthias to you?" I ask, because it doesn't look like either of us will sleep soon.
Should we play a little game?
He says instead of an answer.
To make this tete-a-tete less like an interrogation?
"What game?" I whisper, lowering my head to his. I love games. Sometimes I feel my entire life is a game, a mixture of goals and achievements and failures for character building. He lowers his head too, our foreheads touching now. A conspiratorial grin paints his lips. Chapter 25.
Truth and strip.
Damien says, his smirk widening.
It's a bit raunchy, but we can stop at any time.
I like raunchy, but truth and strip? I've never heard anything like this.
I just made it up. We ask questions in turns and we pay for them with our clothes. It's only fair to show some skin if you want the other person to show some soul.
My ears burn. I'm not embarrassed. I'm intrigued. We're both wounded and we should really sleep. But I need a distraction, and he probably does too. I listen to my gut again. Is it telling me to run? Is it telling me to fight? Strangely, it's nodded in anticipation. I'm eager to replace the bad memories of the evening with something better, something more potent in emotional charge.
We don't have to play,
he says when the silence takes too long. His voice is calm, and I know that he means it. This reassurance relaxes my inhibitions even further. I want to play, but you barely have anything on. Are you that uninterested in me? I can feel my painful nipples throbbing under my tank top. The idea is thrilling. Alone in the dark, in bed with Damien, I can't deny my attraction to him. It's shallow, but his rugged good looks are getting the better of me.
We can change the game to truth and dare after the clothes go,
he offers. Not or? Damien rotates a switch beside the bed, and the small night lamp glows brighter.
Where would be the fun in that?
He winks. Fine. I'll go first. I whisper and toss the comforter away. I'm not cold anymore, and little tremors of excitement have replaced my shivering. I push everything related to Lavender to the back of my mind and focus on the fact that I'm doing something naughty and sexy that I've consented to, and that, if it gets to be too much, I can just put a stop to it. The ambiance of the room, so different from upstairs, is comforting, and the muted light throws tantalizing shadows across Damien's half-naked body. This is going to be fun. I'm in control. I smile. Who is Matthias to you? Damien doesn't look surprised I'm repeating my question.
He is someone very close. We have known each other for years. I trust him with my life.
Doesn't sound like it the way you talk for him when he's there.
That's not a question, so I will not reply.
He says with a laid-back grin.
Throw off that hoodie so I can ask my thing.
I'm not satisfied with his answer, but this is the game after all. I'm sure I'm going to give only half-truths too. But in the meantime, we will be happy and naked, so I let it go and take off my hoodie. Damien's eyes follow the outline of my body. I smile back at him in anticipation.
Why do you use a fake British accent at Lavender?
I thought it would make me more interesting and people would tip more.
That's it?
Is that a second question? If so, something has to go first. My grin widens. The game doesn't have an end goal, but I'm winning.
I take it back,
he says. Then he adds,
I used to live in the UK for many years, something for another time. And I take these off.
He slips off his socks. I roll my eyes.
I'm playing fair. I could have taken them off one by one,
he says. I suppose, I reply. First round is over, and we are still pretty much clothed. It is time to make things interesting. How did you become the Lavender Phantom?
I had everything taken away from me except from this floor.
His eyes glaze over like he's lost in memory. I wonder if I've killed the mood, but he shakes it off and smiles.
I gave up my freedom for someone else's. Being locked down in one building for 6 years and trying to sneak around without anyone seeing is bound to give birth to a legend.
6 years? That's almost as long as Melanie and I've been in Chicago. How has he not gone stir-crazy yet? I kick off my PJ bottoms. Damien's eyes drop to my legs, an appreciative grin on his lips. I'm proud of my legs. They are smooth and shapely, and they've always been reliable, taking me in and out of trouble, following my endless whims.
How did you become the Brigand Wraith?
His question hangs in the air. It is a bit of a bummer. I don't really want to talk about it. I don't blame him because he doesn't know the memories this question can bring up. I choose my next words carefully. I had a talent for lockpicking and my chief discovered it. I used to do ballet, so I was very flexible, and it was easy for me to sneak in and out of places. I was never caught. So, as you say, it's natural that I too became a legend. I smile and gesture toward his PJ bottoms.
Something tells me this is not the whole story,
He says, but obeys and shimmies out of them clumsily. An unexpected snort escapes me. He winks, his air of confidence still the sexiest thing he's wearing. This is a game of part truths. So, a follow-up question to you. Why did you and your associates bring me to Lavender?
Well, since you've already found out that Lavender is not exactly a great lawful place at the moment, I might as well tell you the whole truth of your employment,
He says. His expression changes. He looks somber, reminiscent, somewhat sorrowful. I lean in closer without realizing, eager to hear what has picked at my mind for so long.
I'm being blackmailed. Valerie and her friends have something dear to me. I'm an obstacle to their business, so they need me both close and out of the way. I play hostage, and they don't destroy what I care about. I can probably beat all of them up, but it will be counterproductive for me. Matthias and Tanya don't have the skill sets or the guts to do what you need to do. And that's fine. They're amazing in other ways. I have one other associate, the person you've been in touch with. Well, people. Bringing an outsider to save us all was their idea. This is why I don't know much about you, and why I don't want Tanya or Matthias to be in the know. It's a safety mechanism.
If you fail or get caught, was the unspoken ending to his sentence. If no one knows about me, they have a better chance of surviving if I botch the job. It is reasonable, but it stings a bit. Chief always trusted and believed in me, and while I know it is stupid to think strangers will act the same way, I still want Damien on my side. Even Tanya and Matthias, the other associate. It feels good to not be completely on my own. Yet every ally is a potential liability, so at the end of the day, the brigand wraith works alone. I hook my fingers under the straps of my tank top and push them down my shoulders, then pull the top down until it is at my waist. I look at Damien's face as he follows my movement. He has a sly smile, the smile of a victor, but I know I'm winning. When I get the top fully off, his smile remains, but something dark passes across his face, dangerous and angry. I look down, self-conscious, only to remember the mess that are my nipples, the staples on my areolas. Without thinking, I draw my hands to my chest. Damien shakes his head slowly and reaches out. Gently putting his hand on mine, he pulls my arm away and to his face. He kisses each knuckle as he holds my wrist gently, his lips and fingers hot on my skin. I suddenly want to cry, but I blink my tears back. This is supposed to be a fun game. Go away, nasty lavender memories.
Do you want to stop?
He asks. I shake my head. I push everything back, back, back. Furious, it dared to rear its head while I'm trying to reclaim my enjoyment of the night.
We are both hurt,
He whispers.
but we're both strong to be here, aren't we? Finish the job if you can. If not, we'll find someone else. You can do it, if you need to do it. But no one will hold it against you if you decide to back off. We'll find someone else. We're not playing children's games here.
I sit up. I take my other hand and run it through his unruly black hair. It is soft, pleasant to touch. He showered before bed, and it smells like mine, like Tanya's shampoo.
Shall we continue the game?
He sets my hand back on the bed and points to his boxers. I let my fingers linger in his hair a second longer and caress the side of his face on the way back. I nod. There is one sure way I can win this for myself, and that's to not let the recent events ruin it. In this moment, in this semi-dark room, nothing else matters. I repeat it to myself over and over as I watch Damien slide his boxers down, revealing himself in all his naked glory. I can't help but look at his cock, this unfamiliar area of him fascinating me more than expected. He is semi-erect, probably courtesy of me and my horrific-looking nipples. I shift a little, uncomfortable that I've ruined the mood.
I can't believe I wasted my boxers on such a question,
he says, but his voice holds no malice, just a little humor. To be fair, he asked 3 questions, but I don't challenge him. They were all for my benefit. He doesn't look self-conscious at all.
My eyes are up here, miss. Your turn.
My face heats. No one likes to be caught staring, do they? His mood seems fine, so I relax a bit. Sorry. Following from my previous question, why do you pass me notes? Isn't it dangerous for you? Aren't they going to destroy what you love if they catch you're working with me? That you're trying to save people? He chuckles.
That's 4 questions, but I will let you off because you sound concerned. It is mildly dangerous. But I can't help it. I like writing poetry. It helps me de-stress, even if Tanya says it's bad. On that point, the Getting People Out program is not my thing. I give my allies, as few as they are, full creative freedom. Tanya and Matthias came up with that. They try their best to reduce the trauma people get here and prevent new ones from being recruited, but there seems to be an endless supply of desperate girls and boys. I didn't tell them about you, so they jumped the gun and tried to save you.
Maybe we should tell them. You said you trusted them.
Maybe. I will consider it. The safety issue still stands, especially for Tanya, who is in too deep with working for Valerie. She's essentially a double agent.
I'm starting to understand why Tanya's so grumpy. She must be stressed beyond belief. I have nothing to add, so I just shake my head and take off my panties. I slip one leg after the other, not trying to be overly sexy, but still trying to maintain an elegance.
You're good at this,
Damien says. He bites his lower lip slightly, shifting his eyes from my naked body to my eyes. His gaze is intense, so I hold it instead of looking down. I know he likes what he sees. I need no confirmation. The game should change now, right? I'm up for more unless you want to sleep. My tone is low and flirty.
I don't think I can sleep soon.
He draws closer to me.
I offer a gentle touch for you answering my next question.
His hot breath warms on my cheek. What do his lips taste like? How will his hands feel gripping my body? Ask away, I whisper.
You like Lavender, right? If you remove Valerie and all the crime and violence, the idea is right up your alley.
My eyes narrow, trying to discern the reason for his question. Does he really mean, do you appreciate my vision, or are you going to betray us? No, I hate it, I say finally, and offer nothing more. He outstretches his free arm and touches my shoulder. My skin tingles under his fingers. It's been a long time since someone has touched me this softly. I rarely crave gentleness. He trails the top of my arm and then the side of my hips as he says,
I know you're lying. I will not phrase it like a question because I know I'm right.
His hand stills. He lifts it an inch from my skin.
But I will ask my question again. And if you tell the truth this time, I will keep touching you. Otherwise, I will have to withdraw my offer due to foul play on your part.
The grin on his face is both arousing and annoying. His commanding voice swirls from my ears straight to the fiery place between my legs. I squeeze them before responding. Does he have a clue how much this idea of soft torture appeals to me? I groan and throw my head back. You know everything, don't you? Then I quickly add, that's a rhetorical question. I will tell you the truth. I do like it. It's opulent and smells like tea and dreams and escapism. But if I finish the job, if I bring the ledgers to the police, I will destroy it. It will be a crime scene, and its reputation will be tarnished forever. I can't like it, because after I'm done with it, it won't exist.
Leave that part to me. I'm good at building and rebuilding. I'm not good at destroying.
He replaces his hand on my waist. This time he slides his fingers upward, reaching all the way to my neck and under my ear. He plays with my earlobe as I imagine his long fingers wrapped around my neck. My logical brain shuts down. I take his arm and spread his palm, placing my neck into it. I close his fingers around, wishing only for him to squeeze and let me silence the world as I feel only me and him. He doesn't move.
Should I assume you have no more questions?
He says in a low, deep voice. I look at him, taking in his intense pale gray eyes. In that light, he reminds me of a big husky, playful but strong. A guardian or an attacker, protective or dangerous. I have one question left. Can we kiss now? Chapter 26. His fingers tighten around my neck. Not enough to choke me, but enough to show me he is there in the moment with me. He shifts his body to mine and props himself on his arm so that he towers over me. Turning me over so I lay on my back, he lowers his head until his lips are a feather's touch against mine. He will say something. I wait, although I've not been told to. It takes all my composure not to crash my mouth against his. And then we kiss. As his lips press to mine, his hand squeezes both sides of my neck. The blood stills in my head, clouding my eyes. I close them, focusing only on the feel of Damien's mouth against mine. As the seconds tick away and everything gets blurrier, I moan. His tongue parts my lips and tangles with mine. He tastes like mint and welcoming warmth. He releases my neck a second before I pass out. His mouth withdraws, allowing me to pant away as the blood rushes back and the world regains color.
You're a good kisser,
he whispers. There is now something sad in his eyes. He swipes his thumb across my lips, drying them and leaving a trail of heat. When I regain my focus, he's already pulled away.
I might ruin the mood with my next question, but I have to ask it,
he says in a serious tone. He is still smiling, but there is something different to its shape. Will I have enough time around him to learn what all his expressive smiles mean? What is it? My voice is raspy, worry and desire mixed in my timbre.
Do you know a teenage girl, maybe around 15, 16, brown hair, brown eyes, maybe owning a black suede choker?
I pinch the bridge of my nose with 2 fingers and sigh.
Who is she to you?
He continues.
Is she a friend? A friend's daughter?
Damien's whispered questions strike my heart like well-aimed arrows. I'm enjoying myself right now, even as Melanie is sweating with nightmares at Hannah's. Do I even deserve to enjoy myself like this? Am I failing my sister by not being faster? By not being safer? A sister, I say quietly. Was it you?
What?
Did you save her?
I don't think I saved her. I think I reset how things should be. Lavender was never meant for pain, and the entertainment is not suited to non-adults. I sent her on her way.
But you know your associate lured her here, right? You allowed them to use her to get to me. Tears prickle my eyes.
No, Adrian. If I'd known, I would have never approved it. Communication with my associate outside is difficult. They acted without consulting. I had to set things straight. In their defense, they thought Valerie would see your sister was underage and send her away. They wanted a bit of CCTV footage to send to you. Their biggest flaw is not having the imagination that the people here are depraved beyond belief.
How old is your associate? Sometimes it feels like they're my sister's age.
I can't tell you, I'm sorry.
I narrow my eyes. Are they really underage? It would explain the briefing document and the poor decision-making.
I'm so sorry about your sister,
he continues. I know you are. I saw you get beaten up on the video. You gave her time to escape. She's shaken and traumatized, but she'll be fine. I'll do my best. We're quiet for a moment. Thank you for stepping up. This whole place is full of people who close their eyes to other people's suffering. Maybe you're right. Maybe you can rebuild Lavender to be something beautiful.
Then join us in our vision,
he says as he gets close to my face again. I think he might kiss me again. but he only whispers in my parted lips.
Join. Me.
I'll think about it, I say, and we spend the next few moments silent. Then he pats my head like I'm a child and turns to his side, arranges his arms in front of him, and falls asleep. At least I assume so, because his breathing deepens. I'm tired too, but I ponder his offer. I'm not used to allies. I'd trusted the brigand chief with my life, but I was young and stupid then. Now I have Melanie. I have Hannah. I have a semblance of a life that I like enough not to want to throw away. Chief always used to say, if you're not strong enough, you have to lean on others and let them lean on you so you can be strong together. I've never been convinced of that before, and I don't know if this is the case here. Whatever my decision is, I can tell Damien is used to being the boss, to have his words heeded. But this job has become too personal to me. I've become too entangled. I need to be in control and call the shots. Any alliance I agree to will require my equal footing with Damien. I refuse to be an underling. The sentiment is obvious in my head, but the method to achieve it isn't, so I continue tiptoeing around sleep until the morning hours. The door opens. Matthias stands there, visibly refreshed. He has an enormous smile on that melts the moment he sees Damien and me tangled in bed. I must have fallen asleep, because I'm spooning him like he is a traveler and I'm his backpack.
Why are you both naked?
He sounds equal measures appalled and amused.
The doctor prescribed rest, not whatever this is. Also, how dare you? I was sleeping next door.
Should we have invited you?
Damien's husky morning voice catches me by surprise. He stretches his arms, then curls up in agony.
Matthias, I think the painkillers wore off.
Of course they did. I should make you put your underwear on by yourself as punishment,
he says. It is interesting how his eyes are glued to Damien. I stand up and pick my panties up from the floor. Not bothering to hide, I put them on and reach for the tank top. Still looking at Damien, Matthias says absent-mindedly,
Do you have any pain, Adrienne?
I put on my hoodie and sweatpants. My mangled nipples out of sight. I feel more like myself again. I do, but nothing you can do anything about.
I could give you pain relief.
I like my pain. Thank you very much, I say and walk toward him. Are you just going to stand there staring? I want to wash up.
Right, yes, sorry, I will get my needles.
It's rude to stare at a woman like that, you know.
Damien says. He is still facing the wall in his fetal pose and is clearly oblivious it is not me Matthias is gazing so longingly at. I shake my head and go to brush my teeth. Chapter 27. When we're all gathered around a camping table in the infirmary room, it is almost noon. At least that's what the clock says. It's difficult to tell time in the basement. How has Damien lived like a mole for years without killing everyone in Lavender? The realization that I have wasted my morning makes me cranky. I need to talk to Melanie today. It takes us half an hour to assemble a makeshift breakfast, a bowl of cereal in front of each of us. Matthias and I are grumpy, while Damien is chipper once his painkillers kick in. His arms don't look pretty, but there is no hesitation in his moves. We eat silently, under sounds of crunching cereal.
I'll sneak you out,
Matthias says to me.
Your clothes and shoes are over there. Tanya brought them. Are you sure you want to return tonight?
Damien doesn't respond and pretends he's not here. My eyes narrow, but I only say, Thanks for the clothes. We're going to be here.
Oh, is it a we now?
Matthias replies. He is now rummaging inside his doctor's bag.
Nothing happened, Matthias. Stop sulking.
Damien says, and slurps the last milk in his bowl. He turns to me.
When you go in, find Tanya. She'll fill you in. I've asked her to cover for you.
Thanks, I say, and finish my own soggy cereal. Lavender during the day is quiet. Matthias takes me to the fire door, gives me his number, and I slip out unnoticed. On the way home, I phone Hannah and tell her I'll pick up Melanie from school before bringing her to her place. An ominous feeling settles in my stomach, the same I got when I had to face my parents and lie about where I'd been. At home, I message my employer to communicate with Damien about what has happened and leave the howler for another time. I add that I accept the reduction in fee. I'm in no mood to haggle. I put the laundry on and catch up on sleep. A bit after 3, I pull up to the school anxiously. I've never picked Melanie up before. With no idea how she will react, I ease the car into the school lane slow and steady, like I'm learning to park. I notice bundles of students coming out, chatting, laughing, bumping fists, or sharing things on their phones. Is Melanie doing okay at school? Has she blended in fine after the incident? I don't really know. I hope so. She comes out together with Simon and another 2 girls I don't know. Simon is laughing his head off next to her, his hands on his knees as he wheezes. That puts a smile on my face. Simon has always been a good influence on Melanie. So, very unlike her, and yet her best friend. His clothes are always bright. Today, he is dressed in a neon green puffy jacket that complements his dark skin and cornrows well. A purple rucksack with a monster face shakes on his back as he laughs. Melanie is in dark jeans and a deep blue denim jacket, but despite her glum outfit, she is smiling. Their interaction looks easy, natural. I roll down the window of my Honda and wave. There is no way to miss a bright orange car. Melanie spots me instantly. Her face is surprised for a moment. Then she gives her friends a high five each and skips toward the car, her hair swaying side to side and her backpack jumping up and down on her back. She doesn't look embarrassed to meet me, and I sigh with relief. The other students only give us passing glances and go their own ways. I'm thankful. My car is neither expensive nor clean, so the lack of attention is a good thing. I don't want Melanie to have a hard time at school because she has no parents and is ashamed of her sister. She gets in with a smile. She looks well, except for the dark circles under her eyes and the dull color of her usually lustrous brown hair.
Hi, Soph,
She says, and reaches to pinch my cheek.
I almost forgot what you look like.
It hasn't been that long, I say, but know it is a weak excuse. How have you been?
Fine.
She grins, but I see through her disguise. She is tired and annoyed. She is not happy with me. I'm sorry. Night shifts pay time and a half, and I thought it was a good idea when I signed up.
Whatever,
She says. Her words sting. Her smile has disappeared. Her hunched posture makes her appear small, like a squirrel. Except she is neither cute nor fluffy at the moment.
Did you want to talk about something? Is that why you picked me up today?
I put my hand on the stick shift, considering whether to drive off and tell her while driving. Then I reach up and squeeze her shoulder, deciding against it. Still not sleeping well?
I miss my own bed.
But
There's nothing to tell. I don't want to talk about it. I just want to put this all behind me.
her words are quick like darts and angry like poison. I need to know as your guardian, I say. You should tell me when things get bad. Melanie scoffs.
Tell you when. Hannah is always there when you're there. And when I get to see you for a bit, you're so tired you don't even ask about how my day has been.
I'm sorry. I thought you needed space. Time to process.
Start the car,
she says. Her voice is harsher than I've ever heard.
Stop apologizing. I don't want to talk about the incident, but I still want to talk to you.
A shame that I've been pushing deep down resurfaces with a vengeance. The old nagging question about whether my revenge quest and the job is worth it comes back. I drive out and toward Hannah's house. How can I make it better? I say after the silence between us stretches too long.
For starters, stop lying.
What? Melanie's sudden attack catches me unprepared. How does she know? What does she know?
What do you think of me, Soph? Tell me honestly. Don't say what you think I want to hear.
Melanie says, her voice calmer. I take a second to think. You're smart. You have your future in front of you, and I have to protect you so you can achieve whatever you want. She sighs. At the edge of my eye, I notice her shaking her head.
You think I'm a child?
Well, you are a child, I reply. But what's wrong with that?
Okay, fine. I'm a child. But children aren't idiots. I'm not stupid, Soph. You think I didn't notice the change in you? The hair, the makeup, the scents?
My hands shake on the wheel. Melanie has noticed. She knows something is not the way I say it is.
Your uniform, always smelling of perfume and never of sweat. That uniform reeked before, when you used to actually go to work and not lie to me.
She only pauses to catch her breath. I pull over because if I don't, I'll crash the car.
You're going to that tea club, aren't you? Trying to find out what happened to me?
Melanie's eyes are full of angry tears. Her voice is picking up volume. I'm sorry, I whisper, and face her. One teardrop rolls down her cheek. I reach to swipe it away. She recoils from my touch.
It doesn't matter,
she yells.
I don't want to know what happened. Do you not understand? I want you to leave it, and I want you to come back to me.
She is full-on sobbing now. I unbuckle my seatbelt and hers and pull her to me. She doesn't fight me this time. I was trying to find who did this to you, I start. I couldn't put it behind me. I have to make them pay for hurting you.
No, you don't.
She mumbles in my shoulder.
You just have to be next to me while I deal with it on my own.
I didn't know what to do, I admit. I was trying to think what Mom and Dad would have done, but I couldn't even imagine it. So I got angry and just did things my way. I failed as a parent. I'm so sorry, Melanie. I chant, I'm sorry. I'm sorry, as I rock Melanie back and forth. As her sobs ease, my own composure crumples and tears leak out of my eyes in tiny rivulets. I know nothing about looking after someone. I can barely look after myself. But I have my sister to support, and I'm doing a bad job of it. She pushes away from me gently.
You're not my parent, Soph,
she whispers. I look away. She takes my face in her hands and turns it to hers.
And that's fine. I need Mom and Dad, but so do you. I can feel it. How you miss them. I miss them too. But you're not Mom, and you're not Dad. So stop lying and stop getting into trouble for me. I just need you. I need my sister.
As her words tumble out, I break down and sob, letting the shame and confusion overtake me. I pat Melanie's back as we hug, and she pats mine. Sadness and ill fate connects us, but also blood and love. Love has hurt us, but maybe it will bring us back together. It has to. We calm and look at each other. I don't know what to do now, I say, my voice wet and raspy.
Can we just go back to the way we were? Don't drive me to Hana's tonight. Let's sleep together at home. Forget about that place.
I'm not sure how much to tell her. It's not that simple, I say finally. Her eyes widen.
How much trouble are you in? Did they hurt you too?
No, I say. A white lie. I just need to quit properly so they don't suspect anything and they don't come looking for me or you. We don't want them on our doorstep.
That's true.
Melanie nods. She takes a tissue from a package in the glove compartment and hands it to me. I wipe my eyes. She takes one for herself and does the same. I smooth the hair at the top of her head. I will try to leave, Melanie. I promise. I just need a bit of time. Please hang on till then. I will be the best sister after, I say, as I replace my seatbelt and point at hers.
You're still not getting it,
she says with a gigantic sigh. Then explain it to me. My voice hides an edge of frustration. She rolls her eyes as she pulls on the belt buckle.
Some other time,
she says.
Just drive.
So I do. We are silent again, but it is not uncomfortable this time. We both have a lot to process. My heart beats fast and doesn't calm. But it is not the car or the road that amps my anxiety. It is the two paths I have in front of me, both important and real and appropriate. Join me, Damien said. I need my sister, Melanie said. And I asked them both to wait. But time is a luxury I don't have, so I have to gather all my intel and decide on my next action. Fight. Or flight. Chapter 28. My mom used to say that if a person is apologizing, they should dress for it. Everything in your presence has to aid the apology. Your face, your voice, your hands, your clothes, your shoes. Anything out of place and the recipient of your sincerity can feel that you aren't on board with this whole apologizing business. She had told me that time and time again as I stood in front of her with a black eye on top of a fierce gaze, biker boots up to the laces in mud, and a voice of contempt. I wasn't a model teenager. It's only natural I've grown up to be a subpar adult. Tonight I heed my mother's words. Sophie has nothing to apologize for, so Adrian has to convey a fake sincerity through her whole body. My soul remains burning with rage, pain, and the stinging feeling of injustice. I have chosen a tiny cotton lace dress reaching the middle of my thighs. It has buttons from top to bottom, and little ruffles decorate the top hem and the slim shoulder straps. But its best feature is that it is pale purple, lavender. Coupled with my fur coat, dark shoes, and provocative makeup, it is not cute. It is a metaphor for the club I'm about to go back to. Adorable on the outside, hiding lots of secrets inside. My lockpicks are as always in my underwear. I have also taken my tiny switchblade and strapped it to the small of my back. I look at the pink neon sign of the hell that is lavender. It still annoys me how beautiful it is inside. Opulent, indulgent, and so amazingly me. But the way they run it gives it an edge, like black tar on top of a cake. Sickening. I dial Matthias while I step from one foot to the other. I shiver slightly when my bare legs meet the evening Chicago air. He picks up with a curt hello. How are things? I ask.
Overall, not bad. Damien is back to being a hostage. They thought he freed himself and went to bed.
Did they say anything about me? Do they know I was involved? I whisper the last sentence, afraid someone might be around to hear.
No, they have no idea you even know each other. Tanya told me she said to Valerie she sent you home because you didn't feel well. I don't think they suspect anything. Damien also told me you're on our side but working a different angle.
You can say that?
He said to give you full support and leave you to it. I wonder what you did to make him trust you so much.
Is this jealousy in his voice? I keep quiet.
I have stashed some supplies you will find useful,
He continues.
They're in the staff room. Tanya's protecting them, so go get them. This is obvious, but say nothing to anyone, even to people you think are on your side. Tanya is your only ally.
I thought she didn't like me, I say dryly.
Allies don't have to love each other,
He says and hangs up. I straighten myself and step toward the metal door. Lavender, I'm back. When I go inside, I don't expect anyone to greet me. As always, I have come before opening time to get ready. There is an unfamiliar girl in the hallway. She glances at me, no recognition on her face. I wave at her. She continues standing there, eyes fixed on the door. I shake my head and move on. The girls who work the door rarely make it inside the private rooms. The turnover at that post is massive. Farther in, the lush interior of the lounge matches my dress. This makes me smile. Well done. Me. Someone whistles from the bar area. I turn to see Ben polishing cups. His silver chain bracelets jingle as he moves his hands back and forth.
Miss Bergamot wants to see you,
He says.
Go upstairs before you change.
I nod. I was expecting this. Valerie isn't going to simply overlook my indiscretion from yesterday. I can bet that there's been a complaint from that disgusting excuse of a human being who violated me. If I ever see him again, I will make damn sure he has lots more to complain about. My legs are unstable in my high heels as I walk across the thick carpet. It would have been better to speak to Tanya first. I put a hand on the wall to steady myself, a wave of nausea hitting me like a gut punch as I approach the stairs to the second floor. I look up and see the door to that luxurious room of horror. My knees are liquid, and my breath hitches. I have to move. The fact I'm meeting Valerie in the office is a blessing. I will finally get a glimpse behind the scenes and figure out how to get those ledgers to bring Lavender's dark present into the light. But for that to happen, I have to put my foot on the first step, and then the second, and third. I close my eyes and walk up like a blind person, trailing my hand along the wall. When I reach the second floor, I aim for the door to the office and move straight on. I avoid looking at that door or any other, my mind focused on the destination, regaining control. I take a breath and knock.
Come in.
I hear Valerie's voice. It is not angry or loud. I'm not sure what to expect from this conversation, but I brace myself for the worst. I push the door open.
Adrienne, dear, sit down.
The office is less impressive than any other part of Lavender. It is a room with no windows, but lots of bright, artificial light. It feels like the mall store of an insurance company. It looks proper, but there is an air of fraud and manipulation swirling around. There's a desk, a computer, and an African violet on top of it, a chair in which Valerie sits, and two massive safes behind her. One is slick, black, and modern, the other metal and old. In front of the desk, there are two cushioned chairs. A painting of something green and leafy hangs on one wall. A similar plant grows big and wild in one of the corners, adding some liveliness that the space lacks. One of the Baron's breakfast, Brad or Chad, is standing in the other corner, looking into the distance, pretending he is not there until needed. He looks like an unfriendly walrus. Is his other half recovering somewhere from that kick to the head? Or is he resting 6 feet under?
I called you up here to show you we are in fact in a place of work.
Valerie starts as she spreads her arms so I can take in the bland office environment.
Normally you don't leave work just because you feel like it. The least you do is seek your manager to say you're not feeling well.
There is a silence as Valerie looks at me through her fake eyelashes and rests her chin on her crossed hands. Her nails are long and red, like she has just been stabbing someone's guts.
You look worried,
she whispers.
Don't worry, we all make mistakes. Tell me what happened yesterday.
I should have definitely met with Tanya first to get our stories straight. What am I supposed to say? How to lie confidently when I've been caught lying twice today? Third time's the charm, though. Maybe it'll work. I put my hands behind my back and my fingers caress the outline of the switchblade under my dress. It is a minor comfort.
I'm sorry, I told Tanya.
My British accent tastes foreign in my mouth.
Tanya is superior to you, but I, and only I, manage you as an employee. If there is a problem, you come to me. Is that clear?
Yes,
I say, dropping my eyes to my lap. I want to look remorseful.
The customer who was with you left in quite a state.
I'm sorry,
I repeat.
Did he hurt you?
Her voice is soft, but there is no compassion. She is fishing for evidence the tea failed. She wants to know whether to discard me or keep me on, broken and ready to break again.
I don't remember,
I mumble. What had Tanya said? I try to answer with little detail and lots of room for interpretation.
What do you remember? From the cameras in the East Asian room, you were all having a marvelous time. Then you agreed to go upstairs with our customer. What happened after?
I agreed. I bite the inside of my cheek.
I think I had quite a lot to drink. I only remember vomiting.
I say after a short, tense silence. I figure there would have been no way to cover the puke, so might as well own up to it. Anger prickles my stomach. My jaw aches from clenching. My fingers play with the ruffles of my dress. I hope she takes my fidgeting as anxiousness and not as the onset of rage. I have to finish this conversation quickly.
I see.
Valerie sits back in her chair.
Luckily, the customer agreed this was all an unfortunate mistake. He will see you tomorrow.
My eyes widen. I do not want to see him. I do not want to be close to him. I do not want him to touch me.
Do not make any further mistakes,
she says.
I don't remember agreeing to go with him upstairs,
I say, without lifting my head. It is a desperate attempt to get out of this, but they won't let me, will they?
You did,
Valerie chirps, her voice picking up a cheerful tone. I glance up, disturbed. I don't want that human trash to hurt me again.
Brad,
she says and waves him closer. He towers over me. I crane my neck to look at him as he bends down and puts a meaty hand on my shoulder. The weight of him feels exactly the same as last night. His presence within my space isn't merely uncomfortable. It's as if he is emitting an aura of menace directed specifically at me. He brings a clipboard to my face.
You agreed,
he says. His breath smells like pickled onions. I look at the document in front of me. It is a consent form, and my fake Adrian signature is scribbled at the bottom. My brows furrow as I pluck it from his hand and study it. It's a forgery from the contract I signed upon joining Lavender. I want to laugh and cry at the same time. Adrian doesn't exist, so this thing is meaningless. Yet its existence means that countless misguided girls and boys have sat in this chair, holding yet another thing that prevented them from getting out and reporting their violation. It is repulsive. I put it on the desk in front of me. I want to suggest the revolting customer would probably enjoy someone else's company more, but I reject the idea as quickly as it forms. I don't want to put another girl through this. I will minimize the damage to myself, somehow. I don't want him to hurt me. I won't let him hurt me.
I won't make any mistakes,
I say through gritted teeth. There was never another way to play this. I make a quick decision as I look Valerie in the eyes. If Damien and friends can somehow help me not get raped again, I will finish the job. If not, I will have to middle finger Lavender and cut my losses. Melanie needs me more than we need $15,000. Brad retreats to his corner. Valerie smiles a fox's smile. She's the biggest predator in this neck of the woods, and she knows it.
Wonderful,
she says.
Just to let you know, Tanya has received a pay cut for failing to teach you the proper communication channels. She seems to have taken you under her wing, which is delightful, but for any future mistakes you make, she will stand to receive disciplinary action too.
You bitch. My decision from 2 seconds ago is not so clear-cut anymore. Will I be able to leave knowing something bad will happen to Tanya? Will Damien and Matthias be enough to protect her?
I would rather I was the only one responsible for my mistakes,
I say.
Wouldn't we all?
Valerie says with a sigh.
But we're all here in the corporate chain, and that's simply not how it works. And it shouldn't matter anyway, because you said there won't be any more mishaps.
I want to roll my eyes. She is so smug about it all, so comfortable at inflicting panic and torturing the mind. I hate her confidence. She thinks she has complete power over me. She is wrong. The problem is, she has a little power over me. Under all the anger, I feel a stab of fear.
Is that all?
I ask, keeping my voice as level as possible. I don't want her to know that she has affected me so much. I stand up, ready to go.
Yes,
she says and waves me out.
Work the lounge today. You don't look well. Don't want you puking over more of our customers. Brad, escort her downstairs to the staff room and make sure she has some gum or a mint.
My entire body shakes as Brad opens the door and waits for me to go through. My fingers are digging into my palm. I put one foot in front of the other, my body numb to the outside and bristling with pain and fury on the inside. When Brad and I reach the staircase, He grabs me by the neck and slams me into the wall. I cough as the air escapes my lungs.
You're just my type, Red Partridge.
He spits out in my face.
I'm watching you. You make one wrong step and I will be there to take care of you.
His grip on my neck gets stronger. I dig my claws into his arm and kick his shin. He moves his body farther away to avoid my kicks, but puts his forehead to mine. I snarl.
Sure, fight. I like a fighting bitch.
He says with a wide smile. His eyes are glistening with excitement and contempt. Mine are getting blurry.
We will be perfect, you and I. I love it when women vomit all over my cock.
I dig my nails deeper, but my fingers slip on the blood on Brad's arm. He releases my neck a bit. I must have made a face then, because he scoffs as he pushes away from me.
You will learn to love it too.
I duck under him and scramble down the stairs. This place is hell, and I have gotten the attention of one of its barons. Triple fuck. Chapter 29. The staff room is empty except for Tanya. When I enter, she is playing on her phone. She doesn't look up.
There's a makeup bag in my locker,
she says as she continues tapping away.
Close the door behind you, take it, and sit down.
I frown but do as she orders. I look around the room. Are there any cameras here?
Sit down,
Tanya repeats and finally casts a glance in my direction.
You look horrible. Wait till you go upstairs to talk to Valerie. That will make your night much worse.
She is prickly again.
I'm coming back from there now,
I say as I set the plain black makeup bag on the table and rub my neck with my palms. It hurts.
I got intercepted.
That makes her put her phone down. Her 2 diamond rings sparkle on her slim white fingers.
Well, shit. What did you tell her?
Nothing much. That I remembered nothing but feeling unwell and puking, basically.
And she bought it?
I think so. Then she threatened me for good measure. Then Brad attacked me on the way down.
I whisper and study the corners of the staff room once again. I can't see any cameras, but that doesn't mean they aren't there. My hands are still massaging my neck. Tanya's eyes are fixed somewhere behind me. Is she even listening?
He's the worst one of those two. Stop looking around. No one can hear us. It would have been better if Brad was the one in ICU.
Chad's in the hospital. I thought criminals go to underground doctors.
Drop the accent already. Underground doctors are a luxury,
she says. So Damien has the luxury of having a Matthias, but Valerie doesn't.
Also, criminals can, like normal people, fall downstairs and get hit by falling objects. Allegedly.
I play with the zipper of the makeup bag.
Are you sure there are no cameras here?
I'm still uncomfortable to talk like this in the open. I don't change my accent. Tanya dismisses me with a wave of her hand.
There are only cameras in the private rooms on both floors. Management isn't usually looking at the staff, just collecting proof of customers' indiscretions. For blackmail, mostly.
Why do people come here, then?
Some of them don't know, some don't care. Some strike deals for the cameras to be turned off so they can indulge in whatever they like in peace. It's a tool to control and earn more money. Open the bag.
I unzip it and peek inside. Is this from Matthias? I let go of the pretense and embrace my own American voice. She nods and returns to playing on her phone. There is a silver ring with a sparkling diamond on top and a small but wide auto-injector syringe. It looks like a stubby, repurposed EpiPen. I take both the items out and observe them. The ring is exactly the same as Tanya's too. Is this some secret symbol?
The syringe has a fast-acting, tranquilizing solution. If you have the guts to use it, it will make it look like your customer fell asleep right on top of you. But you have to put it in so the cameras won't see.
Tanya says. And the ring?
The ring has the antidote for the date rape drug they put in our teas.
She lets go of her phone for a second and waves her right hand in front of my face.
Pretty, right? If you push the stone down 2 times, a needle pops out at the bottom. But then you have to be fast because the antidote drips instantly, and there isn't much of it.
I take the ring in my palm and turn it this way and that way. There is a small hole at the bottom. I want to push the gem to see how it works, but I don't. If I use it now, I won't have the antidote when it matters.
The needle comes out at an angle, so the best place to put it is on your neck or your arm crease. You should aim for the vein and hope to get it right. You can try it. The one you have is empty.
Tanya says.
Matthias needs to know your weight and height so he can estimate the solution. You have his number, right? Text him your details.
I nod and put the ring on and press the stone twice. With a tiny jolt, a thin, short needle pops out sideways. It doesn't look easy to aim. I will have to practice at home. Is this how you saved me yesterday?
Yes.
Thank you.
I thought I could get you out. If Damien had told us you were on our side, I wouldn't have been so hasty and so angry with you.
And I'm grateful for that, too. What you're doing is important. I pause and hesitate. Why do you stay? She glances at me. Her game makes soft popping sounds.
At Lavender? Or with Damien?
Both, I guess. Why do you go through rape and violence to save other people? The game yells, "Amazing job!" Tanya keeps silent.
Long story. Too little time.
She mutters finally. I put the syringe back in the makeup bag. I leave the ring on my finger. When I press twice, the needle retracts.
Suitable job,
Tanya says absent-mindedly as she taps her screen. She is matching something, the colorful game in complete contrast with my mood. When I decide she won't say anything more, she speaks again.
Back when Lavender was Damien's, the workers here could pick their own names. Mine was Firebird. It's a mythical bird of fire from Russian folklore. He built the golden cage in the lounge for me as a joke. Told me it was the only way to keep me working here. The Firebird's feathers are so hot one can't touch the bird with bare hands. The only way to catch it is to put golden apples in a golden cage, and then it will get in voluntarily. When it sings, pearls fall from its mouth. Its song heals all ailments and can make even blind people see.
That's beautiful. Why did you change it? She shakes her head.
I didn't. The new management did. All names turned derogatory. The prototype of the Firebird is said to be the peacock. But you know peacocks are male, right? And their females are a lot less impressive. So I became Peahen.
I don't know what to say. Are you okay? I ask finally. Her black dress is simple, but hides much of her body, and I wonder if it's only a pay cut she has taken for me. I remember how terrified she was of being discovered as we ran down the secret staircase.
I'm good. Just reminiscing,
she says, and volunteers nothing more. I don't know whether to take her laid-back attitude as a confirmation of her words or a coping mechanism after something horrible. She doesn't meet my eyes. I hope so, I say. I stand up and go to my locker. I conceal the makeup bag in the sleeve of my fur coat. Before I go back to the lounge, I look at her again. What's the deal with the girls at the door? I never seem to see the same one. Tanya starts, then shudders. She stands up, puts her phone in the locker, and turns the small key.
It's the job for the most desperate or a punishment for the most uncontrollable. Try not to anger Valerie because that's where she'll put you,
she says with a level voice. Behind her words, there's something else. Is it bad? What is it?
It's the people who do house calls,
she says. The sentence sounds like a verdict. My mind picks up from there. It's not that there is a regular turnover at that post. They don't return. I hope it is because they don't want to. I fear it is because there is no one to return. Tanya is on the way out. I catch her hand as she passes me. It is warm and sweaty, shaking lightly. She looks down, surprised by my touch. I don't squeeze her fingers, don't pull, just hold her gently. She doesn't pull away. Thank you, I say, for saving me and for telling me about your bird name. I appreciate you being my ally in this place. I want to help you, too. Just tell me how. I don't know if there is a way to help her. I don't have much to offer. My true skills are secret. My revenge is personal. The job details are not mine to share. I'm not even the real me,
It would help me if you stop goading Damien and just leave.
she says. Her words are harsh, but her face isn't. Her hand is still in mine. I can't leave, I say. You know I have a role to play. How much has he told you?
He doesn't tell me shit,
She says bitterly. My eyes narrow. Are you jealous? I ask, feeling a stab of guilt. I assumed Damien was single, but what if I was wrong? Tanya lets out a small, defeated laugh.
I'm not jealous, I'm afraid,
She says. Her voice is now much softer.
Don't you get it? Your involvement was not planned. Or at least I think it wasn't. You can get hurt. No, you will get hurt because of us. And not only that, if Damien is even slightly wrong about you, you can ruin us all.
She grabs my hand with her other one, cradling my fingers in her own. I see a glimpse of a pale, bruised wrist.
I hope he's judged you with his head and not with his dick.
She whispers as she squeezes my hand.
Because we're playing a very dangerous game here.
I blink, unable to find a reassuring answer. She lets go, leaving me alone in the staff room. Revenge was an easier, happier fantasy when it was only my neck on the line. Now it is a mess. I go back to the lounge and waitress without focusing on the customers. My mind is reeling with thoughts about Melanie, Damien, and Tanya, about Matthias's interesting feelings and his inventions, about danger, justice, and vengeance, a little about the horror of rape, and a lot about the girls and boys who were ever stationed at the door. When I leave for the night, I'm thinking about death. Chapter 30. I sleep until noon. It is a deep, dreamless sleep. My body needed to silence my mind and take its rest. It is as if I died for 10 hours. When I wake, I'm startled with a feeling I've forgotten something important. But the gnawing anxiety in my guts isn't because I've left the oven on or neglected my phone at work. It's because I've brewed myself a perfect storm of stress, and I'm swimming in its currents. I take my pillow and press it on top of my face until I feel the comforting darkness of not being able to breathe. My fuzzy brain focuses on survival and lets me have a momentary reprieve from my worries. When I get up, they all come back. Melanie and Damien, Tanya and Matthias, Valerie, Brad, and Chad. What trouble they all are. Only Hannah's calming presence remains there on the edges of all this, a beacon of hope that everything can be normal one day. I spend the rest of the day practicing with my ring at home. When my tiny punctures become too painful, I tidy the living room. I look at the photos of Melanie and me. When did things start going so wrong? By the end of the day, I'm moderately confident I can place my hand with my finger correctly on my neck to stick the needle in. It is painful from my attempts and from Brad's chokehold, but when I pat my makeup on, nothing is visible. I put my only red dress on. I will fight for myself tonight, so I choose my fighting clothes with care. The dress is bright enough to attract attention to itself, letting me hide my true purpose within it. Its shape, with one long sleeve and one bare shoulder, gives me access to the lockpicks in my bra, while the free-falling chiffon helps me hide more things around my legs. It has a delicate silhouette with a sash in the middle and a pair of ruffles going down one side. It is pretty, and it is functional. It is also the only dress that I owned before buying all the tacky ones for Lavender. It is my dress, Sophie's dress, and it's perfect for the last step of my mission. Under it, I'm wearing stockings and a garter belt this time, which lets me hide the syringe in a strap on the inside of my leg. I have another small pouch of lockpicks at the top hem of my black panties. I would have liked to have fitted my switchblade in somewhere too, but there is too much on me as it is. I look amazing, but feel like a Christmas tree. I phone Matthias from my car on the way to the tea room. I tell him his inventions are impressive, and that I've made my mind up to join them while I do my job. He says Tanya will meet me outside Lavender and pass me a ring full of antidote. My initial plan was to let myself into the office, and that's what I'm going to do tonight. I will get in, look around, and try to open both the safes behind Valerie's desk. And if that gets me a ledger, or anything useful to bring as hard evidence to the police, I'm out. If not, I will continue coming back for as long as the threat to myself is low. I've made the firm decision not to put myself in a position where I can get raped or killed, not without putting up a fight anyway. I park the Honda farther away tonight and walk to Lavender. It is cold, but the fog has subsided. I see Tanya leaning on the wall next to the front door, smoking. She waves, her body relaxed against the gray background. She has a long, sexy trench coat on, and part of my childish brain imagines her flashing me when I get closer, or opening it slowly and showing me her collection of counterfeit watches. But she does nothing like that. Doesn't even attempt to shake my hand or give me a hug. Our shaky relationship isn't there yet.
Welcome to the fray,
she says, and hands me another ring. I slip the empty one into the pocket of my coat.
Try not to forget which is the full one.
The one on my finger. I stick my tongue out. She cracks a tiny smile. Any instructions?
The tranquilizing solution in the syringe you have is estimated. It might not fully put your customer under. But trust me, even when they're sleepy and confused, they're much better than drunk and angry. Also here, this is from Damien.
She hands me a purple note and turns to leave. I scan it quickly. 3 types of intelligent animal. Monkey, dolphin, raven. But intelligence is not infallible. When mouths are brazen. Wait! I call after her. Do you know what this means? She gives it a quick look.
I assume it means to avoid being a smartass. Don't rile the customer up. He could have just put that.
Don't you like his poetry?
No, it's bad.
She rolls her eyes. I like it, I say, and fold the note, pushing it in my bra.
You like Damien,
she says with a chuckle. Tanya and I go inside, and the humor of the night is over. I feel like I'm walking a scaffold. A girl I've never seen before hands me a bright blue iris. There's a note wrapped around its stem. I thank her and uncurl the thin piece of paper when she's gone. Duke Hazelton is awaiting your presence. Go alone, apologize for your misdemeanor, and treat him well. Make sure you drink your tea. I swallow, small beads of sweat forming at my hairline. The room spins. Before I stumble, a confident hand grasps my upper arm and pushes me forward.
You can do it,
Tanya says. She leads me to the staff room to get ready.
If Damien is right about you, you can do it. You must do it. Be strong.
She utters the words like a reprimand, curt and sharp, but they reassure me. Someone has my back. I'm not alone in my fear, and I'm not alone in my pain. I steady myself, and while we remain alone, I give Tanya a tight hug. She is rigid in my embrace, but I don't care. I need this, and I know she needs it too. After a second, her body relaxes. She pats my back awkwardly. I'm starting to like you, Firebird, I say into her hair.
Please don't,
she replies, but it sounds like she's smiling. I head out and toward the Versailles room. The iris means I will have traditional French herbal tea together with my date rape drug. I would have preferred something stronger. Before I enter, I check my dress, all my hidden pockets, and my ring. I'm still shaking a bit, afraid of the man inside, but I talk myself down. Whatever he will do to me will be upstairs. For now, I'm safe. Terrified and repulsed, but safe. The room is as bright and opulent as ever. It is decorated in golds, whites, and pinks, and features. Crystal ornaments galore. A massive crystal chandelier is situated over a tall round table with a strikingly white table cover. They have already served tea and snacks. A mouth-watering selection of small croissants is laid out on a big plate and some chocolates on a smaller one. The teacups are light pink, decorated with golden swirls. A bouquet of irises is the only splash of blue in the room full of glittering brightness. Only one thing looks out of place, and I'm supposed to entertain it. The man is like a carbon copy of Duke Harrington. He wears a gray suit, just as that night. I remember he was the one next to Kiara before the drug muddled my memories. When did they switch places? How did he end up with me? How is Kiara? I haven't seen her since then. I step toward the table. Despite his fitted suit, Duke Hazelton doesn't look like a gentleman. His shaved head, square stubbled jaw, and predatory eyes make him both scary and unattractive. He is not much older than me, maybe in his mid-30s at most, but his sneer sets his face in an ageless grimace. My body fights my order to move every step of the way. The seconds drag, but inevitably I sit down on a cushioned chair next to him.
I'm listening,
he says instead of a greeting. Smugness drips off him.
I apologize for my body's response the other night,
I say. But inside, my apologies are different. I apologize I wasn't violent. I apologize I wasn't brave enough to hurt you like you hurt me.
Miss Bergamot told me we have verbena tea today.
He sticks his chin toward my teacup.
I'm happy to drink mine. I have it with gin on the side. But you don't have to drink yours.
He lowers his head to mine. It takes all my concentration not to flinch from his closeness.
You prefer me to be less relaxed?
I ask, searching for words less crude that my mind initially produces.
I don't mind as long as you comply.
He leans back and takes a sip of his tea. I look into my cup. A piece of blue iris leaf floats inside. The discomfort of the syringe strapped to the inside of my leg is reassuring. The ring is a gimmick. It can help me or prevent me from doing anything. Maybe it's better to face the problem head on. Duke Hazelton observes me as I think. His gaze is unnerving, but I don't meet it.
Can I have some of your gin instead?
I ask finally.
Whatever you like.
He chuckles and waves at the camera. A few moments later, Brad comes in, his face betraying no emotion.
How can I help, sir?
His voice is nothing like the sharp strings of sentences he threw my way last night. I hate him for it.
I want to order another gin and take this tea away.
He gestures toward my cup.
Also, please turn off the cameras of the private room you've prepared upstairs for me. Most certainly, sir. Wonderful choice,
Brad says and looks at me. Our eyes meet briefly, and I see the viciousness in them, the pure joy that I will be wide awake to experience whatever horrible things the Duke wants to do to me. They also hold a promise of violence that sends a shudder down my spine. I have to avoid Brad no matter what. He wants to destroy me inside and out, and if he can, he will.
I must remind you that your request will incur an additional charge. I will add this to your final bill,
he says in his sing-song customer service voice. His gaze finally leaves me, and I intake a sharp breath, losing my shaky resolve for a moment. So Tanya was right, and I will find out what happens in rooms with no cameras. Nothing good. Or maybe this time something good. I won't have to worry about angles and positions. I just have to inject Hazelton with the tranquilizer and leave him there.
Yeah, just invoice it to the company,
the Duke says and waves Brad away. It appalls me that whatever happens tonight will be classed as a business expense. What kind of company allows non-consensual sex to be a work perk? As soon as Brad leaves, Duke Hazelton doesn't seem so scary anymore. Perspective is a powerful thing. A girl comes in to bring me my gin a few minutes later. The Duke and I make small talk about the crystal ornaments in the room and the current stock market. He chatters on, and I smile my fake smile, despising every word that comes out of his mouth. My anxiety grows with each passing second, and the gin, instead of easing it, burns on the way down, adding to my various aches and pains. I fantasize about jamming the needle in his neck, his throat, his eye. I imagine breaking his fingers one by one and crushing his face with the heel of my shoe. I dissociate from his presence and remain within myself where I'm strong and invulnerable. able to defeat him any way I like. When the gin glasses are empty, the Duke beckons me to stand up and lead the way. I get up carefully, making sure not to displace any of my hidden items. I open the door, and as I walk upstairs on autopilot, memories from the days before flood my mind. Chapter 31. On the way to the second floor, we passed the step I sat on when I was escaping after Tanya and Matthias tried to save me, then the step Brad choked me on just yesterday. I walk on the carpet leading to the office, my ultimate goal. Finally, I stop in front of the same room that reeked of vomit just 2 nights ago, yet now smells like mint, lavender, and soap. The door is open, but I plant my feet at the outer edge of its boundary, just where the carpet of the hallway ends and the carpet of the private room begins.
Go in,
the Duke urges me. I don't move, still deep in thought. He puts a hand between my shoulder blades and pushes me in. And just like that, I stumble back into that room. My pulse quickens. I glance around, trying hard not to think about the last time I was here. It is just a room. I need to hold my revulsion in check for a few moments, then get into position and inject Duke Hazelton with the solution. It is a simple 3-step plan. I turn to face him. He has his back to me while closing the door. I fumble with the hem of my dress and put my hand between my legs to retrieve the syringe. But I'm not fast enough. By the time I've gotten my fingers around the strap, he's turned toward me. He looks me up and down. I pretend to adjust my garter, flashing him the lacy top of my stocking just below where the syringe is. I hope he doesn't order me to undress. I have to think of a way to get close to him right now. He sneers and, without warning, backhands me. His powerful slap sends me flying to the floor. The world darkens for a moment, then returns to normal. My cheek throbs as warmth spreads across my face. I exhale sharply, working through the shock of the impact. I'm crumpled on the floor, so I grasp my chance. I take the syringe out of its strap. It nestles in my hand perfectly. As I get up, I clench both my hands into fists. I want to appear startled and scared. I am. So it is easy.
That's for ruining my suit the other night. It was very expensive,
Duke Hazelton says.
Relax. I won't hit you again. I was angry.
He loosens his tie. Usually the gesture would send sparks to my lower belly, but today it angers me. I relax the muscles of my face and let my expression be placid.
Let me help you with that.
I walk toward him. He allows me to pass the tie over his head and toss it at the edge of the bed. I drape the arm with the syringe around his neck while I undo the top button of his shirt.
You recover quickly,
he says in my face. His breath smells like alcohol and verbena. I nod and smile. I'm rotating the syringe, ready to plunge the needle into his skin, steeling my arm for the impact. I loosen his white shirt more. He puts his hands on my hips. They are hot and unpleasant, like acid burning through my skin.
Do you kiss?
I ask, as I put my free hand on the side of his neck to steady him. My syringe is in position.
I prefer fucking,
he says. Before he has finished his sentence, I jab the syringe into his neck and press, pushing the solution into him. His eyes widen. It must have hurt. He lets out a soft, ow, and shoves me away. A terrifying thought passes through my mind as I flop on the bed. What if it doesn't work somehow? Duke Hazelton looks confused, then pissed off. He takes the syringe out of his neck and throws it on the ground with such power, it bounces off the thick carpet. A little blood trickles down his neck. I scramble back toward the end of the bed. He lifts his arm, as if to say something or to hit me, then falls forward like a sack of potatoes. I commend Matthias on his estimation. The solution worked pretty fast. I nudge him with my foot from a distance to make sure he isn't pretending. When there's no response, I flip him on his back so he doesn't suffocate in the bed sheets and drag him toward the middle of the bed. He is heavy, so I grunt until he's in place. I take a napkin from the dressing table nearby and carefully wipe the blood off his neck. There is a small hole there, but it isn't instantly visible. He can easily pass as a sleeping man if anyone looks in. When he wakes up, though, he will be fuming. I wasn't subtle with him, and that will undoubtedly bite me in the ass. I have only this one chance to break into the office and get what I need. After that, I have to disappear, and maybe take Tanya with me. I've sullied any chances of future return. I can't fail tonight. I give him a little slap as I look at his face. There is a trickle of drool at the side of his mouth. I slap him harder, hoping he will feel the same pain as me when he wakes. My cheek still throbs from his surprise attack. I shimmy off the bed, take the syringe off the floor, and put it back in the strap on the inside of my leg. I'm not subtle, but I have some common sense. I cast a quick look at the big mirror before sneaking out to the office. My makeup is smudged, and I can see a bruise blossoming under my foundation. I like bruises and what they mean when attained consensually. But this bruise has a different meaning. I'm a survivor, and I've fought off rape one more time. As I press the handle to the hallway gently, I hope I never have to fight like that again. I keep my body close to the ground as I peek from the room into the corridor. The silence is deafening. How many screams does the soundproofing drown out? What horrors are occurring mere feet away from me? On all fours, I crawl to the door to the office. I take my lockpicks out of my bra swiftly. I put my ear to the door. I can hear nothing from inside, so I try the handle. Locked. Valerie and Brad are usually downstairs at this hour, so after I'm confident there's no one inside, I work the lock and let myself in. The light is on, but as I crawl on the floor and notice the shadows cast on the safes, I curse not being able to bring my phone. In the soft darkness, I can't make out much. For the modern black safe, I'd need tape and powder if I want to have any chance of guessing the digital code. If the evidence is there, I will have to return here another time. I commit the brand to memory and focus on the older safe. It has a spinning tumbler like in the old movies. I sit next to it. As I rotate it this way and that way, my ear planted on its door, listening for a click sound, I notice the computer screen on the desk has a grid of 9 cameras flicking through all the unique rooms in Lavender. I abandon my quest of unlocking the safe momentarily to see if I can spot Valerie and Brad. The video has no sound, but I can still make out people's faces and what they're doing. Drinking, smoking, fucking. I see Tanya lying next to a man who looks like Duke Harrington. Her pale body is like a white blot on that part of the screen. Her face, looking away from the man, seems blank. Is she drugged or defeated by her fate? The man is playing on his phone. As I go down the camera grid, I finally see Valerie and Brad in the lounge, sitting by the bar and sipping martinis. Barman Ben is calmly doing something behind them, probably polishing cups or mixing some weird tea cocktail. He is an enigma. He never seems to be involved in anything. He doesn't really talk to the staff, doesn't make any comments about anyone, doesn't allow his facial expression to change when something happens. I'm not sure if he is on Valerie's side or not, but I'm sure he is no ally. If anything, he is an ally to himself only. I shake my head. My heart calms with knowledge of Valerie's whereabouts, and I return my attention to the safe. I've never opened one like this, but assume the idea is not different from any other. I just have to still my breath and listen. I start rotating the tumbler slowly. It goes the whole way round doing nothing. Then I rotate it back and hear a gentle click. Go me. How long is the combination? I continue, making slow progress, trying to commit the numbers to memory in case I need to access it again. After every click, I glance up to check if Valerie and Brad are still on the monitor. After the 5th click, just as I'm feeling my hand cramp up from the weird claw shape it's been stuck in, I see the empty bar. I let go of the tumbler and jump up like the safe is on fire. I scan all camera feeds feverishly, but Valerie and Brad are nowhere. That means one of two things. They're headed outside, or they're headed here. Fuck. I dash to the door, crack it open gently, and listen. I can hear faint talking. Double fuck. I go out, pull the door behind me, then sprint to the private room I came from and ease the door almost closed. I cut it close. I push the door farther into the door frame but don't let it click shut. Valerie and Brad's conversation is heated. Not quite an argument, but not really a simple chat either.
I'm just saying, how long am I going to look after him and that brat for her? Now I have to organize a party? She could have given me more notice than one freaking day.
Valerie's voice holds a blend of irritation and disdain.
You are her sister, Val.
Brad says. It's strange to hear him speak so casually to her.
Exactly,
she said.
Her sister, not one of her minions. Ever since she got the power, she thinks she's invincible.
There's an abrupt silence then. It sounds like they're almost at the top of the stairs.
The party is a suitable opportunity for you, too. The complete family will be there.
Brad says.
Those goons are not my family.
Valerie hisses. They are now close to my hiding place. Only a few more steps and they'll pass it.
What do you want me to do?
Brad still sounds calm. There's none of the viciousness he uses with me. Nothing of the fake politeness he uses with the customers.
We have to make sure he attends the party, to persuade him. I don't care if you hurt the boy or not, but if we do, we have to make sure he can still sing. What is the use of him otherwise?
The boy. I only know of one singing boy in Lavender. The Nightingale. He is in danger. No. In some naive way, I thought he would be safe. But either I've been wrong altogether, or his time here has run out. Either way, this is dire news.
I'll make sure he's there,
Brad says. They pass my door and head for the office.
I'm quitting this club soon. I'm telling you.
Valerie continues.
Trying to wrangle all the girls and guys into a sellable product is too tiring. Drug pushing was so much easier.
I roll my eyes. Of course Valerie is not a simple madam. She's a criminal through and through.
Maybe after the party.
Brad starts but doesn't finish because Valerie interrupts him.
Did you leave the door unlocked?
A shiver runs down my spine. It is time to properly close the door and stop eavesdropping. I didn't have time to lock the office door behind me, but that is no reason to be discovered. I plop on the bed next to Duke Hazelton, who is still sound asleep. I stare at his face while I consider my next steps. There were a lot of he and him in that conversation between Valerie and Brad. Who were they talking about? One is definitely the Nightingale, that boy whose song plagues Melanie's memories, that angelic singer who seems so detached from this place. How badly are they going to hurt him? Like Melanie or worse? Like me or like Damien? Damien. My brain makes a sudden connection. The Nightingale is the previous owner's son. Lavender was created by Damien, the Lavender Phantom. One small golden handprint by the bathroom on the first floor. Are they threatening the son to hold the father hostage? What a callous, wicked way to make someone kneel in front of you. I hope I'm wrong. I can't do anything about lessening Melanie's trauma right now, but maybe I can stop another one from being inflicted against another child. No, I have to prevent it. The cycle of pain has to stop, and that boy is the first place to start. I look at the clock above the door. About an hour has passed since I came upstairs with the Duke. How long will the injected solution last? I don't want to risk it, so I give him another slap for good measure and sneak out. Chapter 32. When I arrive at the lounge, Ben is making iced tea cocktails. I walk across quickly, but without looking around too much. I don't want to attract the attention of the customers.
Have you seen Pehan?
I hope she has finished with her client. I need to tell someone about the boy.
She's around,
Ben says.
I saw her companion leave a few minutes ago, so she's upstairs in one of the rooms or in the staff room.
I thank him and head for the room downstairs. I don't want to run into Valerie by going back up there. I find Tanya in the staff shower room. It's a simple wet room with 3 cubicles and pastel blue tiles from floor to ceiling. It reminds me of a smaller, prettier version of a prison shower. It allows about as much privacy, however, because I can see the bottom of Tanya's pale shins and her shoulders and head as she stands in the hot water, facing the wall. I make a point of not being too quiet. She looks at me, but says nothing. I leave my pumps at the door and walk across the damp floor to the cubicle next to her. With the water falling and the steam around, we are alone and safe from prying eyes and ears. My feet are sticky wet in my stockings. "Are you okay?" I ask loud over the splashing of water. She shakes her head like it's a stupid question. It probably is.
"I'll be fine once I'm clean,"
she says when she figures I don't plan to leave. My eyes are curious, but I keep my gaze on her face. Her cheeks are red from the heat. She has mascara stains on her lower eyelids, making her look exhausted. "I need to tell you something," I say.
"What?"
She has closed her eyes, letting the water wash over her face. I sneak a peek at her slender body. She looks athletic and healthy, but her fair skin sports a myriad of bruises. She has an old scar on one side of her stomach. It looks like an old stab wound. "You know the singing boy, the Nightingale? He's in danger." She opens her eyes, rubs them viciously, then looks into mine.
"Say that again with more detail."
Water drizzles. On my face as I lean in closer and tell her what I heard. She swears under her breath. "He's Damien's kid, isn't he?"
"Yes. Shit, I forgot my towel,"
she mumbles.
"Can you get it? My locker's unlocked. I'll dry off and call Matthias. We can't let Thomas get hurt."
Is that the Nightingale's name? I didn't know it. I hadn't cared, I realize. I go out to get Tanya's towel. As I pull it out, I hear the 8-bit ringtone of my burner phone. It is probably a scam call. But it could be Melanie. I nip into the bathroom, toss the towel to Tanya, and go back to take my call. I open my locker and fish out my phone. I expected both scammers and Melanie to have given up by now. But when I look at my screen, I see it is Hannah.
"Oh, thank God. You picked up, Soph. I don't know what to do."
Hannah's voice is shaking. This panics me. I've never heard her like this. She is usually calm and soft-spoken, a smile behind her every word. "Why, what's wrong?"
"Is it a good time to talk? Sorry for calling. I know you're at work,"
she says. I look around. Tanya is still in the shower. "Yes, I can talk. Are you both okay?" I sit down at the staff table. The empty syringe jabs my inner thigh. I spread my legs and unbuckle the garter belt, then start removing each of the fasteners.
"It's Melanie. You know how she's been having nightmares lately?"
Hannah starts. I frown. I'd figured as much from our recent confrontation. Did she have one tonight? I look at my watch. It is nearing 2 a.m. I feel sorry for the both of them. They should have been sound asleep by now. I pull my stocking off, my legs bristling with static.
"Yes, but it's bad, Soph. It's terrible. She usually shouts a bit, and then I calm her. But tonight I can't wake her up. She kept screaming and clawing at herself. She clawed through the skin of her thighs. I tried to hold her, but she scratched me too. I had to restrain her, so I tied her to the bed."
The blood drains from my face. I stand up, toss the garter belt and stockings in my locker, and slam the door. Fuck. I didn't know things were so bad. Is she awake now?
"I don't think so. She's calmed now, but she keeps crying in her sleep. I'll untie her soon. The pillow is soaked,"
Hannah continues, tearing my soul to shreds. I can imagine Melanie now, her face all crumpled, her nose snotty, her hair messy with sweat and tears. I'm so sorry, Hanako. I would have never left her had I known it was so bad.
Never mind that. It's okay. I understand that she's traumatized despite not remembering the events. But these things always get worse if the family ignores the signs. You have no idea how many mothers and sisters and daughters have suffered more than they had to because their families wouldn't listen to them, wouldn't take their side and console them.
I remain quiet, her words weighing on me. I thought all was okay, I whisper. I've been working. I've been such a terrible sister.
I haven't seen you properly in so long. You feel different. You look different. Like something has snapped in you. This new you is not what Melanie needs right now.
Hana says. It hurts, but I know what she means. I'm sorry, I say dumbly. She is silent for a moment.
Anyway, I called because I'm freaking out, and I think you should come right away. Can you do that?
Fuck. I can't leave now, can I? Will Tanya handle ensuring the Nightingale's safety? Melanie is in a horrible situation, but she is safe with Hana. My heart breaks when I decide to stay. I don't think I can, Hana.
Are you crazy? I'm telling you she needs you now. Not tomorrow morning, not in a week. Now get in the car, drive, be here in half an hour. Am I clear?
Hana suddenly screams from the phone. I wince. I've never heard Hana scream. Maybe this is work Hana, determined to help the victim, and I'm just one more unhelpful family member. Tanya comes out wrapped in a towel, her hair dripping water on the floor. She's cleaned her raccoon eyes and looks much better. She raises an eyebrow but says nothing. I will be there in 20. Thank you, Hana, and I start saying defeated.
You're sorry. I know. You owe me, Sophie. A lot.
Hanako says. I will make it up to you, I say. But I don't know how, now when things feel a little too serious, a little too dangerous, a little too much.
Come get your sister. We'll talk more when you get here.
She hangs up. I have to go, I say as I put my coat on and stuff my feet in my heels. Tanya frowns.
What about Thomas?
I have an emergency at home, I whisper. Tell Matthias or Damien and they can help you. Just find the boy and get him out of here.
Easier said than done,
she says under her breath. I'm sorry. I seem to be apologizing to everyone today. It's exhausting constantly feeling guilty no matter what decision I make. She says nothing more, and I bolt out the door, heading for the lounge and out. Brad blocks my way just as I'm about to leave through the front entrance.
Where do you think you're going?
Family emergency,
I say. I look at his feet, not wanting to meet his eyes. He has black combat boots on.
We also have a family emergency.
He lowers himself to me and draws out the words.
Your husband for the night woke up and says you didn't treat him right. He says you drugged him. He's all confused.
His expression isn't angry, just triumphant.
It's not my fault he can't hold his liquor. I need to go.
My voice is firm. I try to sidestep him, but he catches my upper arm and swings me toward the wall. My back hits it, my fur coat drowning the sound. The air escapes my lungs and I gasp. I look at the door behind Brad. It is so close. It is only 2 steps away. As I stare at it, Brad sneers.
Let's go back and fix this little misunderstanding,
he says with the voice of a predator that enjoys toying with its prey. He grabs my hair and pulls it so I face him, twisting my neck. I struggle to breathe.
Behave,
he hisses and lets me go. I stumble toward the lounge. He offers his arm to me. The thought of putting my arm in the crease of his elbow and walking side by side with him like I'm not terrified of everything he can do to ruin me stirs my stomach like I've had a bad meal. I want to curl up into a ball and disappear, but I snake my arm through his and enter Lavender for the 2nd time tonight. I curse my luck and search for someone, anyone, who can get me out of this situation. But Tanya is still downstairs. Ben is polishing cups indifferently, and Matthias and Damien are nowhere to be found. I'm on my own. Chapter 33. Brad revels in the defeat in my gait. The more my heart sinks, the more his smile widens. He waves at people sitting in the lounge whom I do not recognize and nods at a few of the waitress girls. They recoil from his attention. What a creep! I hate the feeling of him next to me. Detest his desire to show me off like I'm a trophy won after some sick game.
Welcome back home,
he says as he pushes me into a room on the first floor that I've never been inside. It's next to the one I found Damien and his swollen arms in. It is decorated in a style similar to the office upstairs, with a coffee table and 2 small sofas, 2 chairs resting against the wall, and nothing more. The lighting is dim, like the bulb could go at any time. It reeks of shady business. Once we're inside, Brad locks the door behind him. I retreat toward the other end of the room, stumbling as I walk backward. Brad cheers at that. I kick off my shoes, hoping the stability of being barefoot will give me some new control on the situation. No such luck. He walks toward me with the eyes of a bear who has tasted blood and wants more. I keep retreating, but soon there is nowhere else to go. My back hits the wall opposite to the door. Fuck. Melanie and Hannah are waiting for me. Tanya doesn't know I've been forcefully returned, and so Matthias and Damien wouldn't know to look for me. My usual confidence in my survival skills wanes when Brad presses his body against mine and breathes into my ear.
Isn't this fun?
I struggle against him with half-hearted effort. For one, I don't want to excite him even more by rubbing myself on him, and 2, I know he isn't playing. He wants to hurt me, and he will. It will be a different pain than the one I adore. And I will hate it and myself for feeling it. He lets a hand feel up my entire body, either to see what I have in my pockets or to sample his coveted prize. As his palm grazes my still tender nipples, I suck in a breath. I don't want to appear in pain. Don't want to give him the satisfaction of knowing he has the upper hand, no matter how obvious it is to the both of us. He finds my phone and my car keys and takes them, placing them in his own back pocket. I feel helpless without my connection to the world outside, so I do what many others would do in a situation like this. I go limp and heavy.
No,
Brad says through gritted teeth.
Fight. Don't pretend you have given up. Fight.
He shouts the last word in my face like a battle cry, making me flinch with his ferocity.
What's the point?
I say.
You are stronger anyway.
Damn right I am,
he says, still holding me upright with the force of his body on mine.
But that doesn't mean you can't try to escape. Come on, try.
My only chance to get free will be after he is done with me, after he has sated his bloodlust and left. I can lockpick my way out. I can flee if I'm alive and well. The glint in Brad's eyes tells me whatever he has in mind for the next few moments excites him beyond belief. I can feel his erection against my lower belly, hard and threatening, like a knife pressed against my guts.
Stop that and bring her here,
a female voice says out of nowhere.
Tie her to the chair and scram.
I can't see who it is because Brad is blocking my vision, but he releases me as soon as he hears her, and I crumple to the floor, hitting my knees on the way down. It sounds like Valerie, but a few degrees more commanding. Those aren't mere words. They're orders. I let my head fall and my hair cover my face. Through a curtain of red locks, I examine the person who dared tell Brad what to do. It is Valerie, but different. The face is strikingly similar, but the hair, the clothes, and the overall air of stifling confidence is unalike. If the Valerie I know is a chic party model, the Valerie in front of me is the successful business version. A tight-fitting pantsuit and brown hair in a bun are the key features. How Brad reacts to her is what makes the subtle difference glaringly obvious. It is not Valerie.
What are you standing there like a log for? Pick her up,
she demands as she walks toward one of the chairs near the wall and drags it toward the middle. The sound of it sends chills down my spine. As the air of dominance shifts, I become afraid again, but in a new, alarming way. Brad reminds me of a hyena, but the woman in front of me gives me the chilling impression of a praying bird, an eagle, or a peregrine. I'm just the dead meat they are circling around. I let Brad drag me by the upper arm towards the chair. As my body flops on it and I feel synthetic rope bite into my skin, restraining my wrists together, I toss my hair back, allowing my eyes to inspect the second Valerie. She has the same eyes and the same hooked nose, but her cheeks dip down a bit more. Her lips aren't as full, and her forehead has a couple of visible wrinkles. She is Valerie without the beauty fillers.
This tiny nothing got the better of the customer upstairs?
She asks, her voice full of mockery.
If someone like that bested me, I would hide and never show my face here again. I wouldn't complain like a whiny little bitch.
Duke Hazelton is one of our most valued customers,
Brad says. His voice has lost its edge.
We can't overlook his desire for her to be punished.
What a drag,
the woman says.
How can he call himself a man if he can't even handle one drugged woman?
She refused to drink the tea,
Brad says like a child trying to find an excuse for wetting the bed.
He should have asked for help in persuading her then,
the woman replies and rolls her eyes. Her gaze dances around me, but never settles on my face.
What should I do with her, Lady Grey?
Lady Grey. I frown. My eyes move between Brad behind me and the woman at the front, but neither of them acknowledge me. It's like I became an inanimate object the moment she entered. So she's half of that Lavender greeting. Welcome to Lavender, the esteemed estate of Earl and Lady Grey. She must be the current owner of Lavender. So who is Earl Grey?
I don't care,
she says.
Don't do anything like play with her or kill her because I'm not in the mood for cleaning up after your messes. You and Val and the other dimwit have caused enough trouble for a year. Just focus on the party.
Yes, Lady Grey.
Get her to take part or something. The family will want some entertainment. After that, I'll consider if I want to get rid of her or not.
She takes out her phone and scrolls up and down.
Tell that useless customer upstairs we will punish her to a good standard. If he's not happy, he can stop coming. I've got better things to do now. Be a respectful boy and keep Val in check. Don't fuck up again.
I listen to this with a hitched breath. Lady Grey is on a whole other level of cruelty. She isn't passionate in her crimes, but calculating, using, and pedantic. Seemingly for no reason, something in her aura reminds me of Damien. She opens the door without looking up from her phone, strides out, and adds,
Don't think I don't know you've been brainwashing my sister by telling her this club is not for her. Be very careful how you handle this.
I want to crane my neck and look at Brad, see what emotion the words provoke in him. But I don't dare. Because when the door closes, I am alone in the room with him again. I brace for an incoming display of violence by clenching every muscle in my body. But as I sit rigid as a statue in my chair, my wrists starting to throb where the rope is digging into my skin, Brad walks around me and out, slamming the door. 2 seconds later, I hear the lock rotate back into position. I don't wait for him to return or for someone else to be my jailer. I turn my wrists around the haphazardly tied rope, trying to see how it moves and if I can loosen it. I can't. Its fibers burn marks into the outside of my wrists as I move them around. But I feel where the knot is, and soon enough I have rotated the rope so the knot faces the inside of my palms. I crook my fingers and make swift work of it, closing my eyes and visualizing how the rope passes through itself and what I need to push and pull to disentangle it. Brad was careless, probably angry to be put in his place by Lady Grey, and he did an abysmal job of my restraints. A minute after I put my fingers on top of the knot, I'm no longer restrained. I collect the coil of rope from behind the chair and wrap it loosely around my waist, ready to pull out if needed. Step 1 of 3 of my escape plan is complete, and I feel a sliver of hope. Maybe I can still make it to Melanie. Tanya will probably be unhappy with me, but I can listen and accept her criticism. It is well deserved. I pull out the lockpicks from my bra and try to insert them into the lock. They don't fit. Shit. Why don't they fit? The lock looks the same as on any other door I've seen in Lavender. As I slip my fingers into the pouch attached to my panties, I try and fail to think of a reason the lock might be different. The easiest and most probable reason is that someone broke it and they replaced it recently without care for consistency. But when is it ever like that with Lavender? It is probably a more sinister explanation. My mind refuses to go there, so I let my thoughts wander away as I breathe in deep and stick the other set of lockpicks in the lock. I work it my normal way, with patience and keen listening, but no click comes. Nothing happens. My wrench stays where I placed it first, refusing to progress deeper. I take them out and try again, and again. After the 5th try, I slot the lockpicks back in the pouch, go to the chair in the middle of the room, and kick it with all my strength. It flies with surprising ease, crashing into the coffee table and landing sideways. The ball of my foot hurts from where I kick the chair, but I embrace this pain. It is familiar, welcoming in its distraction. It allows me a momentary reprieve. After my outburst, I go back to the door, sit down, and try again. It doesn't work. Step 2. Of 3 of my escape plan is not meant to be taking so long. I shuffle on the floor, my back to the door, pull my knees up to my chest, and drop my head into my hands. What can I do that will get me out of here? I have 0 usable ideas. The only thing that I haven't tried yet is brute force. I put my head to the door, but instead of hearing anything, my ear meets sinister silence. I click my tongue and get up to get the chair. Anger is rising up from my stomach to my heart, and I let it take over as I bash the chair against the door. Maybe something will break, and I can work the lock then. Maybe I will break, and that will give me something else to focus on. I keep the assault on the door until my arms go numb from the repeated impact. The chair slips from my fingers, landing with a disappointing thud, punctuating the end of my escape plan. I only got as far as step 1. My confidence deflated like a forgotten balloon. I go across the room and sit on one sofa. The brown leather is cold against my bare thighs, my red dress mocking me. I slump down so that I'm almost lying on the sofa, put an arm over my eyes, and let angry tears trickle down.
The Lavender Phantom. He hates it when either of the twins come downstairs into his office. He hates it because he wants to have this floor to himself, to have none of his enemies know about it. He wants it to be a sanctuary. But that's impossible, because he trusted them both when he built his refuge. He let them in, thinking they were good. He thought they were family.
Penny wants you to participate in the annual party,
The blonde woman says. Somehow under her plastic face, there is fear. She is alone, as always. The sisters have kept the place secret, as agreed. I'm not going to.
It isn't an invitation.
I don't take orders from her. I'm not one of her lackeys.
You might as well be.
The woman hisses.
She still has you by the balls.
He shrugs.
Make sure you're up there tomorrow evening, clean and smelling like roses. She has something prepared for you.
I'm not going, he repeats.
Why do you have to make everything so difficult? For every minute you're not there, the boy will receive a slap,
she says with a calm, matter-of-fact voice. This makes him get up from his chair and cross the short distance of his office. He grabs the woman by the neck and stares her down. How dare she?
The later you are, the puffier his face will be,
she says through gritted teeth, her breathing ragged. He releases her. There is nothing to be gained from hurting her. Nothing will change. She coughs and massages her neck. Do you not have any attachment to him? His voice is weak. Do you not hurt inside when he hurts? The woman shakes her head.
It's not my place to interfere in your broken family dynamic.
Maybe you'll know how cruel you were when you have children of your own, Valerie.
This is why I won't, Damien. Be there on time tomorrow, and we won't have to exploit your weakness further.
When the Lavender Phantom remains alone in his underground lair, he doesn't feel like a legend. He doesn't feel strong. He is full of regret for past life choices. He's in pain because his love is useless and dangerous. He slams his fist on the desk and stares at the stack of purple cards. Will he be able to do anything right? Will his people save the day? He's a hopeless leader with little power. The word lavender swims in front of his teary eyes in a swirly, delicate script. He picks up the piece of paper and runs his thumb across it. Maybe not all his choices were bad.
Chapter 34. Desperation, tiredness, hopelessness. What breeds insomnia in some makes me drift off in a fitful sleep full of nightmares. In between short sleeps, I see Melanie and Hannah violated and dismembered, Thomas and Damien crucified in front of Lavender, Tanya buried in a mass grave with all the other girls I've seen in the lounge or at the entrance door. My prison room has no windows, so time is a concept I cannot track. Lastly, I dream of a three-headed hydra with the faces of Valerie, the other woman from before, and a melted mix of the two. My nightmares manifest when the door unlocks. Half awake, I see Valerie in the doorway. A slouched posture and dragging of feet replace her usual confident gait.
"Wake up, Red Partridge,"
she says in a flat voice.
"Time to take your punishment."
I say nothing, but shift into a sitting position and shuffle to the end of the couch. There is nowhere to escape, yet I want to be as far away from her as possible.
"I get it. Selling your affection is hard,"
she says as she sets down a backpack on the coffee table and a black garment bag on the end of the opposite sofa. Then she sits down. Her whole face looks different, as if she is a loaf of perfect white bread that has been flattened under someone's palm.
"It's not affection,"
I snarl. They imprisoned me. They set my punishment. They kept me away from my family. They beat me. They took advantage of my body. I have increasingly less to lose.
"Don't you ever feel guilty, Valerie?"
"Do you?"
she shoots back. I blink. What a ridiculous answer.
"What would I be guilty for? I'm not a pimp."
Valerie lets out a little laugh and rolls her eyes.
"You think I'm a pimp? You're all here because you need money or believed one lie too many. It's not my fault the world is filled with stupid bimbos and young twinks who think sex work is easy."
Wow.
Is the only thing I manage. I'm not surprised she doesn't feel responsible for the pain she's caused, but hearing it is strangely sobering. It's like a bucket of icy water being dumped over me after someone has warned me. I know it's coming, but it's still chilling to the bone.
"Are you the boss, Valerie? Or just a minion to your sister?"
She stands up and takes the backpack.
"Not your business. Open it,"
she says after she tosses it to my edge of the sofa. I unzip it. There is some soap, a razor, shaving cream, and a towel.
"You know, sisters are supposed to support each other. They're supposed to be equal in power."
I press on without lingering on the meaning of the items.
"Tanya will escort you to the showers. Make sure you're clean and presentable. You will be the main attraction of the party tonight,"
she says. I throw the backpack at her. She dodges, her face blank.
"If Tanya struggles to get you where we want you, I will send Brad."
I stride toward her. She doesn't flinch, doesn't move.
"Are you twins? How did you decide who was going to be the boss? You should have fought it out in the womb without involving all of us in it."
"You're bold because you think you've seen the worst of me. But trust me, this is only the tip of the iceberg. My family life will hardly be of any interest after tonight." "So she's the boss because you're a pushover,"
I say. My face is inches away from hers, and I can smell her fruity perfume, sickly sweet.
"If you let me go, I'll come back and free you too."
It is a last-ditch attempt, a bluff. I can't really help. I don't want to. Valerie raises her hand, and I prepare for a slap, but she only pats my cheek.
"It will be much easier if you stop flailing and just sink to the bottom. Complicity comes easier when you accept you've already drowned."
she says with a tiny but infuriating smile.
Don't resent those of us who live at the bottom of the ocean for wanting to survive.
She leaves before I've come up with an equally witty metaphor. The lock clicks shut behind her. I sit back down and think about her words. In a way, she's admitted that she is also one of us. But I don't feel compassion for her. I remember her wolfish side the other day in the office. The only reason she is so deflated is because the alpha is here. That woman, her sister, maybe her twin, is the one who keeps her at the bottom with the rest of us. A part of me feels a sadistic happiness from this. Another part knows that she and I are only cogs in a well-oiled, misogynistic, exploitative, reprehensible machine. But for the machine to stop working, for the cogs to halt their endless loops, the power source has to be destroyed. Or, at the very least, the connection to it has to be severed. I sigh. Realizations alone will save no one. I go across the room and pick up the backpack and the items that flew to different corners. From my current position, I'm incapable of any action. So I have to keep turning in place and only hope to stay still long enough to disturb the movement of some of the other cogs. The door unlocks again, and this time, it's Tanya. She doesn't look as defeated as I expected, but she doesn't seem happy either.
I told you to be careful,
she says when she comes to sit next to me. So she is angry.
You will destroy all of us fighting here.
How are you fighting? I snap back. To me, it seems you're all just taking it. I immediately regret my words.
How dare you?
She stands up and paces the room.
Not everyone can walk your self-destructive march. Some of us have families to protect, traumas to overcome.
I swallow hard. How reckless do I appear? An image of Melanie tossing in her sheets flashes in my mind. The more time you take, the more those traumas mount, I say, the poison from my voice gone. Did you get the Night Andale to a safe place? Is he okay?
I couldn't find him. Matthias and Damien are looking into it, but with the party, security is super tight. Also, your client claiming he was drugged hasn't helped any of us. If Matthias's gadgets get exposed, they'll kill him, and we'll all just be raped on the regular like before. I know we didn't prepare you the best, but you should have been more cautious when injecting him.
I look down. A little guilt creeps in, despite what I said to Valerie. I want to say, I'm sorry, but the words won't come out. Instead, I head for the door. You're taking me to the showers?
To scrub you clean and make sure the only hair left on your body is on your head.
Why?
You know why.
Her shoulders drop, but she unlocks the door. Or, we could escape now. Don't look back.
Now that Penelope is here, we can't even dream of that. She'll hunt us to the end of the world.
Penelope. The other woman. Valerie's sinking stone. What will happen at this party, Tanya? Are we going to make it out alive? My voice is quiet, but my heartbeat thunders in my ears.
We will.
Her lips are pressed into a thin line.
But I won't lie to you. Whatever they have in store for you will not be pleasant. You've made Valerie angry.
She didn't look that angry to me. She looked like a washed-out rag.
Oh, she's angry,
Tanya says as we go through the lounge and behind the bar. Ben isn't there.
She just can't express it very well because of Penelope.
Who is she? Is she the big boss? We descend the stairs to the staff room.
You could say that. She's the one pulling the strings of the jesters, and this party is for them, so I can't imagine anything good happening.
The jesters. I narrow my eyes but keep quiet. I don't want to stop Tanya's rare torrent of words.
With some luck, you'll make it out alive and with a sliver of your sanity. If you have any coping strategies for pain, humiliation, and all that, it's time to tap into them now.
Noted, I said dryly. It should have scared me, but I'm numb. Too many threats in too little time. Chapter 35. We go into the showers together. I look down at my bare feet. I've left my shoes in the other room.
We don't have much time,
Tanya says, locking the door behind her. The air is warm and humid.
Get undressed and wash yourself. Then shave all you can shave. I'm supposed to do it for you and inspect you, but I'm just going to hang around here.
She sits down at the far edge of the wet room, lifting the skirt of her dress to her waist to keep it dry. Her long legs glisten in the dim moistness. Why not? Do you trust me not to do something stupid? I slip my dress off.
Because despite being in this hell, you're entitled to a shred of privacy. Do you want me to check you over?
I scan her features, but, as many times before, find them unreadable. If there is a correct answer, I can't find it in her eyes. I take off my bra and my panties and fold them neatly on top of the dress. I can't risk one of my lockpicks slipping out by me being careless. I'm not sure why I'm still hiding them. Everything's gone so wrong now. I start the water. Waiting for it to go from tepid to scorching hot, I turn back to Tanya, but she is looking at her phone, playing that colorful game from before. Coping strategies. In the torrent of scalding water, I ponder the worst-case scenario. What will my punishment be? An audience with the worst of the worst? A public shaming? A gangbang? The jesters sound like a gang. The brigands of LA would never hurt people like this. They were about smuggling items and scamming people. I don't remember any overt violence, but maybe Chief shielded me from it. Maybe that's exactly why he sent Melanie and me away and didn't take us in. After so many years, that still stings a bit. I understand it, but I miss his dad jokes, his easy manner when talking about everything, the safety he provided. I wanted to give that to Melanie, but it seems I've failed. Can Damien protect us? I blurt out without thinking.
What?
Tanya looks confused.
No. How would he protect us? If anything, we should protect him. And Thomas. But it all got so messed up. So now it's everyone fending for themselves.
I thought you were a team.
We are a team. But some things need to be lived through alone.
I stop the shower. Steam swirls around me. I disagree.
I don't care,
Tanya says as she hands me the razor and the shaving cream before going back to her game. I start shaving myself, entertaining the idea of drawing blood. If my body is ugly, maybe they won't want me for the party. I scrape the blade across my skin.
Don't do it,
Tanya says, her voice sneering.
Or do it. It doesn't matter. They will patch you up and make you do whatever they want you to do anyway.
I believe her, so I finish shaving myself without injury and get out of the shower cubicle, patting myself dry. What am I wearing?
This.
She holds up the black garment bag. She unzips it, revealing nothing. Am I supposed to go naked? The idea sends a shiver down my spine. Back in the moon garden, I would have happily stridden naked on someone's leash amid masses of like-minded people. But this is Lavender, and there are no like-minded people here.
Look closer.
Tanya pulls the sheath off and reveals a clothes hanger in the shape of a torso wearing an arrangement of interconnected silver chains. The occasional clear gem is woven in, sparkling from time to time as Tanya turns the outfit this way and that. She hands it to me while she returns to the cover and fishes out something from a side compartment. It is 2 iridescent nipple covers and a matching thong. I don't hate the outfit, but I have zero desire to wear it for the party upstairs.
I'll help you put it on and then do your makeup.
The weight of my situation feels like a slow press around my chest, tightening until it becomes unbearable and crushes me. My breath hitches, and as I try to draw in another one, the previous one refuses to escape. I inhale in quick bursts. The room spins. My ribs hurt as I jerk, gasping.
Oh no, no, no!
Tanya is suddenly next to me, holding me from crumpling to the floor.
It's okay, Adrienne.
She rubs my back, pressing my body to hers in a strange, feverish hug. It doesn't feel friendly or sexual. Her presence feels like I'm against a tree, rooted but harsh against my skin, sturdy but intrinsically different from my being. When I calm down, I put the chains on and let her apply makeup to my face and body. She finishes the look with glitter. All of that is like a sticky paste enveloping me from head to toe, making it difficult to move and breathe. The chains start as two thin straps at my shoulders and transition down to a loose weave, revealing my breasts and crisscrossing across my stomach, then fall down like the end of a fancy chandelier on my hips and jingle with my every move. The nipple covers stick viciously to my wounds, hiding the truth from view. The whole outfit makes me feel exposed and frail, the chains far enough from each other to offer no illusion of armor. With my lockpicks missing, I feel even more naked, more unprotected, weak. Tanya discards her dress, remaining only in her red lacy underwear. She takes my hand and leads me upstairs. The trip is brief but chilly, and the fine hairs on my arms stand up either from terror or cold. When we reach the lounge, music is booming from the speakers. They have transformed the usual pastel, calm environment with bright neon lights, reds, yellows, and greens like some tacky Christmas party. There's a small stage set up with 2 chairs. The other tables are laid out cabaret style. My stomach drops when I realize Tanya is walking me to the stage, smiling and waving to the sparse crowd.
No, what the fuck are you doing?
I blurt, trying to jerk my hand away. Tanya's grip tightens, and she shakes her head.
Relax. This is not for you.
We finally stop next to the platform. A boy who looks a few years older than Melanie comes to stand next to us. On the other side of the stage, 2 girls and 1 boy stand, mirroring us, just as uncomfortable. We are all in skimpy clothing. The bright lights prevent me from seeing the eyes of anyone in the audience. They blind me, but spare me the humiliation of wolfish grins and hungry looks. Who is it for? I whisper in Tanya's ear.
I don't know.
When the music dies down and the lights change to a spotlight illuminating the other side of the lounge, I know. The crowd gathers and whoops. Penelope enters the room like a queen, her arms snaked around a tiny figure, a microphone strapped to the side of her face. The Nightingale, blindfolded, stumbles in front of her, his steps shaky. A pair of massive earphones make his head look too big for his slim body. She sits him down on one chair on the stage and takes the place next to him.
Welcome!
Her voice booms from every speaker in the room.
We are the jesters of Chicago, but we're nobody's fools. And tonight, we party.
Chapter 36. The Nightingale is dressed like before, as a boy off to a private boarding school. Suspenders, shorts, and a white shirt. He looks like everyone's dream son. I wince at the thought of his upbringing. Lavender is not a place for kids. Penelope's gown, on the other hand, is made for sophisticated parties. This underground gang gathering doesn't suit the long, sleeveless mirage that is her dress. Green and blue mix in a water marble effect, and speckles of yellow create the illusion of gold. The bodice is tight, but the skirt gathers in such a way it conveys a feeling of airiness, of expensive boho chic mixed with glamour. She has styled her hair in a long-haired mohawk, revealing the sides of her face. The woman who came to my room is a distant memory. The host of this party is a woodland creature with a delicate beauty and unknown power. She removes the Nightingale's headphones and whispers something in his ear. He nods, and then he sings. It's a somber version of a pop song, his beautiful voice over a digital track. It sounds like everything my ears want to hear, but my heart rejects it. Is it a cry for help? Is it a melody born out of fear? Is it a habit, a part of his survival? I listen to his song, but my eyes dart around the room. In the dark, I see men and a few women, dressed anywhere from casual to formal, sitting around tables, drinking from tall flutes. Where are Lavender's teacups? An ache starts in my stiff neck. Valerie is nowhere to be seen. Brad leans on a far wall, his arms crossed in front of his chest. He looks every bit the bouncer he is. 3 minutes of soft singing pass quickly, and before I know it, the bright lights are back and the party music's volume amps up again. Penelope leads the boy away from the stage to a dark corner where she pulls out a chair and sits him down. Whispering something in his ear, she runs a hand through his hair. I narrow my eyes. Is it care or possession? Is it familiarity or ownership? She replaces his headphones and pinches his cheek. For some time, waiting staff brings drinks and food around, and we stand like statues next to the stage. As my feet start complaining, I relax. If this will be it, if we are just displayed for people to ogle, I can take it. After another loud techno song ends, the music dies down again. Penelope strides to the front, her hips moving enticingly like the legs of a lioness on the hunt. Valerie has appeared behind the Night Andale. She wears a dress too simple for her usual style, a plain dark blue tube dress that looks like it was designed to be invisible next to Penelope's show-stopping gown. The audience starts a slow applause as Penelope waltzes toward the stage. Is there a need for such theatricality? Can theatrics hide what is undoubtedly a bunch of criminals about to commit more crimes?
Thank you,
she says, and the clapping dies down.
It is a tradition on this day that we satisfy our most carnal needs, because every one of us comes from a place where we've been denied who we are. We are justice fighters, vigilantes, business people. We find weaknesses in our city, and we fix them. We create strength. We are loyal to each other and protective of our own. We are the jesters.
The applause is deafening. Penelope beams, her arms open, her chest rising and falling with the drama of her words.
And what do we love most?
Her last word drowns in whistling and cheering and disturbing one-word suggestions. I make out slaves, blood, and punishment, but Penelope picks out a different noun.
Entertainment. That's right, Joey. And entertainment we shall have.
She brings her arms down, silencing the crowd.
Did you know that in the olden times, the jesters would make fools of themselves in front of the king and the nobility? That was their job. Tonight I say we flip the script. Tonight the nobility shall entertain us. Here we have some of the birds of lavender, many of whom you've met.
She gestures toward the two ends of the stage where Tanya and I and the others are displayed. A slight shake starts at the back of my knees and moves up toward my torso.
We also have our nobility. You all, me, and my sister Miss Bergamot over there, and Baron Brake in the corner. His other half, Baron Fast, is recovering in a hospital from injuries he sustained in the line of duty. A round of applause for everyone.
Brad waves, his face beaming. My upper lip twitches in disgust. The crowd slaps their hands like there's no tomorrow.
And lastly, I want to welcome someone you might remember as your leader just years ago.
The lights go out. I hear rustling, then soft cursing. The voice is familiar. When the spotlight turns on, I already know who will be the next person on the stage.
Earl Grey,
Penelope announces, her voice dripping with mockery. The crowd boos and shouts insults as Damien is tugged forward on a silver chain, his massive chest on display like he is a circus animal. His hair is slicked over one side, his trousers are a blinding silver so unlike him. His usual easygoing charm is hidden beneath layers of glitter. He looks ridiculous, but I can't help sliding my eyes up and down his body. I bite my lower lip, remembering him in bed.
Please, everyone, don't be so mean. The Earl is here to entertain us in his esteemed estate. Even if he fought us every day as we established ourselves, he is with us now. And let's all agree, this is not bad to look at,
she says with a sneer as she trails a finger down his stomach.
Relax your face,
Tanya whispers and pulls my arm. I look at her, confused. Who is she to touch him like that? I hiss back. Tanya cracks a brief smile. There's no amusement in her face,
His wife.
She says. Then she nods toward the Nightingale.
And the mother of his child.
Whoa. What a mess of a family. I figured things were not great with Thomas's mother, but it seems there is a deep betrayal somewhere between them. Did her actions give rise to the Lavender Phantom? Damien's face is placid, as if he has forcibly stripped all emotion from it. In a sudden bout of possessiveness, I want to rip Penelope's arm off. This remains a vivid image in my mind as she leads him by the leash to one chair on the stage and pushes him down to sit. The chair creaks as he flops onto it.
Pick your prey,
Penelope says to Damien, her voice carrying through the entire room via the speakers. My heart stops for a moment, then restarts with terrifying speed. As it hammers in my chest, deafening and constant, Penelope turns opposite to the group with me and Tanya.
Your choices for the night are collared dove, great tit, woodpecker,
she says before swiveling on her heel and meeting my eyes.
Red partridge, peahen, or house sparrow. Pick quickly. The crowd is hungry to see what happens when a nobleman hunter gets his prey.
Her eyes flick to the Nightingale, who still sits in the back, blindfolded and soundproofed like a life-size porcelain doll. He doesn't react to her words. Damien outstretches an arm and grabs Penelope by the neck. He pulls her face toward his. She doesn't flinch, but there's a new underlying tension in the room. The audience leans in. Some put their hands on the sides of their bodies. How many guns are in this room?
I choose you.
Damien speaks into Penelope's mic. His voice booms around me, and I remember how nice it sounded in my ear, how hot his breath was on my face, how all-consuming his grip was on my neck.
Cute.
Penelope pushes him back in the chair and straddles him, lifting the hem of her dress. Damien jolts back as if her body on his is toxic and releases her.
But I'm not one of the options. I will still make you happy, though.
A girl in a yellow and red dress, reminiscent of a fabric mango, brings a tray with something small and a glass of water. Penelope takes the items.
To prolonged entertainment.
It's a blue pill. She sticks it in her mouth, then presses her lips against Damien's. From where I stand, I can see their tongues wrestle, hers trying to shove the pill into his mouth, his trying to dominate it away. Their eyes are open. Damien's hands are gripping the armrests of the chair. Do his arms still hurt? Penelope sprawls on top of him like a festive octopus, sucking up everything I like about him, tainting him. I consider tackling her away from the chair, but Tanya's grip on my wrist tightens. Is she attuned to my feelings right now, or is she just as angry? Without looking away from Damien's resentful eyes, Penelope takes the glass of water and shoves it in his face. She licks the edges of her mouth as she tips the glass between his parted lips. He coughs, but she puts her palm on his face, a wicked grin painting her features. Damien swallows. The crowd cheers. My stomach rolls at this idea of entertainment. How is it fun when someone has to be traumatized for their enjoyment? It is revolting.
Choose,
Penelope repeats and removes her hand from his mouth. He gets into a coughing fit, but he doesn't spill anything. The blue pill is gone. After Damien calms, Penelope whispers something in his ear, muffling the microphone with her hand. The audience cheers again, agitated. I keep my eyes on Damien, whose face goes through emotions like a bullet train. Confusion, shock, anger, and then worst of all, fear. His gaze shifts from Penelope to somewhere in the back. When I follow his line of sight, my heart skips a beat. Valerie stands behind Thomas, holding a gun to his head. He is still relaxed in his chair, oblivious. I blink, unable to comprehend. Tanya told me Penelope was the mother. What kind of mother holds her son at gunpoint?
Valerie and friends have something dear to me. I'm an obstacle to their business, so they need me both close and out of the way. I play hostage, and they don't destroy what I care about.
Damien's half-truth of that night was that boy. I imagine what I would do if they had Melanie's temple next to the barrel of a gun. Anything and everything, probably. I feel his pain like it's my own as he glares at Penelope, forced to do her bidding. Why is it so important that he choose one of us?
Red partridge,
he says, hissing. I peel my eyes from Thomas to look at the couple in the chair. I look down at myself, then at Tanya.
Stay strong,
she whispers and squeezes my wrist one last time before releasing it. No. Wait. What does that mean? I whisper back. But my words are drowned out by whistles and catcalls. Penelope dismounts Damien and strides toward me. I can't read her expression, but I'm sure she can read mine. Damien and I will be tortured together. It's a romantic, horrifying state of affairs. I want to run, but my knees feel like jelly. Penelope's hand is stiff on mine. She tugs at my arm. My body moves forward, walking to the stage like it is under a charm. The crowd is a behemoth of sound.
Great choice,
Penelope announces to the audience.
Red Partridge is known around here as the newest troublemaker, so it is only fitting she is the prey to Earl Grey, owner of this esteemed estate.
Owner? I thought she was the owner. Damien's gaze is lowered. Why has he chosen me? Is this good or bad? Is he going to pull some amazing stunt and save us all? I'm good at lockpicking and running fast. I'm good at problem solving, but this problem seems unsurmountable. I can't face an entire gang. My logical brain reasons neither Damien nor Tanya can either, but my soul is clinging to that last sliver of hope. My life depends on it. I sit in the chair next to Damien. I can smell him from here, like the soap I used less than an hour ago, and the makeup I wear like a restraint around my whole body. I want to reach out and hold his hand, to reassure myself everything will be fine. Any thoughts of that disappear when his head lifts slightly, allowing his eyes to meet mine, and he whispers the 3 words I don't want to hear from him.
I am sorry.
Chapter 37.
The game of puppets,
Penelope announces in a sickly sweet voice. My mind is already piecing together what will happen, so I glance at Damien. There could be worse people to do this with. That is a silver lining, right? I like Damien. I've craved his touch and enjoyed it. It was every bit as satisfying as I thought it would be.
The game is simple. We're here to rest our minds. You were all offered to purchase raffle tickets upon arrival, and now we will draw 5 lucky numbers. If they match whatever is on your little piece of paper, you get to pull the strings of our lovely puppets and make them act out your heart's desires.
The crowd cheers. A few men shout questions. My brain focuses on one.
Will we be able to play with the puppets?
I freeze in place. This will be a sex game. I can take Damien. Maybe. I can trick my mind and somehow pull through in one piece. Maybe even draw some twisted satisfaction from it. But the others? My eyes dart toward Brad. In the darkness of his corner, it seems as if he is looking directly at me. I drop my gaze. A trick of the light. Nothing more.
Don't worry, everyone,
Penelope says. I know whatever she has in mind will ease none of my fears.
After the game, all the birds will be available for further games of your liking. But make sure your conquest is earned by persuasion of words or force. Some of our prey may be shy or unwilling. We hope you have lots of fun.
I seek Tanya's eyes only to see my panic reflected in her gaze. I remember her jittery self when we were running away. No matter how strong or indifferent she appears, I'm sure she hates what they've done to her. What is about to happen?
Number 23.
Penelope shouts. The game begins. A waitress with a roving microphone moves between the tables to a woman who has raised her arm. A man slaps the waitress's butt when she passes him. I grit my teeth.
Do they know each other?
Asks the woman who won first raffle pick. Penelope turns to me and Damien.
Do you?
What is the correct answer?
I have never seen her,
he says, his lips set in a thin line. I try to keep my face straight. There's an unexpected pang of betrayal as he erases the few precious moments we spent together in one sentence. I hope he is doing this to protect us.
Why did you choose her?
The woman presses on. When is she going to say what she wants? Her questions are agitating.
I like her the best.
Damien says simply. My heart jumps at that. I'm unsure what feeling it deciphers in his words, but it bangs in my rib cage like an animal trying to get out.
I want them to kiss each other,
the woman says, her voice mischievous but not cruel. I contain a sigh. Kisses are simple. Damien's eyes dart to where Thomas is still sitting placidly under threat. He takes my hand and pulls me toward him. I jerk forward slightly. Will he just force himself on me? He's a terrified parent. There are no words, but we exchange glances. His mouth hovers over mine, yet he doesn't move. He's waiting for me, I realize. I press my lips to his and my heart lunges. His eyes are slightly open, fixed somewhere below my eye line. I pull away.
With some tongue, come on.
The woman shouts, and the crowd roars. Damien puts a hand at the back of my head, stilling it long enough to plant his lips back on mine. His tongue slides in, and I let it twirl with my own. I can taste his fear despite the gentleness of the kiss. I would enjoy it if we weren't doing it for Penelope and her entourage of shitheads. I'm impressed by Damien. He manages to care for me and Thomas at the same time. I barely manage to look after myself or Melanie, let alone keep my focus long enough for both of us to be well. He lets me go and turns to the crowd. No, not to the crowd. He's looking out for his son. In this moment, I see him. Really see him. He's not looking at me, and that makes it easier. The crooked outline of his body, the strained muscles, the rigid face, the crease between his brows, the hands balled into fists. He's scared and helpless. Like me, he is fighting alone. I pity him for being in this situation.
Very sweet,
Penelope says.
Now that our puppets have gotten to know each other a little better, how about we kick this up a notch? Let's make it steamier. Number 12, what does your heart desire?
Number 12 is a young-sounding male right behind the spotlight. The darkness hides his face.
I want to see the bird give him a lap dance.
The music changes under the appreciative roar of the audience. It's a dirty hip-hop song with a steady rhythm. I get up and look at Damien. I've never danced for someone looking so unhappy. I've never forced myself on anyone. I sway lightly to the beat while I think about how I can fulfill the task and let no part of my body touch his. Consent goes both ways.
Get on with it,
Someone shouts. I turn my back to the audience as I body roll to the beat. Despite doing ballet for years, I was never an excellent dancer, and the high-stress situation doesn't help. Just relax, I tell Damien. I'm on your side.
She's threatening my family,
He says.
I'm so sorry.
I lean toward him and shake my ass at the crowd. I hear whistling. It makes me feel disgusting. Don't be sorry. We'll make sure the Nightingale is safe together.
I don't want to do these things with you here.
He whispers back.
You deserve better.
I agree. But we need to survive this. Try to enjoy the ride. He shakes his head.
I don't want to give them anything.
I understand him. I really do. But I see no other way out than to indulge them and hope they will let us leave. I turn round and lower my pelvis to his, moving side to side, propped on the armrests, but not touching him. Down, 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 the people around chant. I lower myself farther, scraping against his silvery pants. He tries to shift away to hide what I've already seen. He is painfully hard under me, probably because of the pill Penelope forced on him. I have some hope that some of it is due to my lap dance, but I can see he hates it. He wants me to stop. The song is still booming, and the crowd is cheering. So I stop rubbing on him and lift myself up again. I'm not going to continue this without his consent, If he can listen to my silent responses to him, so can I. I resign to my fate and twirl around the chair, giving him space. The crowd boos, but I don't care. Fuck them all. Damien and I need to be a team from now on. We're both weak, so we need to be strong together.
Well, not all of us are born dancers,
Penelope says when the song finishes. The comment adds another facet to my anger toward her and her deplorable guests. What the fuck more does she want from me? If I could, I would have attacked her by now. I would have clawed at her face, would have tackled her and smashed her head against the floor. But I'm one small fish in a sea of monsters, so I stay angry and motionless.
Number 29, share your desires with the family,
She says, holding a piece of numbered paper.
I want the other birds to strip them both naked.
Number 29 says. He sounds older than the rest. My eyes drop to the floor. There isn't a lot to strip off either me or Damien. With a wave of Penelope's hand, the others around us move like a slow tide of dejection. The girls flock to Damien, pulling him to his feet to stand upright. I tremble in my chair as I watch Brad leave his dark corner and stride toward the stage. Why is he coming? He's not a bird. Why? One of the younger men, Woodpecker, I think, offers his hand to me, visibly uncomfortable. I take it and stand up. The other boy stays with Damien. Tanya stands between us both, unmoving, as if unable to decide. I mouth, "Come here." She shakes her head but drags her feet toward my half of the stage. Brad has no issues deciding who he wants to torment. The wide smile on his lips is disturbing. I take a step back, shifting the chair backward. The crowd cheers.
Nowhere to run, Red Partridge.
He pulls me forward and slides behind me. His icy hands are on my shoulders, pressing me down. I stand straight, trying to keep the last of my dignity as he rips the chains away from my body. Tanya's sorrowful eyes meet mine while she carefully removes the pasties from my nipples. The glue pulls on my staples painfully, and I hiss. My thong slides down my hips.
Step,
says the young man, as if I'm a child he's changing. I let him take them off. What is the point of fighting? Brad presses himself against me, his fingers fisting in my hair. He can pull me, push me, move me around like a puppet. Instead, he just looms behind me like a wicked creature that can pounce at any moment. The audience claps, excited at how the game is going. How would I feel if I were one of them? Power over others is intoxicating. Power without consequences, even more so. But a desire for justice moves in my veins, carried in my blood like oxygen. I will make them all pay, if it is the last thing I do. They dared lay a hand on Melanie, dared to taint kink for me. I will neither forget nor forgive. I only have to live through tonight and form an alternative plan. I will destroy them all.
I will join you after the party.
Brad whispers in my ear before going back to his place. His breath smells like peach gin, and the hotness of it, the pure desire in his words makes my skin crawl. After the party, I have to run and collect myself. The rest will flow after. I stand naked on the stage, hot under the scorching white spotlight. I dare to glance at Damien. He is also fully stripped, but is sitting down. He furrows his brows in a dangerous expression, which I'm sure fuels Penelope's joy.
We are definitely getting somewhere,
Penelope says into the microphone. Everyone claps in agreement. I sit back down.
Now that they are both in their fancy birthday suits, number 13, what are you going to make them do?
I'm well acquainted with Red Partridge.
When number 13 speaks, my anger chills, replaced with icy panic.
She likes to play rough,
he says, drawing out the words. The crowd cheers. Shit. It's Duke Hazelton. I would recognize his slimy, cocky voice anywhere. Whatever he wants, it'll be personal. My breath is shallow with the anxiety of waiting for my sentence. It will be painful and humiliating, I'm sure of it.
It would be a waste not to make them do something sexual, right?
He continues. People whistle in response.
I want her to get on her knees and suck him off.
The crowd explodes. Their excitement is raising to dangerous levels. Bile travels up my throat. I can imagine his smug face. This is his chance to punish me. My feet are cold in my heels, my hands numb from clutching my fingers into fists. I've ignored that trauma for a few days, but now it swims at the forefront of my mind. The seconds pass. When nothing happens, I hear a first prominent boo from someone at the back, followed by many more. Soon, the only thing I can make out is the noise of disapproval. I can't take it. I can't let Damien violate me the same way that dirtbag did. Not like that. Not in front of everyone. I turn around and run. Damien grabs me before my feet have reached the end of the small stage. He spins me round, making me lose balance. I fall forward, landing on his chest. He doesn't embrace me, but he's there, a steadying presence amid the chaos. The audience quiets down, holding their breath. They're getting an excellent show.
Together.
He whispers in my hair as he stands up without me.
Let's endure together.
I remain on my hands and knees. He is apparent cornered. If I decline, he will suffer, and so will I. I close my eyes, imagining the stage at the Moon Garden. I consent, I think. I consent to whatever Lavender will put me through. I have the power over my body. It is my body, and I consent. I look up and nod.
I will not force you,
he whispers. I shuffle closer to him. There's only music and tension in the air. From there, I can smell him, the way I smelled his distinct scent when he was on top of me, kissing me in the sub-basement. It's an enticing memory, so I let my mind be consumed by it as I open my mouth and start. Inside my mind, we're tangled in his bed, doing the things our bodies desire, unprompted, free of commands or instruction. Woo! I hear from the distance of my joyful place. The crowd's cheers grow. I find a rhythm, safe and comfortable. Damien moans, his hands dangling next to his body. I'm thankful he doesn't touch me.
Be a man and do it right.
Duke Hazelton's vile words pierce through the walls of my mind palace, and it crumbles to its foundations. Damien's hand finds its way on the back of my head. Terror squeezes my heart and pulls on my intestines. I back my mouth off, the shrieks of the audience my morbid soundtrack. Chapter 38. Please, Damien, I beg. I can't do it. Please don't force me. His hand grips the hair at the back of my neck. I shake under his grip. I feel pathetic. He looks at me, his gaze intense. He isn't pitiful now. He's with me, so he's not alone. He understands. He looks away for a second, undoubtedly checking if his son is all right. Why do things have to be so complicated? He leans forward and grabs my face by the jaw, shaking me roughly.
I've got a plan. Can I slap you?
He whispers, but his voice doesn't match his body language. The crowd is still cheering. These words are for me only. Yes, I blurt out. He can slap me all he wants if it helps me avoid reliving that first night with Duke Hazelton.
Let me in one time only, and then bite me,
he says hurriedly as he pulls my head back by the hair. What? My shakes ease, replaced by an adrenaline-infused confusion.
Bite me like you mean it,
he says and stands up. I don't have enough time to think through his strange plan. He pushes my head forward, angling his hips and shoving his cock all the way to the back of my throat. I cough from the sudden onslaught. My stomach rolls, but I collect myself in a split second, and I draw my jaw closed. The hard flesh under my teeth gives way a bit, and I release. I can't maim him like that, so my bite is half-hearted. Damien hisses, then shouts something. A breath later, I land on my side, seeing stars in the bright spotlight. He must have backhanded me because my left temple throbs. I pant and cough, allowing myself to reach for the pain and hold it for its familiar comfort. The crowd is shouting, but I can't make the words. It's just a cloud of noise in a sky of blinding light. Now what? I curl up in a ball, protecting myself like a spikeless hedgehog. I tune out the outside world, using the pain as my comfort blanket. There's not much of it, however. In a few moments, the roar of the crowd invades my ears, and the spotlight blinds me despite my closed eyelids. My hands and feet tingle. My cheek scrapes against the cold floor. I smell the dust on the stage and the faint scent of my sweat mixing with expensive cosmetics. My mouth is dry, still tasting like Damien. I swallow before using one of my arms to steady myself and lift my torso up.
And she gets up.
Penelope's voice vibrates through the lounge like a wave of abhorrence.
Well, everyone saw the man you are, Damien. You really showed her,
she says with a laugh. I lift my head and tuck my hair behind my ears, braving a look around. Damien is back in his chair. Penelope is smiling, her dress swirling with her every move. The audience is excited. There are conversations and random sounds of joy. Damien has saved me from reliving my trauma. The cost of another bruise on my cheek is nothing. I half appreciate it, half dread the last draw of the raffle. I want to run, but I'm trapped in a room full of predators.
After that magnificent display of manliness, I think we are ready for more,
Penelope announces as she sneers at Damien. His eyebrow twitches, but he betrays no other emotion. His eyes are trained on the Nightingale. Valerie has disappeared somewhere, so Brad is now holding the gun loosely behind the boy.
Number 3,
Penelope continues.
You're the last winner of our raffle. Think hard about what you want. It has to be spectacular.
The waitress with the microphone runs around to the back. A woman dressed as lavishly as Penelope speaks.
They should fuck, I guess,
she says sheepishly. The crowd explodes. It's the loudest it's been. This is the culmination of their game after all. I search Damien's eyes. He is frowning, but it's unlike his raging, fearful grimace. It is thoughtful, playful Damien. If he's brewing some plan, then it means that maybe this last request will be manageable. He pulls me to my feet. I almost fall down, my legs betraying my balance. But I stand upright, and he stands behind me. His arms reach around me in a half hug, one across the top of my chest and another on the side of my arm. He lowers his head to mine.
Can you do this?
I'm panting in his arms. If he weren't holding me, I would have collapsed. Despite this strange fragility, I find the strength to answer. Yes. I barely move my lips, afraid I will alert the audience that we are up to something. I'm not sure what he means by this, but if it's fun, I can take it. Together, we are strong.
You know what?
He whispers in my ear.
Let's give them a show.
He spins me around, blurring the outlines of the room in my eyes.
Only look at me,
he says as he puts a hand on my neck and pulls me toward him. The little tension on my jugular excites me, reminding me of the night we shared. But we hadn't then. This is unfamiliar territory, and we are breaching it in a high-stakes situation. I tremble under his gaze.
Only listen to me,
he continues. I put my hands on his chest. The crowd quiets as if they have drawn a collective breath of anticipation.
Only feel me.
His mouth crashes into mine. This is a kiss. My lips part, eager to let his tongue in, appreciative of being recognized. I moan against his mouth. He pulls me closer. I close my eyes, hope blossoming in my soul. It's both like the most beautiful flower and the peskiest weed. I want him, all of him, right now. I want something good out of this shitty situation. But I don't want to be the one responsible if something happens to Thomas. I will never forgive myself if I let another child get hurt because of my carelessness. He breaks the kiss long enough to tell me his last instruction.
Fists for yes and open palms for no. Am I clear?
His voice is a tingle traveling from my chest to my pelvis. The submissive in me awakens. There's no need to hide, no need to protect myself anymore. In this simple moment, I only have to let go. I have to relent to whatever he will do. I have to trust he knows what he's doing both for me and the Nightingale to survive. I have to surrender. Chapter 39. My body craves this pure domination, deprived of any kink play for the past couple of weeks. "Yes, sir," I say, the last word slipping from my lips without warning. My eyes widen, but Damien's mouth quirks up. He likes it. I clench both my hands into fists to reassure him further. His grip on my neck tightens, and I close my eyes, surrendering. He kisses me again, a tad rougher. My lips feel swollen and bruised. I can't get enough of his taste. The crowd whistles in the rhythm of my heartbeat. Damien lets go of me suddenly, depriving me of his anchoring presence. I sway, almost falling to my knees. My eyes shoot open, looking for him. I open my palms. I hope he gets my double meaning. I submit to you together with you letting me go is a limit for me. His face twists in a wicked grin. He trains his gaze on me. It is a tether, unbroken by the sounds of the audience. Is it hard to focus on me only and not on the Nightingale, trapped in the corner? If it is, he doesn't show it. He doesn't give me more time to contemplate, doesn't leave an opportunity for insecurity to settle. He descends on me like a predator on unsuspecting prey. Grabbing a fistful of hair, he pushes me forward. I stumble, landing painfully on my hands and knees. Next thing I feel is a foot between my shoulder blades, pushing my chest down. My elbows give out, and the stage floor comes up to meet the side of my face. He leans over and takes my wrists, twisting them behind my back. I let out a breath as he gets me into a humiliating but familiar position. The only thing missing is the rope. This seems to please the crowd too, as they cheer with my every wriggle. I look up, morbidly interested to see Penelope's expression. She is his wife, right? Separated, hating each other, but for some reason still together by law. What will she think if her husband fucks another woman in front of her? I ball my hands, making sure Damien does not confuse my curiosity for unwillingness. The spotlight is bright in my face, obscuring everything a few feet from the stage. Damien has placed me to face forward, concealing my nakedness from them. One of his hands is still clutching my wrists in place, the other fists in my hair again. He pulls, making me look farther into the darkness behind the blinding light. My eyes blur, the skin of my neck stretched over my trachea. I cough, my entire body jerking with effort. Damien releases my head only to switch his hands on my wrists. I hear a belt clanking, then it's wrapped around my arms. Confused, I look back. Our clothes lay scattered around the stage. No one has bothered to take them away. With a sweep of his body, he binds the tops of my arms in place. I whimper but clutch my hands. Wetness pools between my legs, my thighs trembling in anticipation of his next action. When his foot lifts off my back, I take my deepest breath of the night. There's something deeply calming about being pinned down to the floor by someone you trust enough not to destroy you. It's been weeks since I've had the chance to release my grip on the now and just be. As Damien moves behind me, his body scrapes against mine. I recognize the precise movements of someone trying to make their physical presence around you known. It is the touch of a thigh sliding against mine, fingertips brushing the side of my hand lightly. It is knees spreading my legs as he nestles between them. The feeling makes me clench every muscle in my body. For the first time in ages, it's tense because of the delicious anticipation of pleasure, in whatever shape Damien delivers it. I bend my spine, lowering myself farther to the ground. He puts his hand on my butt and squeezes, making me jolt. Then, he lets go and brings his hand down fast and hard, the slap echoing around me. The crowd I've pushed to the back of my senses shouts with unsullied delight. My body jerks slightly with every following hit. My flesh heats under his palm, and I revel in the pain each new strike brings. That he only hits one side is excruciating in an annoyingly tantalizing way. I squirm around him, a little smile painting my lips. He moves behind me, dipping into my pleasure.
Stop teasing us.
Penelope's voice booms around us.
Get on with it!
Everyone cheers and whistles after her words. But is that bitterness lacing her tone? I hope she is jealous. I hope that she is seeing how her desire to punish both Damien and me has led to our mutual gratification. I'm enjoying that irony. Damien doesn't seem to mind her words, and he keeps moving in his own rhythm. He moves in and out of my thigh gap, avoiding my needy core. The audience cheers, believing he's listened to Penelope's words. Maybe it's exactly because of them that he won't do it properly. Petty victories are still victories. I clutch my hands and fists so tightly my joints hurt. I want to shout, to betray his cunning plan just to get him inside me. But my submissive nature takes charge, making me revel in the denial of my carnal wishes. The rhythm of his hips turns into the rhythm of my breath, and for a few moments, there's only Damien and his torturous actions. Heat pools around my pelvis. I angle my pubic bone so his every move hits the spot just right. The world swirls into nothing as I near my orgasm. Fear of being denied it mixes with the selfish need to reach my peak as fast as possible. 2 seconds later, my breath hitches, trapped in my lungs, and I still for a second as I squeeze my eyes shut, riding the pleasure of my climax. I come hard, squirming in my restraints, my body possessed with desire. Damien keeps going, unrelenting, giving me no time to catch my breath. I shake, the belt digging in my skin, my arms and feet numb. But I'm clutching my hands, silently screaming, more, more, more. He gives me more. After my fourth rapture, he stills against my pelvis, his fingers digging hard in my skin. The pain alone is exquisite, but the knowledge that he's about to find his release makes the moment even more special, more enticing in its authenticity. Wet heat spurts out of him and dribbles down my thighs. In my restraints, I can only shift sideways to look at his satisfied expression. His eyes are closed and he's lifted the corners of his lips in a tiny smile. He looks both blissful and victorious. My heart expands to accommodate this novel feeling of connection. It nestles between my love for Melanie and my appreciation of kink. It sits on top of my fear of Penelope, Valerie, and their entourage, and just below the gnawing guilt that I'm a terrible sister. There's clapping and whistling as I take a minute to process reality. Damien releases my hands and pulls me back to sit on my knees. What he has masterfully erased from my senses comes crashing down on top of me, crushing me under its weight. Electronic music shakes the stage. The air is dry and full of dust. The spotlight has left us to illuminate Penelope.
Thank you all for playing,
she says cheerily as she too claps.
Now Earl Grey and Red Partridge will excuse themselves to get cleaned up. They will rejoin us later. Our nobility will escort them to the royal showers, but all remaining birds are yours for the taking. Let the free-for-all begin.
The crowd roars in excitement. My gladness I will miss the start of that evaporates when I see Brad striding toward me with a predatory smile. I scramble back and up to my feet, grabbing Damien's hand. Can we go together? I ask, my voice betraying my panic. Can we run now? Damien squeezes my hand in response but says nothing. I follow his gaze. The gun is still trained on the Night Andale. Penelope has replaced Valerie behind him and wears a bored expression, one unfitting of a mother. Does she have the guts to shoot her own child if we run? Brad climbs the stage now from one side, Valerie from the other. Fear, frustration, and anger blend within me as Brad grabs my wrist and pulls me toward him. I jerk his way, but refuse to let go of Damien. Valerie tugs at his other arm, hissing something in his ear. His expression changes, and his grip on my hand tightens. It is anchoring, reassuring. Brad yanks me, determined to break me and Damien apart. Damien's eyes flash with contempt. Brad returns his gaze without obvious alarm. He mouths something and puts a finger gun to his head. Damien breaks his arm free from Valerie's loose hold and puts his hand on my forearm, just above where Brad holds it. Damien pushes it down, setting it free.
We're going together.
He snarls as he turns to walk away from the stage with me in tow.
You go together, no problem.
Brad says behind us, his voice barely audible over the loud music.
But then your boy goes alone to heaven.
I stop in my tracks and loosen my hand in his. He's still squeezing it hard. It's okay, I say to him. I will go with him. You go with Valerie. We can't risk it.
I'm sick of their scare tactics.
He hisses back. His palm is sweaty on mine, his shoulders slumped. He looks both angry and defeated. I can relate. I give his hand one last squeeze before twisting my arm free from his grip. Valerie runs to us and grabs him, ready to usher him away. I lumber toward Brad. I will not be the reason another child gets hurt, I repeat to myself.
Wonderful girl,
he says, patting the top of my head. My stomach rolls. Chapter 40. I glance at the clock on the wall. It's 2 a.m. again. Exactly 24 hours after they prevented me from going out, I return to the staff area in the basement. Brad locks the door behind us, and I swallow loudly. The chilly air of the room glides across my naked skin with every step. I keep moving, through the door, around the table, into the shower area. My brain reasons that if I don't stop in one place, he won't make his move. We walked in silence the tiny distance from the stage to the back of the bar. I glanced at him before descending the spiral staircase, and he beckoned me with his hand. And now we're here. The menace from him has disappeared, which makes me twice as alert. As I reach the inside of the shower, I stop in front of the 2 cubicles and peer into the wall. What now? Brad comes up behind me, his presence gray like a storm cloud.
Get in and get clean,
he says, and sits down at the edge of the room where Tanya sat before.
Do you have to sit there?
My question comes from an unexpected place of sudden bravery. Brad's threats from the past few days have gotten under my skin, but I'm still riding the high of my orgasms from earlier.
Wash yourself so I can touch you,
he says.
I don't want you to touch me,
I reply, the feeling of invincibility still circulating in my body. Brad shakes his head.
It wasn't a question.
What is giving me immunity from his unwanted advance? Is it my sweat, the streaky face and body makeup? Damien's cum between my legs? Whatever it is, I have no intention of washing it. My mind works overtime as I try to come up with an escape plan. This doesn't sit well with Brad. He picks up the cleaning hose from the far end of the room and pushes the trigger with no warning. Strong, icy water hits my chest, knocking me off my feet. I land butt first on the tiles, panting for breath. When I finally manage a deep inhale, I'm violently shaking. From the seeping cold, from the unresolved anger, or from returning fear, I can't tell. I glare at Brad. He hoses me again. This time I'm prepared for the chilling strength of the spray. I take his assault crumpled to the floor but silent. I will not let him see how much his actions affect me. He keeps showering me with freezing water, stopping every few seconds to evaluate his work. My teeth clatter, but defiance keeps my chin up.
Open your legs,
he barks.
I need to clean that f***'s mark off you.
So that's what it was. Men are so territorial sometimes. If he thinks I will just splay my legs open and let him mangle my most sensitive area, he is wrong. I clench my thighs together. He will have to pry them apart himself. I have sturdy legs, used to maintaining difficult suspensions and helping me pass shift after shift at Frenzy Eats. Back when I was a teenager, I was a runner, and whenever trouble showed her face, I ran. It has never caught me. This trust in my legs and my non-compliance infuriates Brad. He lets go of the hose and hurls it across the room, spraying himself before the water halts to a stop. His combat boots splash in the puddle in the middle as he marches toward me. I bolt for the door. On my hands and feet, like a wet rat, I scuttle toward the exit. I know the next room is locked and I have nowhere to go, but I have to avoid being alone with him in the shower at all costs. My knee slips, and I slow, giving him the chance to catch up and grab me by the hair. With just one hand, he twists my whole body toward him. I squeeze every muscle I can feel, pulling my legs to my chest and wrapping my arms around them. Like a vengeful armadillo, I meet his eyes with a glare. He cranks my head to one side and grabs my jaw with his other hand. He presses his face to mine. I stop breathing and zip my lips together. He will get nothing from me, not without a fight. My defiance doesn't stop him from planting a rough kiss on my lips. He assaults them with his tongue, trying to find an opening, but I won't let him win.
What the f, Brad?
I hear Valerie's voice through the pain of Brad's grip. She must be finished with Damien.
Can't you contain yourself just once? Let her go.
His hold on me loosens, but not before he gets the flesh of my lips between his teeth and bites down. I jolt from the sudden pain, but don't open my mouth. As he pushes me back and gets to his feet, I lick my fresh wound. It tastes like blood and onion rings.
Jesus Christ.
Valerie rolls her eyes. She looks tired and drab in her simple dress. Tonight must have taken a toll on her. It must have been exhausting to keep a gun trained on her nephew's head for hours.
Dry off, take this, and go,
she says as she hands me a brown envelope. I reach for it, my arm still trembling, goosebumps painting my skin.
Your clothes, your keys, and your phone are on the table.
I look inside the envelope. It's a bundle of money. I don't bother to count it. It looks like a lot. It's the price of my work, my silence, and my body, I guess.
So that's it?
I ask Valerie. Brad turns red next to her but keeps quiet. With his arms crossed in front of his chest and a sulky expression, he looks like a petulant child.
That's it.
It's all very anticlimactic. After all the talk about punishment and falling in line, after threatening Tanya, I can't help but ask,
why?
You are not suited to our team,
she says, her lips pressed into a thin line.
I was 2 days ago.
2 days ago, you weren't on Penny's radar. Her idea of punishing Damien didn't pan out. Trust me, it will be better for all of us if you just disappear off the face of the earth. God knows you won't be the first one.
So you're doing me a favor?
It's not a question, more like a statement that punctuates my confusion.
Don't flatter yourself. I'm so sick and tired of cleaning up after her jealous fits. Just f***ing leave. It's a blessing, and the only one you'll get from a place like this.
Did I strike a nerve with my words before? Has she decided she doesn't want to be an underling to her sister anymore? I get up and walk past them. Sudden tiredness outweighs my interest in her motivations. Everything is too much. Being imprisoned, being forced to perform in front of a deplorable audience, being assaulted by Brad, being constantly afraid. None of this accompanied my jobs in LA. The brigand chief was always behind me, a safe person. I don't really have a safe person now. I wish I could run to him and let him pat my shoulder in that protective way. I'm sick of this. I'm done. I don't care about the money, revenge, justice. I'm a thief and runner. I'm no secret agent. Who was I kidding, trying to maintain a ruse for so long? Trying to steal something with subterfuge? Putting my mental health on the line? Stupid, stupid Sophie. At least now I can go back to Melanie. Damien will have to soldier on. Tanya and Matthias will keep saving girls. I'm powerless to break the system. I'm like an empty doll, devoid of soul. As I put my red dress back on and place my phone in the pocket of my fur coat, they sneak me out the fire door. As we pass the party on our way out, I seek familiar faces in the sparse crowd. There are few people left. I assume they have retreated to the private rooms to do their dirty celebrating. I don't see Damien, Tanya, or any of the other birds. Ben is polishing champagne flutes behind the bar, his face indifferent as always. My legs move forward as if a puppeteer holding invisible strings pulls them. All my feelings have fizzled out, replaced by a vast nothingness. The crippling fear of Brad has disappeared, but so has the residue of euphoria I felt when Damien's body moved in sync with mine. Somewhere inside me there should be worry and guilt for Melanie and Hannah, discomfort over the broken job contract, anxiety over the Nightingale's fate. But there is nothing, only numbness and forward motion. My stomach churns, reminding me it's been a day since I've eaten. I'm starving. Focusing on that normal pain, I decide I will stop by somewhere for food. Cold water drips from my hair into my dress, chilling me to the bone. I crave donuts. I walk toward my car without a goodbye to either Valerie or Brad.
I will find you,
Brad shouts after me. I huff a small laugh. Whatever. Melanie and I will move anyway. Chicago isn't a hospitable place anymore.
Ignore him,
Valerie says.
Go live your life and forget what you saw here. You signed an NDA, just so you know.
Yes,
I say, a little insane smile settling down on my face.
Adrian Raven signed everything you wanted.
But Sophie Taylor didn't sign shit. Not that it matters. Chapter 41. I turn my keys in the ignition and drive off. Clutch, gas, forward, brake at a red light. Right, forward, left, stop at a stop sign. One trickle of lukewarm water reaches my belly button. I inhale deeply, trying to dislodge it. Then I jerk in my seat like a madwoman, swerving the car left and right. Finally, I park and look up. I've arrived at Frenzy Eats. Part of me dreads going in, knowing they will recognize me. Part of me wishes to create mayhem so I can see if I will feel anything. But mostly, I want donuts. I toss my burner phone to the passenger seat without looking at the screen and get out. The night air is chilly against my damp head. I walk in, thankful the chain believes junk food is a commodity needed 24/7, and join the small queue. When it's my turn to order, I peer at my cashier, his face unrecognizable under the tight cap we all have to wear. He must be new. A minute later, I hold a receipt detailing my order of a dozen ring donuts, 4 plain glazed, 4 chocolate sprinkles, and 4 lemon meringue. My sullen mind still remembers Hannah's preference of plain donuts and Melanie's obsession with the smoothness of meringue. I just need some chocolate and sprinkles in my life.
Sophie, is that you?
I hear Jamie's voice before I see his unpleasant face.
I barely recognized you. I thought you were unwell.
Do I look well? I say, instead of a greeting. I look up at the screen showing which orders are coming up. There is one before mine.
Your sick note expires at the end of this week,
He says. So sick people can't crave donuts in the middle of the night? I roll my eyes. I contemplate how oily his head looks in the fluorescent light of the restaurant. He is like the glazed hole of a donut. Then I imagine myself next to him, smiling and greeting customers, taking orders, frying chicken with one hand, and garnishing donuts with the other. That was everyday life. But for a few weeks, my lush life at Lavender has blurred my memories, making working at Frenzy Eats a thing of the past.
Number 39.
Someone shouts from behind the counter, holding my box of donuts. I sidestep Jamie to get to my comfort food.
Sophie?
He follows me. His presence annoys me, like a fruit fly, harmless but insufferable. I'm done with this too. I'm done with Lavender. I'm done with Frenzy Eats. To hell with everything. I quit, I say as I open the box and inhale the smell of fried dough and melted sugar.
Excuse me?
I quit, I repeat and take a chocolate sprinkled donut out, my hand trembling a bit. Am I still cold? I will have to crank up the heating in my car. I head for the exit.
You need to submit a resignation letter in writing.
Jamie shouts after me, his intonation like that of a whiny dog. I stuff half the donut in my mouth and chew. It's divine. I'll email you, I say between bites and leave. When I sit down in my car, the box of donuts safely on the seat next to me, I grip the wheel to stop my arms from shaking. I still feel nothing, but my body is reacting to something. I put my forehead on the wheel. A dull headache settles at the sides of my head, enveloping my temple like a torturous halo. Melanie and I have to move. There's no doubt about that. My little stint at Lavender was a complete failure. In retrospect, I'm not sure how I thought that I was qualified for the job. It was an ego stroke, the belief that I could take the pain, that I have the skills to bring the whole operation down. My employer picked the best thief of a time long gone. Somewhere along, I've lost my way. I've failed Melanie even further, depriving her of my support when she needed it most. I went from mediocre sister parent to irresponsible, thoughtless adult she can't rely on. I piled all responsibility on Hannah, someone who shoulders enough in her day job. She looks at trauma all the time. I gave her Melanie like my sister was some kind of lonely pet to be looked after while its owner is away. I can compete for the Best Friend Award with that thinking, I snarl at myself. The sins I've committed against those two won't be easily forgiven with a box of donuts. I peer at it while my vision blurs and the tears spill out like a quiet waterfall. I don't realize I'm crying until wetness trickles down my neck, sending yet another quiver through my body. I use the back of my hand to wipe my face. My finger joints hurt from clutching the steering wheel. What about Damien, Tanya, and Matthias? I don't know them very well, but we've shared moments too intense to easily dismiss and forget. Those have left a mark on my soul, planted seeds that could later grow into friendships, attractions, and maybe more. But by leaving the way I did, without a warning or goodbye, I've destroyed those slight things, leaving the soil of my heart full of empty holes. I reach for another donut, hoping it will help me dislodge the lump that has formed in my throat. I chew as I cry, swallowing hard, the sprinkles scratching my insides on the way down. I'm not hungry anymore. Most of all, I have betrayed myself. When our parents died, I promised Melanie I would be next to her. I vowed to myself I would always put Melanie first until she became her own person and could fend for herself. As I morphed into Adrian, it was as if Sophie's promises were not mine to honor. I dived into the glamorous world of Lavender and got lost in it for what? For money. For justice. I have achieved nothing. I am nothing. Realizing that there are zero things I like about myself right now is sobering. I stop crying, and my shakes ease. It's like I have peeled the first pages off who I am as a person, and now what is left is only rough, blank paper, frayed around the edges. Something in the pocket of my dress doesn't sit right. It jabs at my side like a forgotten key. I check inside and find a piece of folded purple card. Damien or Tanya must have left it in my clothes before the party. I unfold it to find the piece of paper I doodled Lavender on that night. I flip it and see there's a Post-it note stuck to it. Under the Post-it, there's a haiku written in that small all-caps print. The land is frozen. No birds outside left to sing. Robin chirps alone. Out of all the things I've received from the Lavender Phantom, this is my favorite one. I resonate with it and feel a stab of pure sadness for myself. I look at my crumpled confidence with new eyes, and I pity my experience. This was meant to bring about something positive and righteous. But sometimes what you do just isn't good enough. I look at the yellow Post-it note. In hurried handwriting, Damien has left me another message. I wrote this when I thought of you. It made me sad. But then I thought, isn't it time the robin stopped chirping alone? I pick up my burner phone. There are 13 missed calls from Hannah and 3 from Melanie. 2 voicemails. I glance at the car clock. If I drive to Hana's now, I can catch them both before they go to work and school. I dial a number, dismissing all notifications. The phone rings twice before it's picked up. Hana? There's a silence on the other end, but I know she's there. I can hear faint breathing over the deafening sound of my blood rushing in my head. I'm on my way. I'll explain everything when I get there. Wait for me. Chapter 42. Hana, Melanie, and I sit around Hana's kitchen table, the box of donuts between us like a tether to normality. No one has said anything yet. "How are you, Lainey?" I ask tentatively. She looks down.
Let's talk about it later. Hana has had enough drama for a decade after that nightmare.
That's true,
Hanako says. I glance at the time. Melanie has to leave for school in about an hour. If I'm to explain things, I have to talk fast. I open my mouth.
Explain the bruise on your face first,
Melanie says. I got hit. It's the truth. But I need to start at the beginning if you want any of this to make sense. Melanie leans forward. Hana opens the box of donuts and pushes it toward my sister.
Eat while she talks. It sounds like you won't get time for a proper breakfast,
she says, and takes a plain glazed donut. I begin my story. The words come hard at first, but then it all spills like the frantic tale of a madman. I tell them of my anger, of how I thought I would get revenge for Melanie. I don't tell them about the job. The brigand wraith will be buried again after this conversation. I speak about the stranger in the freezer, and the girl who was aloof at first, but watched over me. They learn about Valerie and Penelope. I spare them the details about Brad's threats, reducing him to just one part of Valerie's goons. I tell them of the private rooms, of the cultural appropriation and the spiked drinks, of the expectation of sexual favors. I'm careful with my language, hopeful I won't trigger something within Melanie. She listens while chewing, her expression betraying nothing. I outline my attempts to get hard evidence on the wrongdoings in Lavender and describe the safes and the cameras. I skip the truth of Matthias's inventions. Tanya warned me they were secret, so I keep it so. I skirt over the recent party, providing only a rough base. There was a gang, and they treated people like property. Damien's involvement in this is difficult to explain. I paint him as an ally, explain how he is connected to Thomas the Nightingale and Penelope. Hana raises an eyebrow, but stays silent. I finish with how they let me go, and that Melanie and I have to move for everyone's safety. This part forces a shadow on both their faces. Do they not get what a shitstorm I've created? Any questions? I ask, when the dark mood goes on longer than is comfortable. We have about 20 minutes left together. My mouth is dry, so I take a sip of the water Hana provided before I started my story. We need to iron out our misunderstandings so I can go back to our apartment and pack up our essential belongings. I want to leave as soon as possible. It will be the two of us again, driving somewhere new in the orange Honda.
That Damien sounds like the man who saved me. I remember feeling a sharp pain in my wrist when he grabbed me. I was drowsy then, but after that, as he kept shouting for me to run, I heard him, and I was out of there. What will happen to the singing boy? To his son?
Melanie's question is unexpected. So Damien had used one of Matthias's rings to help her. I owe them all more than I thought. I don't know. Nothing, I assume, as long as his father behaves. I'm not confident Damien has much restraint left in him. He looked ready to fight Brad on the stage.
We have to save them both,
she says with a determined nod. What? I blink. We have to run, not make more self-destructive attempts at heroism. After my crying in the car, I know the next steps we need to take. None of them include going back to Lavender.
We have to get them out. It's only fair. Hide the boy,
she elaborates. No, I say. But I know she has a point. I also know that whatever decision I make, I betray someone.
I agree with Mel.
Hannah joins in after a brief silence.
From all you've said, it sounds like that boy is the only thing keeping the hostage guy on a leash. The other two allies you mentioned, they follow his lead, correct? Which means if he acts, they will join him. Melanie is right. We need to get the Nightingale out, so those three can get serious.
No, I'll fail again. There's no way to get him out. And I don't know how long I'll have to keep him safe. Melanie and I have to get out of here. Do you expect me to take him with us? They'll just follow us. Hannah levels a glance at me. I can tell she's considering it. Then her face changes.
I see how it is,
She says.
Why do you not let people help you, Sophie?
I shake my head. I can't put anyone else in danger after all my previous plans failed. I'm no chief. I can't protect anyone. If anything, I need protecting from my stupid ideas.
You included no one else, Soph. And I have an idea how we can get the Nightingale out.
Melanie says, letting out an exasperated sigh.
Stop glaring at me. It will be safe, I promise.
Let's hear it first. I relent only to pacify her. She has to go out in 10 minutes anyway. We will leave, but she doesn't have to miss school for it. We will slip out in the evening. Hannah starts another donut. They are going down much better than I expected.
So don't be mad, but I'm still talking to that girl, Purple Tsuki. She was very apologetic about the whole thing that happened. She's been helping me avoid the guys in the black suits.
My blood chills. I'm not the only one living a life of secrets, it seems. My employer has a lot to answer for. And the goons? Those gangsters? They've kept looking for her? She has seen them? I can't believe you hid this from me, I whisper.
I can't believe you hid everything else from me.
She counters.
At least mine isn't premeditated.
I press my lips into a thin line. It's difficult to argue against that.
Anyway, she claims she knows a good hacker.
Melanie continues.
I bet she can help us get in touch with the boy, or at least she can tell us where he is, so we can pick him up and stash him somewhere safe.
I don't like this. But if it's only asking, and if they've been communicating for so long anyway without anything happening, I guess it can't hurt. Fine. I take another sip of water. But do nothing without clearing it with me first. Chatting is fine. Do not meet anyone. Do not go anywhere but here and school.
I'm not an idiot.
She rolls her eyes. When she goes to change for school, I dial my employer. We've never talked, but I hope they will pick up. The line rings and then goes dead. I get a message soon after. Are you still doing the job or not? Valerie paid you off so you can't go back. I ignore the question. Why are you still talking to Melanie? I told you to leave her alone. The reply is fast. That's not me. It's Suki. How many of them are there? Am I being played? Another message comes. Your sister is looking for Thomas. Why? I pause to think for a moment, then type furiously. We might have a new plan forming. It might not involve getting the ledgers, but we hope we might save Thomas. It's a bit of a lie. I still want to get in the car and disappear. But I don't want to sabotage my sister's idea. We will see where it leads, though I'm not too hopeful. Suki will be in touch with your sister. Stop working alone. You're bad at it. I roll my eyes. I hate it. But my employer is right. Doubt in my next steps creeps in. My employer has been resourceful so far, despite being weird all around. Melanie wants to help. Tanya and Matthias are doing what they can anyway. Damien asked me to join them.
You should go for it,
Hannah says with a stuffed mouth. What?
Whatever you're thinking about, you should go for it. I'll help you.
But you don't know what I'm thinking about.
No, but I'm a good friend, and I'm smart and patient. We can figure this thing out together.
She smiles, and I can't help but smile back. Together. If you're not strong enough, you have to lean on others and let them lean on you so you can be strong together. Chief's words float in my mind again. Maybe I can postpone leaving Chicago just a bit. Maybe I can give it another go without trying to be a lone wolf this time. Maybe I should listen to Chief's wisdom. Chapter 43. When Melanie leaves, the apartment seems to close in on me. Hannah's standing in the kitchen doorway, leaning on the doorframe. I like her apartment. Much nicer than I can provide for Melanie right now. Maybe that's why I jumped at the idea of her staying here. It hasn't helped her nightmares, though. Letting her get involved in the entire Lavender thing might be another grave mistake I'm committing. Or it might be a step in the right direction. Maybe she needs to face her issues head on. Maybe she needs justice to move forward. I haven't actually asked her what she needs. I only know she wants me by her side.
She is young, but she is not a small child anymore, you know.
Hannah says.
She's not stupid. Coddling her will only stint her growth.
What do you know about parenting? I smile.
More than you.
I'm sorry I didn't tell you, I mutter. I pull out the envelope Valerie gave me. Here's for looking after Lainey for so long, for utility bills and food and God knows what else you got her to spoil her. Hannah frowns but takes it.
You know I don't need money. We should use it for the plan.
It's true. Her mother's a famous artist, and weird contemporary Japanese art apparently pays well. What plan? I ask.
The one we're brewing. But before that, I need to know more about Lavender. It didn't seem like a simple story to tell, but you were very brief with your explanation. There were glaring gaps in your story,
she says.
Tell me about this Damien.
I sigh. Of course she would pick up on it. We aren't friends for nothing. I sit back down at the table. Hannah makes some green jasmine tea as I speak. I don't know. He is very attractive. I start. She nods enthusiastically. You know I'm shallow in my attraction, and his face and body are all definitely my type. But there is something else that keeps drawing me to him. His normal character seems to be very chill. But when he's pushed into a corner, he has this air of danger around him.
How you're describing him doesn't paint him in a brilliant light. Does this mean if you make him angry, he'd snap at you?
Hannah sits down and passes me a cup of steamy warmth. I shake my head. I'm not good at explaining how I feel. More so when I've processed none of the events from last night. Instead of circling around, trying to describe the emotions Damien stirs within me, I tell her about my time in the freezer, then the events on the night of my incident. I tell her about the notes and the bad poetry. I spare no detail about last night. As the words tumble out, I find a strange detachment between me and Adrienne. It's as if I'm describing an erotic movie. Hannah listens, her body leaning in closer with every juicy point of my tale. When I finish, she whoops.
What a story. He sounds like a total dom. And I love that you've committed to this lock-picking hobby of yours. But are you confident with it?
Her next question is unsurprising, but also uncomfortable. Maybe it's not the time to bury the brigand wraith quite yet. Yes, I've gotten even better now. It's fun, I add as I'm not ready to delve into the specifics. It's safer if everyone thinks I'm just a normal girl with a short fuse.
Do you think you could open the safe in the office if you had the chance?
Hannah asks. I nod.
Good. What are we expecting to find there?
Some hard evidence, I hope. A paper ledger or a USB or hard drive with people's details. Anything that the police could take to court, I say, when my phone vibrates violently on the table, squelching any further questioning, startling us both. It's Melanie. Hello? I look at the time. She is probably on a break between classes.
We found him,
She whispers, her tone jubilant.
He doesn't go to school, but he is part of a private tutor group. I can infiltrate it as a student.
I'm happy. then frozen in fear. What? No infiltrating. We can think of something else.
Relax,
She says. I don't relax.
I'm not going anywhere alone. But we need to get to him so we can get him out without alerting whoever's keeping him prisoner.
I let out the breath I was holding with my whole body. Okay, come straight home after school. She agrees and hangs up. I'm both afraid for her and proud of her, I say to Hannah.
She takes after you. Let's think about what we can do with the people we can count on.
Hannah gives me a conspiratorial wink. I bite my lip. Both of them have now embraced making this future plan work, ignoring my warnings. Their reaction to my story, their lack of judgment, has planted a kernel of hope in my heart. My resolve to run away with Melanie morphs from definitely to maybe. Now turns into later. If we can pull this off, I can leave with a cleaner conscience.
Listen, if we get the boy out, we should aim to free the others and get the evidence.
Hannah says as she refills our mugs with hot tea. Isn't that too dangerous? Maybe we should leave that to Damien and his friends. If we secure Thomas, he'll be free.
If we have the advantage of surprise, though, we should push it.
Hannah, I love you, but I can't go back. And I definitely can't let you go instead of me, I say. I was right. There are people there who terrify me. I want to run. The nightmares that scared you so much the other night only exist because Melanie went to that place. She processes my words.
I'm sorry they hurt you both. That can never be forgiven.
She nods like she has reached some unspoken conclusion.
But I disagree.
I open my mouth to protest, but she lifts a palm, silencing me.
Melanie went there alone. You went there alone. You both got hurt because you were facing an enemy that has an army while you had nothing. We probably won't bring down the gang, but we can close Lavender down. We can save a boy and his father. We can make sure vulnerable people aren't raped anymore in that one place. Will it make an enormous difference in the trafficking world? Probably not. But for those few people we help, it will make a massive difference.
It's a compelling argument. The kernel of hope within me grows, encouraged by Hannah's passionate words. She's right, of course. I just don't know if we can pull it off. I know that. But how do we do it?
We gather our own army.
I stare into the distance. Maybe it's time the robin stops chirping alone.
I can see the cogs turning in your head,
Hannah says with a smile.
So, our army. We have the people inside Lavender, the Nightingale, his dad, your new girlfriend, and the doctor. Then we have the awesome kinky duo, you and me. Your sister is also on it now and will help. Lastly, we have the Switzerland of Lavender, the barman without obvious allegiance. Would be good if we can get him on our side, or at least learn more about him.
You really listened, I say, impressed. I guess you are right. We have several people who have an interest in bringing Lavender down. Do you have a plan?
I have the outlines of a plan. We have time, so we put our heads together and we think.
Hannah says as she slurps her tea loudly. She has always been a quiet, humble person in my ropes. She's a bubbly friend with a penchant for unicorns. But I never imagined her as a heist mastermind.
And we have the funds you earned with your silence. I suggest we spend them to ensure no one has to keep such pain inside anymore.
My phone blinks with a new message. It's Matthias asking if I'm okay. Seeing his message, the kernel of hope breaks through the shell of its seed and sprouts a small stem. I type up a quick message. I'm okay. I can't go back to Lavender, but I have another plan. I'll call you tomorrow. I turn back to Hannah. She has a look of focused determination.
First part of the plan is to kill that girl.
I blink. I'm not down for killing anyone. Which girl?
For my plan to work, Sophie needs to come back,
she says.
We need the attentive rigger Sophie, the masochist, and the lockpicker Sophie. I need you to be your strongest self who can pull anything off. I need you to kill Adrian.
Chapter 44. Sophie, as Hannah adamantly suggested, definitely came back. I went to the drugstore, got a box of hair dye that I thought matched my natural hair color, and 2 hours later I was drying my blondish locks. Red is difficult to get out without bleach, so I have a sheen of copper in my hair. It's not ugly, and I don't mind, but it reminds me of how Adrian and Sophie have blended. Adrian won't disappear so easily. As Hannah helped me with my hair, we worked out the specifics of the plan, making sure every piece fits and that we'll have enough people to cover all our bases. When Melanie comes back from school, she looks far better than she did in the morning. There's a spring in her step and an excited glint in her eyes. Any other news? I ask.
Suki said we need to wait for his mother to leave and for him to be allowed to go out again. It should be soon, but we need to hang on until we get more info.
That's a good thing. I don't want to deal with Penelope as well as all the others. Hannah and I discussed where to stash the Nightingale until things with Lavender are resolved, and we have decided that one of her shelters is the best idea. They were built exactly for that. Victims of domestic violence, seeking refuge. After Melanie has a quick snack, we all make a list of errands we need to run before we can pull off the plan. We decide I have to stay in and play wartime secretary, calling all our battle units and kindly letting them know they are now part of the fight. Melanie and Hannah climb into her car to acquire the things that will eventually ensure the success of our plan. Hidden microphones that can fit on clothes are on top of the list. Communication is essential, and while we all have phones, having a covert way for us to coordinate our actions is better. Hannah insists on picking up some clothes, too, so we can all dress for our parts. We're not only getting justice, we'll do it in style. When I'm alone in the apartment, I call Matthias. The conversation with him is short and sweet. I tell him about the plan, and he agrees it just might work. Will Damien be able to sneak out? I ask, trying to ensure a key piece of our puzzle fits.
He will if he knows Thomas is safe.
He will be. You, my friend, and my sister are going to ensure he travels to a safe place without problems, I reassure him.
I hope so. We tried some time ago to get him out but failed.
That's why we have 3 people securing Thomas. For every other task, we have a person for each. I know that his escape is vital to our success. Another one of Damien's people is overseeing the technical side of the whole thing. This seems to convince him. He promises to ensure his and Damien's participation in our little heist, confirming that the safes in the office definitely have incriminating evidence. Even if we don't get all we want, we can take Thomas from the clutches of Penelope and her family. Damien can walk free. That will be a victory. Matthias and I agree on a time to meet tomorrow for me to pass him some items. He gives me Tanya's number before I disconnect the call. It's odd I have never asked her for it. I dial it, bracing myself for an unknown something. It rings long and loud until I put it down and sigh. I will try again in a bit. She has a crucial role to play. The plan itself is like a beautiful puzzle. It satisfies several important prerequisites, ensuring we have a higher chance of success and a smaller chance of additional trauma. Melanie will do her part far away from Lavender, together with Hannah and Matthias. We believed she was the most sensible choice for convincing the Nightingale to follow her. Teens and preteens speak a language almost foreign to us all. Tanya is to be our ace on the fighting front. She has a role to play in freeing Damien, getting the evidence, and ensuring the overall Lavender downfall. Damien himself will help me get in and lockpick without disruptions by visiting an acquaintance in the hospital so that things are safer for us all. Innocent thoughts about Damien helping us lead to other, far more shallow, carnal thoughts. I bite my lip as I replay last night in my head. I erase Penelope and the crowd from the reel of my memory and obliterate Brad's presence. There's just Damien left, his body pressed to mine, his tongue exploring my mouth, his big, beautiful hands running up and down my sides as if he can't get enough of me. The feeling is mutual. I lick my lips as I remember the motion of his hips. In my mind, I will his inside me, pushing me to the edge again and again. I close my eyes, and my hand travels down my belly, toward my pelvis. I feel the pull of desire between my legs, the aching heat that punctuates my craving. I give in. My fingers find their way inside my panties, and with a sigh, I circle my clit, my one-track mind still replaying images of Damien behind my eyelids. I know my body well, so the yearning for release builds up to a sweet peak. I moan as I move, each stroke of my knowing fingers getting me closer to the top. Just as I'm about to reach it and hold with the hunger of a deviant, my phone rings. My body jerks with surprise, and the closeness to my culmination evaporates. It's as if I have slid down a roller coaster backward, unable to go over the curve and downward toward that mind-blowing shot of adrenaline. It's Tanya. I pick up with a pant. My pleasuring hand has contracted in a claw. I pull it out of my pants and go to the sink to wash it as I talk to her. Matthias has briefed her, and she's on board, only questioning my motives. I tell her briefly we have new allies joining the fight.
You will get us all killed,
she says instead of a goodbye, but her voice holds no malice or fear. Maybe this is just how she talks. I look out the window and see a car pull up downstairs. Feeling the frustration of orgasm denial, I go down to help Melanie and Hannah with the shopping. They've been successful at getting all things but one, a leather jacket that Hannah was adamant I needed. I can lockpick without a jacket, I say. It's less restricting. I'm fine with a cardigan.
I get it, but I wanted you to look more cool vigilante and less working mother who forgot to check if she left the iron on,
Hannah says, her shoulders dropping. I give her a quick hug before relieving Melanie of a massive bag. Trust me, I can rock a cardigan. Chapter 45. Dinner and an episode of a show I didn't pay attention to later. Melanie and I get ready for bed together properly for the first time in weeks. We brush our teeth together and wash our faces. We use some of Hannah's Korean skincare without telling her, snickering like thieves. It's a surreal moment of normality. It's both heartwarming and a little strange. Melanie settles down under the covers, her face the only thing showing. She smiles.
When we're done with the club, can we go back to being normal sisters?
I shift my eyes to meet hers as I comb my hair in front of the fancy dressing table Hannah has put in the guest room. We will, I reply, although we've never been normal. Are you sure you want to go through with this plan? I'm happy to sleep, pick up our stuff at the apartment, and leave Chicago behind.
I don't want to leave Chicago,
she says. I sigh. What are these nightmares you've been having? Maybe they will stop if we move. A fresh start is good sometimes. She shakes her head.
I'm remembering some things. I think I was drugged for the worst of it, but there are parts that are coming back.
I stand up to join her on the bed. I touch the top of her head gently. Sit up. I'll brush your hair. She shuffles up.
It's not all bad,
she whispers.
You know how I told you I remember the Night Andale song? I also have flashing images of him pulling me away from those people and us running down a corridor. It has this soft, lush carpet. Someone must have pried him away because in my next memory, I'm in someone's arms, thrashing about. Then there was this man, your Damien, I assume, shouting at me to run. I'm not scared of him. I know he meant well. Everything from then on is blurry again, but I think he was fighting someone. I might have made up parts of it, to be honest. Anyway, my head cleared on the way home.
You poor girl, I say, as I press her back to my chest and inhale the scent of her hair. It's familiar and sweet, like fresh strawberries and yogurt in the summer. I kiss her head as we rock in silence.
I don't want to move,
Melanie repeats.
I have friends here, and I like the city. I like my school.
What do you like about it? I smile, because this is very unlike how I felt about school.
The teachers are friendly. My classmates are fine, I guess. There's no bullying.
Best school review ever. I wink and finish brushing her hair. We both lie down. I reach to switch off the bedside lamp, but my hand still's in the air. What did you mean that day in the car?
Which part?
You cut me off when I promised you I would be the best sister. You said I didn't get it. Melanie is silent for a moment. I gaze at her face, every line reminding me of our parents. Does she remember them well enough to know she has the shape of Mom's eyes? Or that her red, full lips are what Dad always said won Mom over?
I don't need the best sister. I need you,
Melanie says, then props herself on an elbow, looking all serious.
What even is a best sister?
I don't know, I admit. I haven't figured it out. I'm trying.
Ugh.
Melanie huffs.
This is what I mean. Stop thinking about it. You might as well ponder the meaning of life. I loved you because you were always next to me. But gradually you started working more, and I was seeing you less and less. I made one mistake by going to Lavender, and then you punished me by disappearing from my life.
I blink. Her words are like daggers digging deep into my heart. My stomach lurches forward as if I've been ejected from a plane and I'm falling fast. I never meant to punish her. I wanted to obliterate the very thing that hurt her. I'm so sorry, Melanie, I whisper, tears welling in my eyes. I thought going away would give you space. I thought fighting against Lavender was good for both of us. I will not leave you anymore. I promise. How can I make it better? Melanie's eyes are dry. Her face is solemn, like there is some truth she has made her peace with while I'm still struggling to understand.
Like this.
She leans forward to embrace me. Her slim arms wrap around my shoulders, and I break down, the tears streaming down my cheeks in rivulets.
Don't shut me out. Talk to me and stop deciding what's best for the both of us by yourself. We are sisters, and we're in this together. Even if you think I'm too young, tell me. I will understand. If I don't understand, I will listen.
I sob in Melanie's arms, her words unleashing a torrent of emotions I thought I was incapable of feeling only hours ago.
We're a team, and we only have each other. Let's carry the weight of the world together,
she says, and squeezes me hard. I gasp mid-cry and envelop my arms around her waist, squeezing just as hard. We hold each other for a moment. Then she taps my shoulder.
Okay, don't flatten me.
I ease my grip, but keep my arms around her, embracing her warmth and the feeling of safety this tangle of our bodies brings upon me.
I think we should sleep,
she whispers in my ear.
But one last thing. I like that you're not perfect. I know you're flawed. I know you left your gang friends when Mom and Dad died to care for me. I know how much you sacrificed to build this life we have. And I can see you're ready to throw it all away again. But let's not. Let's fight and win and keep our lives here.
You knew about the gang? My voice is hoarse, the back of my throat closed from crying.
I was young, not stupid. I watched you fight with Mom and Dad about it from my room,
she says. Sneaky child. I shake my head. Then, with sudden conviction, I decide to tell her the truth of our financial situation. She listens, her eyes widening as my words spill out.
So, we're not poor.
She is so surprised she has brought her hand to her mouth. Not poor, but not rich either. The two savings accounts have their purpose, so we can't just take from them any time. One is for your college, the other is a rainy day fund or if I decide to start a business. I don't tell her about my dreams to open up a rope studio because I still think she's too young. Maybe when she's 16. And yes, I'm supposed to own the building we have our apartment in, but I never got the deed. I looked for that old man. Do you remember him? The one who welcomed us to Chicago? But I could never find him again. No idea who's collecting the rents from the other units, but it's not us.
Well, I really hate to rub it in, but if you'd trusted me with this, I wouldn't have gone to Lavender.
Melanie says softly. It's not a jab or an insult. It's just a fact. I know. I promise I won't keep big things from you anymore. You've grown up, and I didn't notice it.
Must be that milk mustache photo on your phone.
She giggles.
Let's take a new one.
And we do. It's a dark, grainy selfie, but I love it because it's us, and we're smiling. I turn the light off, and for once, the room descends into a comfortable darkness, devoid of monsters and nightmares.
I love you,
Melanie whispers next to me. I search for her hand in the sheets. Her fingers interlace with mine, and I sniffle. Wiping my face with my other hand, I whisper back, I love you too, teammate. Chapter 46. 3 days ago, Purple Tsuki sent a message to Melanie. Not tomorrow, it said. The next day she got the same. Together with confirmation, Damien and everyone else were ready to play. Yesterday, however, we received our one-day warning. Tomorrow, 10 a.m., just opposite Roosevelt Park. There will be one bodyguard waiting for Thomas. There's one teacher. I've arranged for a new student to attend. Leah Meehan, 13. Tomorrow has turned into today. It's 10 in the morning, and I'm sitting in Hana's white Toyota Altis on a side street, which gives me a perfect vantage point. The plan is on. I can see both Lavender's main entrance and the fire door on the side. The black cardigan Hana lent me matches the black jeggings bought earlier and the gray printed t-shirt. Its slogan, "Who's Your Mommy?" is hidden behind the opalescent buttons of the cardigan. Hana swore there were no plain t-shirts in the stores they visited, but Melanie's conspiratorial smile told me another story. I embraced the look down to the black sneakers and baseball cap. I'm like a grim reaper in Hana's clean white car. We swapped cars, deciding my orange Honda was too conspicuous and could be known to Valerie and Brad. I open up the new app on my phone, the one that connects me to all the microphones, and I tune in to Melanie's. She's infiltrated the group of kids in the tutoring group without issue and is now listening to a lesson about U.S. presidents. When I asked Matthias why Thomas is allowed to study, he said it was the arrangement Damien made years ago. He gives up his freedom for his son to have a semi-normal childhood. All children that he studies with are jester progeny, of course. I doubt he has any true friends. The sun, bright and persistent outside, makes me sweat in the car. I turn the AC on and sit back. I start listening to Hanako's mic. The audio connects. I hear the roar of the engine and Hana's distant voice over it.
Thank you for helping Sophie out,
she says.
No problem.
Matthias replies, his voice light and airy. He doesn't sound stressed, which makes me more comfortable about introducing them to each other.
Who's Sophie?
Hana chuckles.
Adrienne,
she says, correcting herself.
Ah, fake names.
He replies.
Very popular all around.
Indeed.
The conversation dies down. I swap back to Melanie and the monotone voice of the teacher. On the passenger seat, there's a Twix and a cup of takeout coffee. I have an unhealthy late breakfast as I listen. When I finish, the kids are saying goodbye. There's rustling. Then Melanie whispers.
Double golden rainbow,
she says, echoing the words Matthias told me to use to get the Nightingale's attention.
What?
Thomas's voice betrays his confusion.
Come with me, and you and he can paint another wall together.
There's silence. Then I hear Melanie's shoes on a stone floor, followed by someone else's. I message Hanako and Matthias. They're coming. Be ready. I swap to their audio stream just in time to hear an unknown man speak.
You can't park here?
He barks.
I'm waiting for my daughter,
Hana says. The voice is unlike her own, authoritative, insistent, painted in the color of annoyance.
I don't know her,
he replies.
Who are you to know my daughter?
I hear soft rustling, then a car door easing open. Matthias is on the move.
This study group is only for children of...
But he can't finish, because Matthias has jabbed one of his tranquilizing cocktails into his neck.
Nice,
Hannah says.
He's now dragging the guard to one side.
She explains to me.
Children are starting to come out, so I assume we'll see Melanie and Thomas soon.
I type up a message. Your boy is almost with us. Stand by. I swap to Melanie's mic and hear swaying static. She's running.
When we get out, you'll see an orange car. We just get in and drive off.
She pants.
I have a bodyguard.
A boy pants back. Good. They're definitely together.
I hope you don't anymore.
Did you kill him?
He sounds appalled.
No.
Melanie also sounds appalled, and I envy the innocence of youth. There's more running and gasping. Then I hear a car door slamming.
Welcome, I will be your taxi driver for the day,
Matthias says in a cute voice. He must have taken the driver's seat. I flick to his mic as I can barely hear anything through Melanie's ragged breathing.
Is my dad okay?
Thomas says instead of a greeting.
He will be fine now that you're safe,
Matthias replies.
Drive,
Melanie says breathlessly, and I can hear her smile. The car starts, and everyone claps. We have the Night Andale. I let out a tiny squeal and message Damien. Thomas is with us. Go. I tune into his microphone, excited to hear his deep voice in my ear.
Good job, Brigand Wraith,
He says, and I smile victoriously. I want to reply, but our one-way communication prevents him from hearing me. We opted to have no earpieces. The only ones we could find were too bulky and too conspicuous. I want to ask him how it feels to be outside after so long, but I know there will be a better time for questions later. An hour ago, Tanya helped distract Valerie and Brad while Damien slipped out of Lavender unnoticed. He was standing by in the hospital where Chad is recovering, the goon whose head he kicked in, waiting for my cue. Now it's his time to shine.
Hello, sorry to bother you. I'm visiting a friend. Can I confirm I have the right room number? I think I might have written it down wrong.
He says in a sweet, customer service voice. I envy how easy it is for him to charm people.
Don't worry, dear,
A lady says. She sounds in her 50s and like she has a collection of floral cardigans.
What's your friend's name?
Chad Smith.
He replies.
Yes, that's correct. Visiting hours have begun, so you can go up and see him. Can you just sign in here?
Thank you very much.
He chirps back.
Can you let me know if anyone else is visiting him now? I don't want to cause a commotion inside. I always can come later.
That's no issue at all, dear. He had a visitor 3 days ago, but no one since then.
Ah, that was Brad, wasn't it? I'm so happy he could make it. I was getting worried he forgot our poor old Chad.
I smile. It's a trap. But will she fall for it?
Brad, oh yes, he seems to have visited. You're all best friends, I assume.
She is ever so helpful, caught in the web of an easy charmer.
The best of friends.
Damien reassures her.
Thanks for your help. Hope you have a delightful lunch break.
So Brad and Chad are indeed as close as they appear. Good. We have to lure Brad back to the hospital, away from Lavender, away from me. Damien walks some more, then speaks into the mic.
Our Chad Smith here is either sleeping or in a coma. Found his phone. Going to send a message that should get Brad moving. Keep watch.
I train my eyes on Lavender's door. The minutes pass. I hear strange plastic rustling. What is Damien doing?
Sent.
Damien says, his voice barely audible over a symphony of medical machine beeping. I type a message to ask him if everything is all right when the sounds subside and he's walking again.
I'm heading to the parking lot to watch for Brad's car. Tell me when he's on his way.
A movement in front of me catches my eye. Brad is leaving Lavender in a hurry, his stride that of an experienced hunter. I grit my teeth, contempt seeping from my every pore as he climbs into a black SUV and drives away. He's on the move. I type to Damien and switch to Hannah's microphone. I send her a monkey emoji, our previously chosen signal. She starts talking 2 seconds after.
We are on the way to the shelter. Thomas phoned Valerie from a burner phone to tell her he's been kidnapped. She freaked out, apparently. We threw the phone away, so we should be good to go. Has she come out?
Not yet, I type. I turn Tanya's mic on while I stare at the door, expecting Valerie to come out any second now.
I can guarantee you don't want to be here when the chaos unfolds,
Tanya says.
I've never pried in your relationship with Damien, but is he worth it?
Ben's voice is level. I can hear his bracelets jangling as he is undoubtedly polishing something. I still my breathing and press my earphones deeper into my ears.
I'm not doing this for Damien,
Tanya says, her voice taking on a new edge.
I'm doing this for me and the girls. You may be happy to be cleaning cups under anyone's management, but try working like us.
I frown. I'm not sure this approach is for the best.
You've always been on the sidelines, but soon that won't be an option. You'll be caught for their crimes and tried and sentenced like one of the jesters.
Ben doesn't say anything. What if he raises the alarm? What if he stops Valerie? My doubts evaporate when I see her come out of the fire door. She looks annoyed, and in as much of a hurry as Brad was. It feels good to have them rushing about on our whim for a change.
Can all staff report to the lounge for a briefing?
Ben says into the sound system that connects all rooms in Lavender. There wouldn't be many staff at all at this time of day. Cleaners, cooks, a few birds maybe.
Thank you,
Tanya says to Ben.
I'll go check that there's no one left behind.
I twist back to get my black leather bag of tools.
Don't make me regret siding with you,
Ben says to her.
You will get only half an hour to do what you want. After that, I won't hold the staff any longer. I'm going back to being neutral.
Of course,
Tanya replies. This is my cue. I tuck my phone and headphones in the bag and step onto the street. The car beeps shut as I hurry to Lavender's fire door. I find it slightly ajar. Either Valerie left it open by mistake, or Tanya has come by to let me in. Either way, it saves me valuable time. When I enter, the familiar corridor is empty and uncomfortably quiet. Taking the steps to upstairs 2 at a time, I reach the office in seconds and pull my lockpicks out. Chapter 47. Lockpicking my way into the office this time is easier. My fingers work fast, practiced and steady, devoid of fear. It's always easier to steal something from an empty place when imminent danger is not a concern. It reminds me of the times I did this in LA under Chief's protection and with the help of his underlings, who served as my lookouts. When the lock clicks open, I get up, take the time to replace my lockpicks in their case, and walk in like it's my office. The interior hasn't changed, but there is a level of clutter that was absent before. Papers are spread about the desk, and the plant in the corner looks sad, its leaves droopy and yellowing. There are 2 cups of coffee on one side of the desk. I assume Valerie and Brad were enjoying a break when we disturbed them. A smile blossoms on my lips. Serves them right. I riffle through the papers but find nothing of note, only order and delivery notes for food items and drinks and a few doodles. I look at the computer screen. I can see Ben talking to the sparse gathering of staff in the lounge. Tanya is nowhere to be seen. But I'm not concerned. She could be in any of the areas without surveillance. Happy with all the feeds, I click on the settings menu and turn off all the cameras in Lavender. I don't want the police to know about me or the others involved in this plan. I shut down the computer next, plunging the already quiet room into total silence. Perfect for breaking into a safe. I start taking items from my bag and placing them on the floor next to me like I'm a scrub nurse preparing for an operation. A fluffy brush, fine powder, tape, a stethoscope, gloves, my phone on speaker mode. When everything I need is laid out on the floor, I look at both safes. I'm unlikely to open the digital one quickly, so I slide my hands in the gloves, put the stethoscope in my ears, and start working the tumbler of the old safe the way I did on that wretched day they almost caught me. My heart thunders in my chest now, full of adrenaline and the blooming flower of hope. I still my breath, listening in. Click. I exhale and repeat. A deep breath in. A click. A deep breath out. Slow. Controlled. Like doing yoga. As I hear the third click, my phone buzzes with a new message. I give it a sideways glance. It's from Damien. I let go of the stethoscope for a moment. Brad has left the hospital. I glance at the wall clock. 11:45. If he's headed back here, I have about 15 minutes. With a fresh sense of urgency and the sound of blood rushing through my skull, I continue my work on the old tumbler. It clicks again, and I let out a sigh. I'm making progress. My fingers tremble with the effort. The tendons in my hand ache with a familiar warning. I have a few more minutes allowed of this repetitive action. After that, my manual dexterity will leave me until I've rested. I hear another click amid my worries. 5 clicks were as far as I got last time. How many more until I unlock the safe? I take a full cycle of breath to steady myself. The lock clicks for the 6th time, and the door of the safe grows heavy in my weakened grip. I pull the handle, and a cloud of stale air puffs out. I wave my hand in front of my nose and peer into the opening. Stashed inside, there are 3 rows of money and a simple leather-bound notebook at the bottom. I take the notebook and flip the pages feverishly, eager to find out if the entire thing has been a fool's errand, or if I finally hold the key to Lavender's destruction in my hands. A few papers fall out, but I'm drawn to the writing inside. It's a ledger of payments taken and given, but as I delve into the tightly scribbled lines, I see there are no full names there. There are marquises, dukes, and ladies, but nothing that can point to an actual person. I let out a small cry of desperation. It's not hard evidence, but it is evidence. It's something that can prove that shady deals are being committed. The other piece of the puzzle, maybe a separate ledger, is probably hidden in the second safe. It would make sense for them to store both ledgers close to each other, needing to update them together when a new member joins. I hope they're sensible criminals. I pick up the documents that fell out, and my monkey brain makes me stop and peer into one of them. It's a deed. No, it's the deed to my building. It is a finalized copy that transfers the ownership to me, Sophie Taylor. It's dated 6 years ago. I frown, confused. What is it doing here? Has Lavender been pocketing my money? My phone rings, making me jump. It's a hidden number. I look at the time. I probably have only 10 minutes left until Brad pops up in front of me. I fold the deed in 4 and push it into the back pocket of my jeggings. I pick up the call, tossing the ledger to one side and grabbing the powder case. I unscrew the cap with one hand. Yes?
Get out of there now.
It's a soft female voice, and I barely hear it. What? Why? I have taken the brush, ready to start, but my fingers freeze mid-air. What's going on?
Chad is dead. We've lost track of Valerie. Brad is coming for you. Drop what you're doing and run. I will call the police.
Shit. How much time do I have? I'm opening the second safe. I try to keep my voice even and steady, but my heart has picked up pace and my ankles shake, unable to support my squat. I ease myself to my knees.
You don't have time. Leave everything. We've done enough.
The girl sounds distressed, and while I don't recognize the voice, I know it's my employer, or at least one of them. I dip the brush into the powder and start dusting the keypad. I can't leave it. I'm so close. My gut twists, screaming to my senses that I'm making a bad call.
Leave. Please leave. Run.
The girl cries at the other end of the line, her words turning from a whisper into a whine. I'm almost done. Just as I'm about to pull the tape and look at the results, I suddenly lose balance, my forehead crashing into the front of the safe. Blinded by the sudden attack, confused and dizzy, I put a hand to my head. My fingers are wet. The initial shock wears out, replaced by a painful throbbing all over my face. I focus on the keypad, straight on my eye level. It's cracked, the center of the fracture covered in dark red. I bring my hand in front of my eyes. Bloody fingers. My phone is discarded on the floor.
Who's done?
I hear behind me. I've turned my back to the wall. Rookie mistake. Not listening to the warning on the phone was not a mistake. It was pure stupidity on my part. Brad has punished me satisfactorily for both. Not giving me much time to answer his question, he laughs out loud and descends upon me. I clench my whole body when I hear his voice, but when he grabs a fistful of my hair and yanks me toward him, my neck cracks. The throbbing in my skull makes my eyesight blurry.
I should have known you were planning something.
Brad sneers into my face.
I thought I scared you enough, but here we are.
I want to shout something back to taunt him, but my mouth refuses to form words. I stare blankly at the ceiling. He drags me from behind the desk. I kick my legs, my fingers etched into his wrist. When we reach the opposite corner of the room, he hurls me toward the wall. I crash into the plant, the rim of the pot digging into my side, right where my ribs have almost healed. I let out a little whine I can't contain. The pain is somewhere far away, and in a strange moment of clarity, I wonder if I will die today. I have a head injury, and I'm in a tiny room with a psychotic man who has threatened me repeatedly. Will he make good on his promises? I can't die yet. I haven't told Melanie how well she did. Securing Thomas. How proud I am of her. I try to push against the fuzziness in my mind. If only I can make it to the bag, I can pull out my switchblade and defend myself. But which way do I have to go? The room spins. Brad pulls my legs, shifting the ground underneath me, making me dizzier. I kick frantically. 1 or 2 kicks connect. I hear him swear. As we tumble around in the corner, I think about the girl's words. Chad's dead? Valerie is missing? Is she dead too? We never set out to kill anyone. Brad flips me on my stomach and tugs at the waistband of my jeggings. I regret not wearing jeans with a belt when they slide down my legs easily. I get on my elbows and squirm forward like a pathetic worm. Brad's hand digs into the back of my right thigh. I kick back, freeing myself and earning a new quality of pain as a deep scratch blossoms where his nails have fought for purchase. My phone is suddenly within reach. I grab it like my life depends on it. Maybe it does. The call is disconnected and the biometric lock is on. I smear blood on the slick black screen, unable to unlock it. It does not recognize my face. As I struggle with the phone, Brad gets on top of me. Somewhere far away, I hear him unbuckle his belt, so I will die debased and degraded. I try to kick myself free, to twist into a more favorable position, but his hips press me down like weights. I feel like I'm drowning, going under the surface of the world, the image of the office swimming in my eyes. Brad pushes my head down to the floor, crushing my skull to carve a shape in the gray carpet. My breaths are the shallow gasps of a dying animal. I close my eyes, feeling a trickle of blood travel down my face. It's a gentle feeling, detached from the pain I'm feeling everywhere else. He rips away my panties, and icy air slithers against my naked skin. A lump lodges in my throat. What a stupid way to die. And what a monumental failure. I clench every muscle in my body, ready to welcome the pain of Brad's next attack. But it doesn't come. His weight lifts off abruptly, allowing me to breathe. I pant, sprawled on the floor, unable to make sense of my surroundings. Sounds happen around me. Something breaks to 1,000 pieces. Something falls next to me like a sandbag released for a hot air balloon to fly. Someone screams. I pull my clothes back up in place and scramble to sit. My head feels like it's been split open. I blink when I see 2 people fighting, tumbling around the room like clothes inside a washing machine. I wipe my hand on my pants and unlock my phone. The plan is still in motion. The girl has probably called the police by now. I text Tanya a quick, "Okay." 2 letters that signify the last step of what we have to do. I look up when the glint of something catches my eye. I squint. Focusing takes immense effort. Brad is fighting Damien. Damien has him in a chokehold, holding him against the floor. But Brad has a knife. He swings it about madly, trying to sink it into Damien's side. I crawl as quickly as my dizzy brain allows me to, and kick Brad's shoulder hard enough to make his arm flop still for a second next to his twisting body. He grunts and contorts to meet my gaze. I use my knees to steady his forearm and push the blade far away from him.
Are you okay?
Damien shouts. I want to respond, but a sway starts up in my torso. When Brad pulls his arm free from under my legs, he sends me falling sideways. My unstable balance crumbles, and the world turns black. As my head falls, I see Damien in all his primal glory, eyes blazing, knuckles covered in blood, shirt ripped, hair tousled. I smile. I have played my part. I can rest now. Chapter 48. In a world devoid of color, an angel with a broken wing carries me out of that wretched room. It wears Damien's face. Tanya walks behind him, chanting something, her face solemn. We push through the darkness to emerge in a place where the stars are close and blinding, in blue, red, and muted purple. A murder of crows flees with us. A siren sings an enticing song somewhere far away. The angel puts me in a black coffin and shuts the lid. I inhale. It smells like home. Hands extend to steal the air from my lungs. I twist, looking for a comfortable place to still. A wisp of hope swirls around me like a firefly and whispers my name like a prayer. Sophie. 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 The wisp sounds like Melanie. I gasp. I try to speak, but a muzzle on my face muffles my efforts. My coffin moves, taking me away from my angel. Am I descending to hell? Chapter 49. My hands tremble slightly as I read today's newspaper, kindly delivered to me by one of the nurses. One arrested over prostitution scandal in Club Lavender. Chicago police responded to an anonymous tip that a club in the heart of the city has been promoting prostitution by masquerading as a fancy tea-room hotel. One member of the staff was arrested on the scene. He attacked a police officer and was shot in the leg. As a member of a notorious Chicago gang, he is now in protective custody undergoing investigation. All other staff appeared to have fled the club shortly before police arrival. 2 ledgers were found in the building, detailing the extensive dealings of the club and bringing to light that several local celebrities, businessmen, and politicians were frequent customers at the venue. Lavender owner Damien Gray is wanted for pimping and pandering. He was last seen 2 months ago on the premises and was wearing a black suit and tie. He is believed to be armed and dangerous and is associated with a gang. Do not engage on site, but call the police. If anyone has any information about the people working for or assisting Damien Gray, please get in touch with the Chicago police. I put the newspaper down when the door opens. I've had an uneventful day so far, the most exciting thing being drafting and sending my resignation email to Jamie. I did well with quitting. Now that I have the deed to my building, I can start collecting rent. I only need to solve the legal stuff around it. It's Matthias again. For the past couple of days, he's been my most frequent visitor, able to see me outside visiting hours thanks to old friends in the hospital. They have diagnosed me with a mild concussion. After assessing all my injuries, the doctors looked at me like I was the lucky survivor of a plane crash. I haven't provided them with a coherent explanation of the myriad of injuries I have, from the cuts and bruises to the cracked ribs and old broken bones, so they spoke to Matthias in hushed tones, eventually raising no issues. They put me on bed rest for the foreseeable future.
I went to your apartment with Hannah and grabbed you some toiletries in your mail. I think you have a few bills here,
he says, and hands me a stack of letters held together with a rubber band. Thanks. Can you tell me what happened with Chad and Valerie? I ask, as I flick absent-mindedly through promotional brochures and bill statements. Everyone else has refused to tell me, saying they didn't know. My gut is telling me I'm being lied to.
I don't know, the police aren't even looking into it. Penelope must be so mad,
he says, and sits down in the chair next to my bed. It looks small for his tall body. From my half-lifted hospital bed, I can see all the lines on his face, the wrinkles that give his expression a memory of a frown. He seems relaxed today. I know you know something, I say.
So you've read the news.
Matthias mutters.
Not the best outcome, I guess, but at least we weakened the jesters.
Yeah. They haven't painted a great picture of Damien. It feels surreal to see his name as the owner of that place. My brain knows it, of course, but there is a dissonance with its recent purpose. Its whole idea doesn't fit Valerie and her goons. They were like cuckoo chicks in Lavender, deposited by Penelope on a whim.
No one will want to go there now,
Matthias continues.
Who knows when we'll get it back from the police? They would have to capture Damien first.
Why are they looking for him and not Penelope?
Because she's as smart as she's wicked. Why do you think she was keeping him close? They were using all his assets for free and without a legal trail. If anything went wrong, they just had to disappear, and that's what they did. They signed all the ledgers with Earl Grey. Damien is the legal owner of Lavender, so what has transpired inside is now his responsibility.
Why didn't you tell me? I thought I was helping, I say, my voice small and weak.
I have to be honest. I think he wanted to save Thomas no matter what. He's not angry. He's calm and happy in a strange way. He doesn't blame you for anything.
Matthias wears a tiny smile. I smile back, but no joy reaches my eyes. He's not a prisoner anymore, but he's a fugitive now. Not much of an improvement. I mutter. I'm sorry.
Don't be,
he says.
You fought to free someone else's child. Your plan got Brad arrested. With Valerie missing, Penelope will be destabilized. We were never aiming for an ideal outcome.
He stands up and leans forward to give me a hug. I pat him on the back, the stretch reminding me of the 1,000 different pains my body is working through.
Get some rest. Tanya will come see you later. She has a surprise for you.
I wave him goodbye. Glued stars sparkle on the ceiling of my private hospital room. Soft toys decorate the windowsill. I'm in the pediatric ward. Through chats with my nurse, I learned Matthias used to be a pediatric anesthesiologist. How is someone like that now treating fugitives and criminals? I curl up in a ball and for a few hours allow myself to feel like a child, free to nap in peace and think about nothing at all. Excited voices wake me, and I jolt upright when I find the room full of people. Melanie, holding an elaborate bouquet in the corner, is beaming. Tanya is unloading a bag of clothes at the edge of my bed, her face distant and her aura like a soft rain cloud in the middle of the room. Thomas leans on a wall next to the door, as if looking for a good reason to be here, unsure whether leaving might be a better course of action. I wish Hannah was with them too, but I know she's at work. For her, saving lives is not a culmination of an action plot. It's everyday life. Are those for me? I say, as I extend my arms to take the flowers from Melanie.
Back off.
She turns sideways.
These are for me from Thomas.
I look at him and he glues his eyes to the floor. Really? Do you guys still give flowers these days? Melanie shakes her head and smiles.
I like it.
I also sent her some memes,
Thomas adds. I burst out laughing, making myself dizzy. As I steady myself, I see Tanya has laid out a cute white sweater dress on my covers, together with a pair of leather-look thigh-high socks. Please tell me at least this is for me. I wink. Melanie goes to Thomas, whispers something in his ear, and drags him out of the room. I squint with suspicion. What a young conspirator. She is brewing plans left, right, and center now.
They are for you,
Tanya says.
We got permission from Matthias and your doctor here for you to leave for the night. Damien wants to thank you for saving Thomas.
Her voice is odd, calm, without the underlying panic that always tinted it in Lavender. She sounds both tired and relieved. I feel a bit of pride for that. Did everything go okay after the police came to Lavender? I ask. I had no chance to ask before because we always had the children around. I don't want to bring up the past now that they both seem to be recovering so well.
It was fine. The girls have nowhere to go now, though. I paid them a month's salary, but that won't last,
she mutters.
After Damien took you out and Matthias drove you to the hospital, I ushered everyone out before the police came.
You saved them all.
I don't know if I saved them or doomed them to a more dangerous life. But you were right. I was just taking it. I should have done something before things got so out of hand.
She sits down at the edge of my bed. The last time we were so close was when she was stripping me naked on the stage of that wretched party. I'm sorry it didn't turn out the best, I say, because I'm genuinely sorry. Tanya pats my shoulder.
A car will pick you up tonight. You just need to go down to the main entrance at 7.
That's exciting. I pick up the dress. It's tightly knitted chunky yarn, soft like cotton candy. I hug it to my chest, embracing its coziness. Where are we going?
I don't know, but I'm sure it will be nice,
she says as she gets up to leave.
When he's not actively destroying gangs or being destroyed by them, Damien can be really sweet.
Did you used to date him? I blurt out.
He was married for a long time, you know.
That doesn't really stop people from dating.
True,
she nods.
But he's not a cheater, and his relationship wasn't open. So no, I haven't been with him. And I don't want to.
Not even a bit? What am I saying? I want to slap myself.
Get some self-confidence, will you? What does it matter what I want? The important thing is Damien likes you.
She shrugs.
And you like him too, so go do what you have to do. We're not kids anymore.
So you don't resent me because he picked me at the party?
I would have resented him if he had picked me. He picked you because you had the highest chance of surviving the entire ordeal with your mind intact. Hearing all these stupid questions you're asking me, I guess he was right.
I chuckle. It is so blunt, but so like Tanya. Thank you, Firebird, I say. She waves goodbye and leaves, the fresh scent of her citrus perfume still in the air. Alone with my ensemble for the night, I allow my heart to flutter. Excited like a schoolgirl, I climb out of the bed and try the dress on. It's warm without making me sweat, hugging me like a loved one. The socks reach the tops of my thighs, making my legs look shapely and shiny. Overall, it's a fashionable look. My sneakers and some simple makeup will complement it well. I take the dress off and head for the shower, my mind inspired with the endless possibilities for tonight. Damien is a fugitive, so we don't have a lot of options for a date. If it's even a date. I giggle. He hasn't included any underwear. Chapter 50. I don't know what I expected. A limousine? A flashy BMW? Maybe a sparkly Mercedes? When Matthias pulls up in his silver Toyota Prius, I wonder when I allowed myself to get so shallow. It's a means of transportation meant to get me from one place to another, not the point of my outing, and it's good for the environment. As I get in, I smile weakly at Matthias, who beams behind the wheel.
Are you ready?
I chuckle, trying to hide my disappointment Damien isn't the one behind the wheel. Driving is sexy, but I guess having your face plastered across all mass media in Chicago really puts a crimp in all sexy daily activities. We join the evening traffic, cameras and streetlights in our faces. Can I ask you something? I say to Matthias. He lowers the volume of the radio. You're into Damien, right?
I respect him, yes.
He says, drawing the words out, sounding unsure. No, not like that. You're into him. As a man. You're attracted to him. It has been a tiny voice in my head ever since the three of us were in the sub-basement. Now that he is literally driving me to meet Damien, I wonder how it makes him feel. I don't want my unknown relationship to make someone miserable. Matthias is silent for a long time. I think he's decided not to answer when he finally speaks.
How did you know?
Back in the sub-basement bedroom, your eyes were glued on him.
He has so many scars.
He says in a soft voice.
It's sad someone so young has gone through so much pain and suffering.
Do you hate me for pursuing him? I ask, dreading the answer. What will I do if he says yes? Will I come out of the car and tell Damien there can't be anything between us because his best friend is in love with him?
I don't.
Matthias replies, his answer easy and quick. He squeezes my knee.
I don't think he swings that way. Also, he knows. He just pretends he doesn't. I really need to sort my feelings out.
Oh, I say for lack of anything else. I peer out the window. We are circling the familiar streets of central Chicago. This is the way to Lavender, I remark dumbly.
Surprise,
Matthias says, as he parks a block away from the very place we worked so hard to destroy. I don't understand, I say, when the engine dies.
He will explain.
Matthias points to a dark corner outside, hiding the silhouette of a man. I really hope that's Damien and not a random axe murderer, I mutter as I exit the car and slam the door behind me. Is he hiding at a crime scene? Under everyone's noses? Matthias revs the engine, and 2 seconds later, my pumpkin carriage is gone. I step forward, steady on my feet in my black sneakers but unsure about my direction. I hug myself as a gust of wind penetrates my knitted dress and glides across my naked skin underneath.
I want to show you something.
It is Damien, tall, dark, and handsome. I sigh with relief. His hair is nicely styled, parted on one side, giving him the look of a distinguished gentleman. His long overcoat accentuates his broad shoulders and reveals he has chosen a black suit and white dress shirt for tonight. It's a yummy sight, and I flash him a smile when I cross the street and join him in the darkness. Is it inside? I'm cold, I say. The air smells crisp, like early spring. The winter left behind in the ruins of Lavender's misdemeanors. Something wet lands on my cheek.
Sorry, I forgot to send you a coat.
He outstretches his arms, opening his overcoat. I accept his hug, nestling in to share the warmth.
Look up.
I lift my chin to meet his eyes when I see he himself is gazing into the sky. Another piece of coldness melts on my face. I blink when I realize the change in weather. It is snowing. Isn't it too late for snow? Damien hugs me tighter.
Some people say heaven meets the earth when it snows, that every snowflake is a lesson to be learned, gradually falling upon humanity.
I didn't know you were religious.
I'm not. But I like metaphors.
He whispers into my hair.
I want to show you the lavender I built. I want you to see the place I poured my heart into before they corrupted it.
I'm sorry I destroyed it, I mutter. I didn't know.
Nothing to be sorry about. It was perverted a long time ago. But there is one room that wasn't yet finished when the takeover happened. It's as pure as my intentions.
I chuckle when I notice the wicked grin that follows his words. I'm sure there's an ulterior motive there somewhere. He smooths my hair with one of his big palms. You and Penelope? I start to say, then trail off, unsure if it's okay to ask.
Yes?
His nudge is reassuring. You are still married, right? Why?
Because she wouldn't sign the divorce papers. She knows she would lose Thomas, too.
Didn't look like she particularly wanted him. Once his voice changes, what will she do with him?
She's not going to have to worry about that,
Damien says, his expression much warmer than mine.
You saved him, so it doesn't matter.
Do you still love her? A part of me craves to hear the answer. Another is afraid that it won't be what I want to hear.
I haven't loved her for a very long time,
he says in a soft voice. I lean closer to hear him. The wisps of steam coming from his mouth swirl in front of my face.
Let's get you inside before I have to show things to an ice statue.
I groan, but follow him, my hand in his. I'm not sure what this whole thing means, if there is an implied us somewhere, or if he wants to make sure I know the allegations against him are untrue. Either way, his words have piqued my interest, so we sneak inside Lavender through the back door, silent like the falling snow. The only sign the building is off limits is the police tape around it. Once inside, it is the same somber place I have grown to love to hate. Pushing a panel on the side of the staircase, Damien reveals the secret passage. Is he taking me straight to his bedroom? As we step down into the pitch black, Damien pulls out a torchlight and illuminates our descent. Our steps are quiet on the lush carpet of the stairs. We go down to the door that reminds me of the entrance to a submarine. He pushes the round handle in the combination of moves I still vaguely remember. A few breaths later, we are back in the cozy space where we had our first leaps of trust toward each other. A lot has happened since then. I've seen this, I say.
I remember.
He replies with a smile.
But it's another room I want to show you.
We go straight to a door at the other end of the corridor, passing the bedroom and the makeshift infirmary. Little particles of dust reflect in the torchlight. Damien stops and swings one door open, presenting me with a dark, empty room. I have definitely put my head in here before, seeing nothing besides pitch black. What is really inside?
I created this to be a rigger's paradise,
he announces. I strain my eyes more. When he flips a switch on the wall and illuminates the entire space, I gasp. It's a massive hall, with crisscrossing bamboo poles lining half the ceiling. There's a stack of bamboo resting in one corner. The other half of the room houses a massive bed with 4 metal bedposts, creating the illusion of a cage. There are so many suspension points, I whisper, my eyes glinting with awe.
I thought you would like it.
He winks.
It's still unfinished. There's a lot of flooring still to put in, and as you can see, the walls are empty.
The bed seems ready enough, I say, eyes narrowing.
I had to entertain myself while the police were raiding upstairs, so I built it.
He says with a laugh. You were here all along? It's an unsettling thought, though I see why.
Where else would I be? Lavender is my home, for better or worse.
His tone isn't bitter, just laced with sadness. I think you built a beautiful home. I remember my first impression of the tea room upstairs. It's a shame they took it from you.
Poor decisions lead to awful consequences,
he murmurs.
But it doesn't matter because you gave it back to me.
You can't use it, though, I say, my expression souring.
There's a lot of it the police don't know about. I wouldn't feel guilty if I were you. Only a few people know the extent of my little kingdom.
He moves toward me to stroke my hair gently.
I was hoping we could christen this room.
His hand slides to the back of my neck, sending a smoldering shiver down my spine. I would love that. I turn to face him. He kisses me sweetly, his lips caressing mine like the feathery touch of flower petals. I melt in his arms, letting him navigate me to the end of the bed. There's no danger around, except for being discovered trespassing, or being discovered with a wanted man. But I put those aside. The breath that escapes me when my back hits the sheets is one of longing, not fear. It's a moan that starts at the depths of my soul.
The Lavender Phantom. He looks at the woman in his arms and sighs. It's a sigh of relief, of budding love, of trust and hope. It's the first sigh in a while that doesn't include his usual menu of painful feelings. In this one moment, in the warm, messy bed, he feels no resentment, no fear, no regret. His son is safe. His friends, because they are not just his underlings, they are his true friends, are safe. He's made new acquaintances, something he thought would be impossible in the realm of his tiny kingdom, the sub-basement of Lavender. He knows this is temporary, and he knows there's much more to do. His wife is still out there. She will be angry now, vengeful. She will retaliate. But he doesn't think of that right now. He revels in the fact he is no longer a solitary presence, no longer an apparition without dreams, dwelling between these walls. The Lavender Phantom closes his eyes and falls asleep, his nose buried in the woman's hair. She smells sweet, like orange and cocoa butter. He is not alone anymore because he has the brigand wraith in his arms.
Acknowledgements. Thank you for listening to The Lavender Phantom. This book will always hold a special place in my heart, as it was my debut and it let me dive straight in a world of romance, amazing readers, and author friends I'll cherish for life. Readers like you are my favorite people, and I appreciate you so much for reading, listening, sharing my books, and leaving reviews. Thank you. Sophie and Damien's story continues in Book 2, The Brigand Children. This version of the book was abridged to comply with YouTube's rules. There are scenes in 4 chapters that have expanded descriptions. Plus, there is actually a Chapter 51. It fully describes what happens between Sophie and Damien on the bed, so I can't put it here. But why should you miss out? Type in subscribepage.com/lavenderphantom in your browser to get instant access to the unabridged chapters, all one word and all free. The link is in the description too. Also, there are 2 exclusive prologues waiting for you, capturing Sophie's and Damien's respective histories 7 years before the events in this book. And yes, it is all audio, so you don't have to change your reading medium. On sign-up, in addition to all the extra content, you will join my monthly newsletter for my dedicated fans, who are always the first to get freebies, giveaway notifications, deleted scenes, opportunities to join my advanced reading teams, insights into my writing journey, and many more awesome things. Thank you again for finishing this story. I would love to know what you thought in the comments, and if you want to see more of what I write and what I do, subscribe to the channel. Lots of love. Lainey. This has been The Lavender Phantom, Book 1 of the Club Lavender Duet, written by Lainey Delaroque and digitally narrated via 11 Labs. Text copyright 2021, Lainey Delaroque. Production copyright 2025, Lainey Delaroque.